In this video, we're going to be taking a look at something quieter and stranger than the usual insane fan theories of The Simpsons. We're going to open a file that has been growing in the background of popular culture for decades. Every time a yellow cartoon family seemed to sketch the future before the rest of us had even caught up to the present. Picture a slow, grainy montage in your mind. Donald Trump descending that golden escalator, lights flashing, cameras swarming. The moment that reshaped modern politics. Crossfade that with Lisa Simpson at a presidential podium in a 23-year-old episode, casually referencing President Trump, as if it were already history. Then we drift to the glowing face of a smartwatch on a wrist, to a pristine Disney logo stamped over the Fox brand, here and then back again to old animation cells, where those same images appear first, flickering and slightly off-model, as though reality were the one doing the copying. When examining this pattern, a single question begins to press on the mind. Is this just coincidence and sharp satire, the natural result of clever writers pushing jokes to their logical extremes? Or is there something deeper and more systematic about how The Simpsons keeps getting the future right? According to this theory of the show as a long-running predictive engine, the episodes do not merely parody reality, they prototype it, mapping out political shifts, technological habits, and cultural moods that will later feel impossible to avoid. In this video, we're going to treat that idea like a calm bedtime investigation. We will move slowly, episode by episode, and prediction by prediction, organizing them into chronological clusters so that the evidence becomes clear in a way that random internet memes never quite allow. We will start with the famous ones you have already seen on social media, then descend into the deep cuts that barely surface in fan discussions, allowing a different picture of the show's relationship to reality to emerge. To keep our consciousness anchored, we will separate genuine predictions from internet myths. We will give original air dates, show exactly what appeared on screen, and then place it side by side with what actually happened in the real world. Most telling is how certain themes repeat. Politics and presidents, pandemics and Nobel Prizes, corporate takeovers, environmental disasters, gadgets that live on our bodies, and bizarrely precise scientific details are like an equation on Homer's chalkboard that brushes against the Higgs boson mass years before CERN. This mirrors how the writer's room itself operates. A cluster of Harvard-educated satirists, obsessed with news, technology, and media, spending their days constructing exaggerated scenarios that, over time, crawl off the storyboard and into our collective dream of the future. According to this theory, the show's predictions are the visible byproduct of a very specific kind of mind at work, one that reduces the chaos of the outside world into repeatable patterns. This episode will be the first part of a complete list. We will begin with the most famous, comforting examples, then move slowly toward the lesser-known and more disturbing coincidences, where the boundary between joke and omen blurs. And we will start not with Trump, or with tech empires, but with an earlier, stranger moment, a malfunctioning digital device, a failed correction, and a single word that quietly rewired how our messages behave, even when we never wanted them to. How a joke becomes a prophecy. The Simpsons writer's room. To understand that malfunctioning device, and every other alleged prophecy, we have to leave the realm of viral screenshots and walk into a very real place, the Simpsons writer's room. Before we catalogue predictions, we need to see how the show is actually built, because this theory suggests the series is almost engineered to collide with the future by accident. When examining the staff behind Springfield, the evidence becomes clear that we are not dealing with random gag writers throwing darts at a board. For decades, the core has been heavily Ivy League, especially Harvard Lampoon alumni. People trained to live in that strange overlap between comedy, political analysis, and abstract problem solving. Many of them studied mathematics, economics, or philosophy. Others are steeped in media theory and pop culture history, able to track how a tiny shift in technology or policy might echo through an entire society. This mirrors how a think tank operates more than a traditional sitcom room. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at The Simpsons, not as a family cartoon, but as a long-running machine for stress-testing American reality. The show does not just tell stories about Homer being a bad employee or Bart getting detention. It relentlessly mocks presidents, corporations, scientific fads, and new devices. And to do that effectively, the writers constantly ask where those forces are heading. What does this company become if no one stops it? What does this politician do once the cameras are gone? The jokes emerge from that forward-leaning, slightly cruel curiosity. According to this theory, most predictions are really a process we could call exaggerated extrapolation. The writers take something real, creeping corporate mergers, rising surveillance, our growing dependence on screens, and then push it several notches beyond the present, until the result feels absurd, but still internally logical. A world where a reality TV mogul becomes president. A world where your watch talks back. A world where your digital assistant misunderstands you in ways that feel almost hostile to your consciousness. There is also a quieter structural advantage, so episodes are written many months, sometimes a full year, before they air. That means the room is reacting not to headlines everyone already knows, but to early-stage news, obscure scientific chatter, and industry rumors passing through journalists and academics the writers socialize with. By the time the public encounters an impossible gag, the seed of that reality might already exist in some trade paper or conference talk. Layer onto that the sheer volume. Over 30-plus seasons, thousands upon thousands of signs, throwaway lines, and background screens have been produced. Statistically, some will line up with later events. Most telling is how a tiny fraction do not just rhyme with the future, but match it with unsettling specificity, down to names, numbers, and visual details, and as if the show were running a low-resolution simulation of American life and occasionally printing out the results. What if satire itself functions like that simulation, a dream the culture has about where it is headed? The next episode on our list will show how a single gag about a clumsy digital assistant seemed to anticipate not just smartphones, but the very way our devices fail us today. The autocorrect curse. When Beat Up Martin became Eat Up Martha. If satire is a low-resolution simulation, then Lisa on Ice is where the simulation quietly renders one of its first pieces of consumer tech horror. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a single background gag from 1994 that, according to this theory, prefigures an entire era of digital embarrassment, miscommunication, and machine-driven anxiety. The episode itself is remembered for schoolyard hockey and Lisa's rivalry with Bart. But in one brief scene, the camera lingers on something else. A clunky, grey digital assistant, clutched by the bullies. This is the Apple Newton stand-in, a primitive tablet that predates the iPhone by more than a decade, and it appears not in a lab or a boardroom, but in the hands of Springfield's least responsible children, as if the show is testing what happens when fragile human intent passes through a fallible machine. we watch Dolph peck out a message, a simple command that fits the violence of the playground. Beat up Martin. The device pauses, processes, and then calmly transforms the threat into nonsense, correcting it to eat up Martha. The joke lands because the danger dissolves into absurdity, but the deeper unease comes from how casually the machine asserts itself over human language, rewriting a boy's intention with a tiny, almost bureaucratic gesture. In 1994, this was not normal. There were no iPhones, no Android ecosystem, no mainstream predictive text quietly finishing your sentences. Most viewers would have read the Newton parody as a joke about overcomplicated, unreliable gadgets, another example of tech that promises efficiency while delivering frustration, rather than as a specific prediction of how our everyday communication would soon be mediated by opaque algorithms. When examining what followed in our world, the evidence becomes clear. As smartphones spread, autocorrect fails turned into a cultural ritual. Screenshots of messages "we're meeting at 6" became something obscene, and where declarations of love mutated into gibberish, where one wrong substitution destroyed the intended tone. This mirrors how "eat up Martha" converts a direct, if cruel, instruction into something uncanny and slightly nightmarish. A phrase that feels wrong in the mouth, yet is now preserved forever in the device's memory. Most telling is how that two-word glitch escaped the episode and entered real-world engineering lore. Former Apple employees have described "eat up Martha" as a quiet warning inside the company, a shorthand for the terror of bad text input, invoked when discussing the iPhone's keyboard and the fragile trust between user and interface. A throwaway gag in a cartoon becomes a design constraint in Silicon Valley, as if Springfield's malfunctioning gadget left a scar on the industry's collective mind. And this theory suggests the writers were already tuned into early, clumsy digital assistants and the strange psychology of talking to machines, exaggerating the fear that your own tools will misunderstand you with consequences that feel impossible to fully predict. In that light, the Newton parody is less an isolated joke and more a pattern seed. Whenever the series plays with emerging tech, it is quietly running simulations of how that tech might fail, mutate, or colonize daily life. And sometimes reality catches up to those simulations with unnerving precision. If a single miscorrected sentence could foreshadow the global experience of living under autocorrect, what happens when the show stops mocking one device and starts sketching entire futures of communication, surveillance, or wearable tech? And the next prediction on our list pushes that question further, moving from a glitchy tablet to a world where the screen is no longer in your hand, but pressed directly against the body. Talking to screens, video calls before they were normal. That shift from holding a screen to wearing it on the body prepares us for something even more unsettling. A world where the screen stops being a gadget at all and becomes the default surface of communication. To see how early The Simpsons gestured toward that reality, we have to go back, not to a late-stage smartphone era, but to 1995, when home computers still hummed and crackled, and the internet felt closer to science fiction than to oxygen. In the season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the series performs one of its earliest full leaps into the future. I'm projecting the family forward to the year 2010. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that single episode quietly rewrites the texture of daily life, not through flying cars or laser guns, but through the way people talk to each other. The future here is not a gleaming utopia or an obvious nightmare. It is a slightly warped extension of the present, which is exactly where the most disturbing predictions tend to hide. When examining the episode's most mundane background details, the evidence becomes clear. Lisa and Marge do not marvel at some experimental videophone. They simply use it. Lisa calls home, and her mother's face fills a wall-mounted screen. The two of them chatting about wedding plans with the same bored familiarity as any landline argument from earlier seasons. Other shots show face-to-face video calls functioning like ordinary phone conversations, framed not as a big joke, but as the invisible infrastructure of this future reality. What makes this so striking is the real-world timeline. In 1995, consumer video phones existed, but they were expensive, unreliable, and deeply uncool, trapped in that uncanny valley between corporate demo and failed toy. Everyday people were not casually Skyping grandparents or holding Zoom meetings from their bedrooms. That wouldn't become routine until the late 2000s, with Skype and later FaceTime, and then brutally normalized in the 2000s and during the 2020 pandemic, when entire families, offices, and classrooms were flattened into talking rectangles. Most telling is how the episode refuses to fetishize its own technology, and the camera does not linger on futuristic interfaces. No character pauses to explain how the system works. The joke, such as it is, lies in how unremarkable the video calls are, which this theory suggests is precisely why they feel prophetic. According to this theory, the writers were not trying to dazzle us with gadgets, but to calmly assume the path of least resistance for human laziness and loneliness. If we can see each other through screens without leaving the house, we will. From a conspiratorial angle, the prediction looks less like clairvoyance and more like ruthless extrapolation. The staff had already watched electronics shrink, the internet emerge, and clumsy videophone prototypes stumble through trade shows. All they had to do was extend that line forward in their minds, imagining a consciousness that experiences other people primarily as images on glass. This mirrors how, decades later, many of us would come to know co-workers, classmates, and even therapists only as faces in a grid. And once the pandemic hit, clips from Lisa's wedding resurfaced everywhere, framed as eerie proof that the Simpsons had once again seen the future, as if the family had been staring out at us through that wall screen the whole time. If Homer can be trapped in his own mind, what happens when an entire civilization volunteers to live inside video windows? The pattern grows clearer. Every time the show jumps ahead, it sketches not a wild dream, but a plausible adoption curve. Video calls on the wall here, smart devices pressed against the wrist there, and in the next prediction, the technology doesn't just sit near the body, it fuses with our sense of time itself. Time on your wrist, The Simpsons and the smartwatch future. The technology presses closer until it sits directly on the body. In Lisa's wedding, the 1995 episode we keep returning to, the future isn't introduced with fanfare or glowing neon interfaces. It seeps in through quiet details, the kind of background upgrades that tell us this timeline's consciousness has shifted, while the family pretends nothing is strange. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at one of those details that has become strangely important, the watch on Hugh's wrist. In the episode's imagined 2000s and 10s, Lisa's British fiancé doesn't pull out a phone, doesn't sit at a desk, doesn't log in. He lifts his wrist and casually speaks into a chunky, rectangular device strapped where an ordinary watch should be, using it to communicate as if that is the most normal thing in the world. No explanation, no exposition, just a voice-capable smartwatch, 2 full decades before Apple decided you should talk into your arm. When examining that scene, the historical context matters. In 1995, watches could beep, flash the time, maybe store a few phone numbers or trigger a tiny calculator. There were novelty devices, and those who remembered Dick Tracy's impossible radio watch, but there was no mainstream, networked, app-driven system living on the wrist. No continuous stream of data tied to a global infrastructure. The idea that your watch would route calls, sync with invisible servers, and act as a tiny extension of some larger digital nervous system was still closer to comic book fantasy than consumer electronics catalog. And then the real timeline catches up. In 2015, Apple Watch launches, and a flood of Android and other wearables either precede it in crude form or chase it in rapid succession, all promising the same basic shift. Notifications pulsing on the skin, calls routed through a small speaker, heart rate and movement quietly harvested while the user goes about their day. This mirrors how Hugh's device functions. The watch is not a toy or prototype. It is a normalized portal, a personal node in a larger invisible network that defines this future reality. Most telling is how the gag is framed. The episode does not spotlight the watch as magical or impossible. It treats it as mundane, which is precisely how these devices feel once they actually arrive. According to this theory of the Simpsons' future design, the show isn't throwing out wild sci-fi. It is sketching blueprints of everyday surveillance and convenience, then letting the family live inside them as if nothing has changed. This theory suggests the writers were following a cold, rational line. If electronics keep shrinking, if mobile phones keep spreading, then the next step is obvious. The device fuses with the body's sense of time and routine, sitting where the watch already lives in the mind. When we stack this risk prediction with the earlier video calls and the failed autocorrect gag, the evidence becomes clear. The series doesn't just guess one gadget, it repeatedly nails the direction of consumer tech, tracing a path from screens on the wall to screens on the skin. And if the show can anticipate what we wear and how we speak, and the next question becomes more unsettling. What happens when it starts anticipating who holds power? The following prediction leaves the realm of devices behind and steps into the office of the most powerful political figure on Earth, President Trump. The joke that became a headline. When the show stops guessing what gadgets will hold and starts naming who will hold power, the atmosphere shifts. The clearest example arrives in a single throwaway line that, in this video, becomes a kind of fracture point between parody and our own political reality. In the season 11 episode Bart to the Future, which aired on March 19, 2000, we jump forward into a hazy, almost dreamlike projection of adulthood. Bart is a washed-up drifter, Homer is still Homer, and Lisa has become President of the United States. The Oval Office is rendered as a cartoon stage, yet the language is chillingly bureaucratic. Lisa turns to her staff and says they've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump, treating a Trump administration as a concluded chapter in American history, something the nation is already trying to survive. When examining that moment in context, the dissonance becomes clear. In 2000, Donald Trump was a businessman and media personality, a symbol of gold-plated excess, casino bankruptcies, and self-branding, but not a serious political actor. He had never held elected office, and his flirtations with running were treated as spectacle. The writers, according to this theory of their intent, reached for the most absurd, cartoonishly plutocratic president they could imagine. someone whose name alone evoked money, ego, and a hollow promise of success. The evidence becomes clear when we look at interviews with the staff. They've openly said they chose Trump precisely because it felt like an impossible escalation, the logical endpoint of celebrity politics pushed to a grotesque extreme. This mirrors how the series often uses Springfield's government as a funhouse reflection of real-world corruption. Take a trend, exaggerate it until it breaks, and let the family wander through the wreckage as if it's normal. Then, 16 years pass. In 2016, the election concludes, and Donald Trump actually becomes President of the United States. Overnight, a half-forgotten gag from a Season 11 Future Vision episode resurfaces, clipped, shared, and reframed as prophecy. The internet treats Lisa's line as a message encoded in the show's subconscious, as if the writers had reached through time rather than through the cultural mood of the late 90s. Complicating this law is the escalator image. A widely circulated Simpsons shot shows Trump descending a golden escalator, waving to supporters, almost perfectly matching his real-world campaign announcement in 2015. But that specific animation was produced after the fact, a later gag that recreated the moment once it had already occurred. In this video, we have to separate genuine foresight from retroactive echo. The prophecy narrative depends on forgetting which came first. Most telling is how this prediction feels different from tech jokes or vague geopolitical anxiety. It names a real individual, assigns him the exact office, and then presents that outcome as background detail, as if the impossible has already been normalized within the show's reality. According to this theory, that is why the Trump gag becomes the flagship example in every Simpsons Predicted It compilation. It collapses the distance between their universe and ours. If the writers could casually toss a Trump presidency into the background of a budget meeting, what else did they quietly encode about politics, power, and the shape of the future? And if one outlandish leader slipped through from their world into ours, which other candidates, coups, and collapses are still waiting in the margins of later episodes for us to notice? Beyond Trump, political chaos, elections, and global turmoil. Trump is the loud, memeable example. But once we step past him, and the pattern widens in a way that feels less like a one-off joke and more like a recurring stress test of our political reality. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how The Simpsons keeps wandering into the fault lines of elections, coups, and global tensions, as if Springfield is running simulations on our institutions long before they crack in real life. When examining the show's treatment of American elections, one image stands out. In the 2008 Treehouse of Horror 19 segment, Homer walks into a voting booth, calmly presses the button for Barack Obama, and watches in mounting horror as the machine records a vote for John McCain, then cheerfully eats his ballot. It's a throwaway gag on first viewing, but this mirrors how later news cycles would obsess over electronic voting irregularities, art machine glitches, and the unsettling sense that the interface between voter and system is a black box the public is not meant to understand. The series had been playing with electoral chaos long before that. Episodes lean into hung elections, razor-thin margins, and surreal recounts, with Springfield's mayoral races descending into accusations of fraud, missing ballots, and last-minute smear campaigns. We see bizarre campaign tactics that weaponize fear, nostalgia, or outright lies, all presented as exaggerated satire, yet the evidence becomes clear when we compare them to real-world recount dramas, contested results, and media networks calling and uncalling states in real time. The joke is that democracy is barely held together. The horror is realizing how little exaggeration is actually required. The pattern extends outward, beyond US borders, into a casual, almost offhand apocalypse. Background gags revive Cold War imagery, with Russia slipping back into Soviet symbolism, or depict North Korea as an impossible, hermetic nightmare state whose missiles and propaganda bleed into Springfield's dream of safety. Other episodes gesture toward Middle Eastern quagmires, oil wars, and forever conflicts, treating them as ambient noise in the family's consciousness, long before similar headlines would dominate entire decades of real geopolitics. Most telling is how these moments rarely resolve. They just sit there, like static on the edge of the frame. According to this theory, the writer's satire is not predictive in a mystical sense, but diagnostic. By exaggerating corruption, incompetence, and media spin, they map out the logical endpoints of systems built on perverse incentives, populist surges that crown unqualified outsiders, scandal-plagued administrations that normalize chaos, and electorates so numbed by spectacle that any outcome, no matter how impossible, can be absorbed with a shrug. This theory suggests that when you relentlessly highlight structural weaknesses, opaque voting machines, partisan courts, privatized news, leaders selected for ratings rather than competence, you will inevitably stumble into future events that feel prophetic. The show is running nightmare scenarios as entertainment. Time simply catches up. We should admit the limits. Not every political gag is a prophecy, and countless parodies remain just that. But the ones that do line up feel less like lucky guesses and more like warnings we laughed at and then walked into, as if the line between their animated nightmare and our waking life had thinned. And politics is only one arena where that simulated future bleeds through. If Springfield can foreshadow presidents and recounts, what happens when the same dark imagination turns toward corporations, media empires, and the ownership of reality itself, right down to a throwaway joke about a cartoon mouse buying a news network? Mouse eats fox. When The Simpsons foreshadowed Disney's takeover, so when the show jokes about a cartoon mouse buying a news network, we're not just dealing with a throwaway gag. We're watching the writers quietly sketch a corporate nightmare that, in this video, keeps turning out to be our reality. The clearest case is When You Dish Upon a Star, a 1998 episode that already wears its Disney reference in the title. During a seemingly harmless establishing shot, the camera drifts past the Fox studio lot, and there it is in the background, a plain white sign that reads 21st Century Fox, a division of Walt Disney Company. It's not underlined, no character points at it, there's no drum roll. The joke is literally sitting in the scenery, waiting for the future to catch up. When examining the context, the gag becomes sharper. In the late 90s, Disney and Fox were framed as opposites in the media ecosystem. Disney as aggressively family-friendly, sanitized, and theme park wholesome. Fox as edgier, more cynical, willing to platform shows like The Simpsons that mocked the very idea of corporate respectability. The notion that this squeaky clean mouse mascot would one day own the snarky, chaotic Fox brand functioned as satire about corporate overreach, an impossible merger pushed to absurdity to highlight how predatory media consolidation already felt. Then reality moved. In 2017, nearly 2 decades after that episode aired, Disney formally announced plans to acquire most of 21st Century Fox's assets, including the film and TV studios. By 2019, the deal was complete, and that quiet background sign was no longer a joke. It was a documentary caption. Screenshots of the Simpsons frame flooded social media, circulating as digital relics and presented as yet another piece of evidence that the show had seen the future before we did. Most telling is how the joke didn't come from clairvoyance, but from following a pattern. The writers were already steeped in media theory and corporate behavior, watching conglomerates swallow smaller companies, watching vertical integration fuse content, distribution, and branding into a single towering structure. This theory suggests that if you extend that trajectory far enough, Disney owning Fox stops being unimaginable and becomes the logical, if horrifying, endpoint. There's an eerie twist. The Simpsons itself, once a rebellious Fox flagship, now technically lives under the Disney umbrella, its yellow family archived beside princesses and superheroes. This mirrors how the show has always mocked monopolies, mega mergers, and grotesque brand crossovers, only for those parodies to later align with real business deals, theme park expansions, and streaming empires, where, according to this theory of Springfield as a predictive funhouse, the evidence becomes clear. If a single background sign could foreshadow one of the largest media mergers in history, what else is already written there, hiding in fake billboards, news crawls, and corrupted corporate logos, waiting for our waking world to finally match the dream? From chalkboards to blackboards, the show's obsession with technology. If a fake media logo can foreshadow a real corporate empire, then the gadgets scattered across Springfield start to look less like throwaway jokes and more like a guided tour of our future. When examining the show's most famous prediction clips as a cluster, a pattern begins to emerge that is harder to dismiss as coincidence. And we have the Apple Newton gag in Lisa on Ice, where an early digital assistant mangles handwriting and turns beat-up Martin into eat-up Martha, prefiguring years of autocorrect disasters on smartphones. We have video calls treated as mundane in the background of episodes long before Zoom became a daily intrusion into our homes. We have clunky wrist devices that function like smartwatches, blinking and buzzing on characters' arms, while real-world tech companies were still struggling to make PDS feel futuristic. This mirrors how autocorrect video conferencing and wearable tech quietly moved from novelty to necessity in our own lives. According to this theory of Springfield as a technological test chamber, the series doesn't just stumble into predictions. It systematically populates its reality with fake products, malfunctioning machines, and parody corporations that stand in for Apple, Microsoft, Google, and whatever new Silicon Valley giant happens to be ascendant. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how cash registers glitch, VR rigs misfire, and automated kiosks berate customers, turning the town into a sandbox where every emerging gadget is pushed to a breaking point. Most telling is how certain archetypes repeat. We see clumsy robots that misunderstand commands and threaten the family, glitchy home automation systems that lock doors, dim lights, and whisper threats, invasive surveillance networks that watch Springfield residents under the guise of safety, and overhyped devices that fail spectacularly the moment they're needed. This mirrors how real-world tech rolls out in waves of over-promising and under-delivering, with the public acting as unpaid beta testers in a grand experiment on convenience and control. Behind these jokes is a writer's room full of early adopters and mathematically trained minds, many of them Harvard graduates obsessed with reading tech magazines, tracking venture capital gossip, and interviewing experts long before those ideas reach the average viewer. This theory suggests that when Homer fumbles with some impossible gadget, we are watching the outer edge of what the writers already know is being prototyped, patented, or quietly funded in the background of our own reality. From there, the technology shifts from obvious props to something subtler. Chalkboards, classroom diagrams, and lab whiteboards begin to fill with real formulas and speculative equations, and the kind of background math and science that passes as texture on a first viewing, but reveals unnerving precision on closer inspection. According to this theory, the show is using science and tech as a hidden language, embedding accurate physics, genuine cosmology, and plausible future concepts into jokes that only later gain wider significance. What if one of those equations doesn't just imitate real science, but anticipates it? What if a cartoon blackboard quietly holds a number that the world's largest particle collider will spend billions of dollars and decades of effort trying to verify? In the next section, we turn to a single frame where Homer, a man portrayed as barely in control of his own mind, scrawls an expression that comes eerily close to the mass of the Higgs boson, as though Springfield's dreamlike consciousness had brushed against the machinery of fundamental reality itself. The Higgs boson on a blackboard. Science hiding in plain sight. On the surface, it's just a throwaway gag. Homer, the human embodiment of low effort and high cholesterol, suddenly decides he wants to be Thomas Edison. In the 1998 episode The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, we're going to be taking a look at a version of Homer who quits the power plant, reinvents his entire identity, and fills the family home with half-finished gadgets and half-understood equations, as if his consciousness has briefly latched onto a higher, more dangerous frequency. One of the most striking images from that episode is Homer standing in front of a blackboard, covered in symbols that, at first glance, look like nonsense. Yet one particular expression has been singled out by physicists, a messy combination of constants and factors that, when evaluated, gives a value eerily close to the mass of the Higgs boson. It is presented as a joke about Homer's delusions of genius, but buried inside the joke is a number that would not be experimentally confirmed until long after the episode aired. To understand why this is unsettling, we have to understand what the Higgs boson actually is. In real physics, the Higgs is a fundamental particle associated with the Higgs field, an invisible background field that permeates all of reality and gives other particles mass when they interact with it. In popular media, it was branded the God particle, a name scientists dislike, but that hints at its role. Without the Higgs mechanism, the universe as we know it would be impossible. Matter would not clump, and the familiar world of the Simpson family could never condense out of the quantum fog. The timeline makes the blackboard even stranger. The Higgs boson was theorized in the 1960s, but it remained a ghost in the equations, an unverified presence at the edge of human knowledge, until CERN announced its discovery in 2012. That is 14 years after Homer scribbles his equation. 14 years in which the particle exists only as an idea, an unobserved object haunting the collective scientific mind, while Springfield casually sketches its approximate mass in chalk. According to this theory of the show's prediction, the key is not prophecy, but proximity to real expertise. One of the writers, David X. Cohen, studied physics at Harvard, and the staff routinely consults scientists, mathematicians, and academics. When examining that blackboard, the evidence becomes clear. This is not a blind guess, but a compressed snapshot of contemporary theoretical work, translated into the language of a sight gag. Most telling is how the scene feels on rewatch. Homer, canonically unable to manage his own bank account, stands in front of an expression that brushes against the machinery of the universe, as if his dim, cartoon mind has briefly tuned into the same field that the Large Hadron Collider would later disturb. This mirrors how the series often lets its stupidest character channel impossible insight, as though Springfield's dream logic leaks hard science in short, disturbing flashes. If the show can tuck a near-correct Higgs mass into background chalk, what happens when that same academically loaded writer's room turns its attention to another elite domain? Nobel Prizes, their winners, and the unsettling precision with which The Simpsons seem to name one of them in advance. Guessing the Nobel, Bengt Holmstrom, and the prize pool gag. That near-correct Higgs mass wasn't the only time a throwaway background gag felt like it was peeking ahead in time. The next case doesn't involve a president or a tech gadget, but something stranger. A name that, for most viewers, barely registered as language at all. In the 2010 episode Elementary School Musical, we're briefly pulled into Lisa's world of high-achieving overachievers, a realm where the family's chaos brushes up against elite academia and never fully mixes. During a quick scene, the kids gather around a Nobel Prize betting pool, a simple sheet of paper covered in boxes, numbers, and unfamiliar surnames, as though predicting the future of human knowledge is just another schoolyard game. When examining that betting sheet, one detail stands out. Among the list of potential winners for the Nobel Prize in Economics, we can clearly read the name Bengt R. Holmstrom. No spotlight, no punchline, no explanation. Just a Finnish economist, well known in economic circles, but almost entirely invisible to the average viewer's consciousness, sitting there in ink, waiting. At the time, this was not a celebrity, not a politician, not even a pop science figure. It was a name from the quiet corridors of academia. 6 years later, in 2016, reality catches up to the joke. Bengt Holmstrom wins the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences, sharing it with Oliver Hart for their work on contract theory, a highly technical field that dissects how agreements function under conditions of uncertainty and incomplete information. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how, for many fans, that moment retroactively transforms a background gag into chilling evidence, as though the episode had already seen the committee's deliberations. Most telling is how uncanny this feels once the timeline is clear. A relatively obscure economist, hidden on a children's cartoon betting pool, later walks onto the Nobel stage to receive the exact prize he was nominated for on a crumpled piece of Simpsons paper. For someone re-watching after 2016, it can feel impossible, as if the show plucked a future laureate directly from the void of the unconscious mind and pinned him to the screen. But according to this theory, the explanation is more grounded and in some ways more unsettling. The Simpsons writers' room has long been stacked with Harvard graduates and people deeply enmeshed in academic networks, the kind of staff who would follow Nobel shortlists, departmental gossip, and serious contenders long before the public hears their names. This theory suggests that the betting sheet wasn't a prophecy at all, but a snapshot of expert consensus frozen in animation, later vindicated by the slow machinery of real-world institutions. This mirrors how the show often treats politics, tech, and finance, not as wild guesses, but as satirical exaggerations of trends already visible to anyone paying close attention. To the average viewer in 2010, Bengt Holmstrom meant nothing. To someone orbiting economics departments, and it was a plausible future laureate. The perception gap becomes the horror. What looks like mystical foresight is really a record of what elites quietly expect to happen. By this point, we've seen The Simpsons brush against particle physics, corporate mergers, and Nobel Prizes, creating an archive of eerie alignments between Springfield's dream logic and our waking reality. But the internet doesn't stop at the predictions that actually aired. The next pattern emerges when fans begin sharing Simpsons predictions that never existed on screen at all, fabricating evidence to keep the prophecy myth alive. The predictions that never were, fake screenshots and urban legends. At a certain point, the prophecy stopped being a pattern we could quietly catalogue and turned into a meme factory that never sleeps. The legend of The Simpsons as an all-seeing oracle grew so large that the internet began generating new predictions on demand, like an algorithmic dream of Springfield leaking into our collective consciousness. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that shadow layer, the predictions that never were. These are the screenshots you see posted without context, the ultra-crisp HD frames from episodes that don't exist, the captions insisting that Homer or the family foresaw a specific disaster on a specific date. When examining these images closely, the seams start to show, aspect ratios that don't match, character designs from different eras mashed together, or text on a TV screen that's too sharp and modern for the episode it claims to be from. Some of the most common fakes follow a simple template. There are fabricated images where a news ticker in Springfield supposedly names an exact earthquake date years in advance, or a shot of the family watching a breaking news report that perfectly matches a real-world headline from decades later. Other hoaxes invent hyper-detailed pandemic scenes, with characters wearing masks labeled with modern dates, or holding test kits and vaccines that never appeared in any episode. Still, others showcase impossibly advanced technology, transparent smartphones, photorealistic VR rigs, holograms that look more like current concept art than the flat, limited animation of classic seasons. Most telling is how these hoaxes spread. Social media algorithms reward content that looks shocking and instantly legible, and a fake Simpsons frame with a real-world headline overlaid is almost designed in a lab to go viral. One convincing still can be screenshotted, reposted, stripped of its original context, and recaptioned over and over until the fabricated prediction feels as old and established as the Trump escalator clip or the Disney-Fox merger episode. This mirrors how urban legends propagate. Repetition becomes its own evidence. The effect on perception is subtle but powerful. When viewers scroll past dozens of these fake predictions, mixed indiscriminately with real ones, the show's prophetic reputation inflates until it starts to feel impossible that anything in our reality could happen without first passing through Springfield. According to this theory, the existence of so many counterfeits is itself a kind of dark compliment. The real predictions are unsettling enough that people begin manufacturing additional proof to sustain the feeling that the cartoon is secretly running ahead of our timeline. Not every case is a total fabrication, though. Some are misremembered or gently distorted. A real joke where the date on a poster is edited to match a later disaster. A background sign recaptioned to reference a different virus. An episode about generic tech relabeled as predicting a specific app or device. Context is shaved away until a loose thematic rhyme becomes a clean, unnerving hit. So in this video, the evidence becomes clear only when we're strict. We're limiting ourselves to predictions that can be traced back to specific episodes and air dates, then compared against documented real-world events. First, we need to finish mapping the real unverifiable moments that built the legend. Then, later in the series, we'll return to the hoaxes themselves and dissect some of the most famous fake predictions frame by frame to see what those fabrications reveal about our need to believe a cartoon has outpaced reality. Patterns in the noise, what The Simpsons actually tends to predict. So once we strip away the hoaxes and the photoshopped frames, we're left with a smaller, colder core of predictions that actually happened, with dates, episodes, and headlines to match. At first glance, they look chaotically scattered across reality. A failed autocorrect joke here, a Trump presidency there, a throwaway gag about Disney owning Fox quietly waiting in the background like a loaded gun. We've already passed through some of the strangest examples, e-personal tech that began as clunky prototypes or punchlines, video calls in Lisa's wedding, an Apple Newton mangling handwriting in Lisa on Ice. That early smartwatch joke later became banal parts of our daily consciousness. Politics gave us Lisa calmly referencing President Trump in Bart to the Future, election chaos, and media-driven campaigns that feel more like weaponized show business than governance. Elite academia and high science appeared in the Higgs boson equation on Homer's whiteboard and the eerily accurate Nobel betting pool. Corporate power surfaced in the Disney-Fox merger gag, presented as absurd at the time, then quietly turning into a press release. On the surface, these events feel disconnected, like random hits thrown out by a long-running dream. But in this video, we're going to be taking a look at them as a pattern, not an accident. When examining the real predictions, the evidence becomes clear that they cluster into a few recurring themes: technology trends, political outcomes, corporate consolidation, environmental disaster, and pop culture and sports. The show is not guessing the future in every direction at once. It is obsessively circling the same pressure points in modern reality. The technology pattern is the easiest to see and also the most invasive. This theory suggests that The Simpsons keeps taking primitive or experimental gadgets and simply asking, what happens when this colonizes everyday life? Video phones stop being sci-fi and become a casual call from the future. A clumsy handwriting recognizer becomes the spirit of autocorrect, misunderstanding us at scale, and smartwatches move from novelty to quiet surveillance, pressed against the pulse of the body. This mirrors how real tech seeps in, first as a toy, then as infrastructure, finally as something we cannot comfortably escape. The political pattern is crueler. According to this theory, the show's future politics are less predictions and more stress tests on democracy itself. Celebrity candidates, hollow slogans, news anchors treating elections as entertainment, voting machines that glitch at the worst possible moment. The episodes exaggerate systemic absurdities, then the real world obligingly grows into those exaggerations. What if the joke was never that Trump could be president, but that our systems were fragile enough to allow it without breaking character? Corporate predictions follow a similar logic, but on a slower, a more suffocating timescale. When The Simpsons jokes about monopolies, about a single logo swallowing another, about media empires merging until only one or two remain, it is tracing capitalism's gravitational pull toward consolidation. The Disney-Fox gag feels uncanny because it is not a wild guess. It is the endpoint of a trajectory we were already on, compressed into one unnerving image. We also see a quieter thread of environmental and disaster predictions running underneath everything, like radiation beneath Springfield soil, oil spills, nuclear mishaps, unexplained mutations, climate-driven chaos, and blackouts recur across episodes, and as real-world headlines fill with similar images, the cartoon begins to look less exaggerated and more documentary. The town's impossible resilience, unsurviving disaster after disaster without lasting change, reflects our own collective refusal to alter course. Finally, there is pop culture and sport. Future Super Bowl winners, bizarre entertainment trends, and celebrity scandals occasionally line up with reality, feeding the narrative that the show can see around corners. But most telling is how these jokes treat fame and fandom as unstable, cyclical, and easily manipulated, turning prediction into a commentary on how predictable we actually are. From here, we're going to move carefully through each of these categories, episode by episode, tracing how a single gag about technology, politics, corporations, disaster, or pop culture sometimes grew into the world we woke up in years later, long after the credits rolled. Inside the simulation, why satire keeps colliding with reality. To understand why these gags keep colliding with our headlines, we have to shift the question slightly. Instead of asking whether The Simpsons is prophetic, we start asking what happens when a single animated series runs a continuous 30-plus year simulation of Western society, quietly stress-testing our future in the background while we fall asleep to reruns. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that simulation idea. According to this theory, every episode functions like a contained what-if scenario, an experiment where the writers feed recognizable pieces of our reality into Springfield's warped but strangely coherent ecosystem. What if this piece of tech actually went mainstream? What if this kind of politician won? What if this corporation swallowed that one? Or if this environmental risk was simply ignored for too long? When examining episodes like Bart to the Future, where President Trump appears as a throwaway gag, or Lisa on Ice, where a malfunctioning Apple Newton anticipates the frustrations of autocorrect, the simulation metaphor becomes harder to dismiss. Each story exaggerates behavior, stretches consequences, and leans into the impossible, yet the underlying structure remains plausible, built from real trends, real anxieties, and real expert-informed speculation sitting in that writer's room. This theory suggests that when you run thousands of these simulations over 3 decades, some of them will inevitably intersect with the path we actually walk. A half-joking equation on Homer's chalkboard ends up close to the Higgs boson mass. A casual line about President Trump echoes down an escalator years later. A corporate joke about media monopolies quietly lines up with Disney absorbing Fox. The evidence becomes clear, not because the show bends time, but because it keeps reassembling the same cultural building blocks that our reality is already made from. Most telling is how the simulation does not stay sealed inside the screen. Real engineers, politicians, and executives grew up with this family. They watched jokes about glitching voting machines, about clumsy interfaces, about corporate greed, and those images lodged in their minds. This mirrors how science fiction has historically shaped design. People build what they have already seen, even if they first encountered it as a punchline. From there, a quiet feedback loop forms. The show imagines a nightmare gadget or a corrupt campaign. Years later, someone in a boardroom references that same episode as a shared cultural shorthand, and the line between parody and proposal starts to blur. The series stops merely predicting the future and begins, in small, deniable ways, to help script it. At the same time, our own perception is biased. We forget the thousands of futures that never arrived, the jokes that stayed jokes, and we obsess over the few that escape the simulation. Viral compilations strip away all the misses, leaving only the hits, amplifying the sense that this cartoon is somehow in direct contact with the machinery of fate. There is no mystical power here, only an unsettling proximity between satire and reality, between dream logic and the nightly news. As we move deeper into the complete list, that boundary between coincidence, clever extrapolation, and self-fulfilling prophecy will only become harder to draw. Setting the rules, how this complete list will unfold. So before we let the flood of examples wash over us, we need to slow down for a moment and set the rules of this dream. In this video, we are not drifting through a casual highlight reel. We are walking, step by step, through a complete cartography of every credible Simpsons prediction that has fused itself to our idea of reality. To keep our footing, each entry has to meet a strict threshold of evidence. There must be a verifiable episode we can point to, a clear scene or gag we can describe, an original air date we can anchor in time, and a documented real-world event that only arrives later and matches in a meaningful way. Or when examining Trump's escalator ride, Disney absorbing Fox, or Homer's Higgs boson equation, we will always be able to say exactly where in Springfield's consciousness that moment first appeared. That also means we will be leaving some ghosts outside. No fan-edited screenshots that only exist in low-resolution collages, no untraceable stills without episode numbers, and no vague, generic jokes being retrofitted to any outcome the internet wants to see. According to this theory of the list, if we cannot follow the trail from animation cell to news headline, it does not belong in this catalogue of the impossible. To make the next 2 hours feel less like chaos and more like a guided descent, we will be moving through loose categories that still respect the show's chronology. Technology first, as we watch the Newtons' failed autocorrect quietly foreshadow the smartphone era, then video calls, smartwatches, and other devices that turned background gags into everyday objects. Politics and power next, where Lisa's line about President Trump sits beside eerily prescient jokes about surveillance, elections, and collapsing empires. From there, we drift into corporate and economic predictions, like the Disney-Fox merger, before passing through science and academia, where the Nobel Prize board and that chalked Higgs mass live. Then environment and disasters, with the nuclear plant's shadow stretching over oil spills, pandemics, and extreme weather. And finally pop culture and sports, where halftime shows, Nobel winners, and championship upsets all seem to echo back to the same yellow soundstage. Most telling is how each segment will pause on context. We will ask what the world looked like when the episode aired, what headlines the writers were absorbing, and what fears or fantasies were being processed through this endlessly resetting family. Then we will watch how the later event unfolded, how closely it mirrors the original gag, and where coincidence ends and the evidence becomes clear that satire was simply faster than the news. This mirrors how a bedtime story works. Calm, measured, and strangely soothing, even as the implications darken. By the end of all 81 sections, this theory suggests you will not only know every major prediction, but you will see how probability, culture, and a single cartoon consciousness made the future feel like reruns. Next, we return to the show's golden age, to early, in almost throwaway lines about politics, gadgets, and disasters that now play like warnings from a simpler era, whispered long before anyone was listening. From joke candidate to Oval Office, the Trump presidency episode. If those early, quiet warnings felt like background noise, one episode turned the volume all the way up. We're going to be taking a look at the prediction that stopped being a trivia fact and started to feel like a national diagnosis. The Trump presidency. The episode is Bart to the Future, Season 11, aired in March 2000. On the surface, it is a light, almost throwaway future fantasy, with Bart shown as a failed adult, while Lisa becomes the first straight female president. The line arrives with no portentous music, no lingering camera move. Lisa sits in the Oval Office and calmly tells her staff, we've inherited quite the budget crunch from President Trump. The joke lands casually, but the background art quietly amplifies it. Crumbling infrastructure, a weakened economy, a sense that the American dream has already passed through its own decline and is now running on fumes. When examining this episode today, most telling is how much people remember that never actually aired. There is no golden escalator scene. There is no shot of Trump taking the oath of office rendered in Simpsons yellow. Those images come from later promotional shorts and fan edits, stitched together and reposted, until the distinction between canon and manipulation blurred. According to this theory, the internet did not just notice a prediction. It retrofitted new visuals around a single line, turning a quick gag into a full prophetic montage. Why Trump in 2000? In this video, we have to treat him less as a person and more as a symbol. At the time, Trump was already a loud, gaudy emblem of American excess, a walking casino of debt, branding, and self-promotion. For the writers, using him as a former president was a satirical shorthand. If someone like that had been in charge, then institutions had already failed. This theory suggests the show was not predicting a specific election result, but mapping a trajectory in the national consciousness, a path where spectacle replaces governance and the line between entertainment and reality quietly dissolves. Once 2016 arrived, the clip resurfaced like a repressed memory. News segments replayed Lisa's line. Viral posts paired it with comparison images, some real, some fabricated, until the feedback loop closed and the prediction began to shape how people perceived the actual campaign. This mirrors how a dream can contaminate waking life. The episode became part of the story of Trump, not just a coincidence sitting on the sidelines. The eerie timing only deepens that feeling. The America Lisa inherits is economically wrecked, politically frayed, and strangely familiar in a post-2008 post-polarization world. As the real economy staggered, as conspiracy thinking and media fragmentation intensified, the writer's worst-case scenario joke started to resemble a roadmap the country had chosen to follow. Here we reach the idea of symbolic predictions. The Simpsons uses exaggerated figures as metaphors, but history keeps literalizing them, turning satire into apparent prophecy in the viewer's mind. The evidence becomes clear that Trump is only the most famous example. If one joke candidate can step out of the television and into the Oval Office, what other political futures has the show quietly sketched, still waiting just off-screen for their turn to become real? In the next section, we move from presidents to policies, tracing how background gags about surveillance, policing, and security state overreach began as throwaway lines, and now read like drafts of headlines we have not fully lived through yet. Smartwatches and wrist computers. When Springfield wore the future. If governments in The Simpsons feel like they're reading from tomorrow's headlines, then the technology wrapped around their citizens' wrists completes the picture. Before we return to presidents and policies, we're going to be taking a look at something quieter, but just as unsettling. The way Springfield wore the future long before we did. In the 1995 episode Lisa's Wedding, the series jumps forward to the year 2010, and the show's consciousness suddenly lives in a speculative timeline. Lisa's fiancé, Hugh, doesn't pull out a clunky sci-fi communicator or a glowing magic crystal. He casually raises his wrist, speaks into a device strapped there, and treats video and voice calls from his watch as mundane, almost boring, parts of daily life. The scene is played for character, not spectacle, which is precisely where this theory suggests the horror lives. When examining that wrist communicator now, the parallels to real-world smartwatches feel impossible to ignore. The rectangular face hugging the strap, the small interface windows, the gesture of lifting the arm toward the mouth to answer a call. This mirrors how Apple markets the Apple Watch, how Samsung frames the Galaxy Watch, and how early Bluetooth phone watches tried to merge handset and timepiece into a single, always-on object. What once looked like cartoon shorthand now reads like a product demo. According to this theory, that accuracy is not mystical prophecy, but the byproduct of a writer's room steeped in sci-fi paperbacks, tech journalism, and late-night conversations about miniaturization. In the mid-90s, Dick Tracy wrist radios, early PDA experiments, and clunky mobile phones already haunted the cultural imagination. The leap from brick in your pocket to screen on your wrist is small, yet the show's version lands eerily close to our actual interfaces, as if the series had direct access to our eventual consumer reality. Most telling is how the episode refuses to treat any of this as miraculous. No one gasps at Hugh's watch. No character explains the technology. It simply exists, woven into domestic scenes, background conversations, and awkward family encounters. This mundane futurism turns speculative devices into emotional wallpaper, so that when they appear in our world years later, the evidence becomes clear that Springfield had already normalized them inside our collective dream of everyday life. What if the real trick isn't that The Simpsons predicts the future, but that it quietly rehearses it? Once smartwatches became widespread, fans retroactively labeled Lisa's Wedding a prediction, even though in this video, we are treating it as a snapshot of a broader and pre-existing fantasy about shrinking computers down until they disappear into the body. The show captured that fantasy, archived it in animation, and then waited for reality to catch up. We even see visual echoes between the episode and modern marketing. Quick glances at tiny screens for notifications, the merging of phone, watch, and computer into one intimate object pressed against the skin. The gesture language of tapping, raising, and speaking that now structures our daily routines. This mirrors how the series treats other future tech, not as portals to adventure, but as props in arguments, breakups, and awkward dinners. If a throwaway engagement episode can so precisely sketch our wrists, what else has the show already installed in the background of Springfield's homes? In the next section, we follow that question into the living room itself, tracing how the series quietly filled the family's domestic space with future devices that feel less like inventions and more like instructions. FaceTime before FaceTime, video calls in a 90s cartoon. So if the wrists were already rehearsing our present, the living room was doing something even stranger. It was rehearsing our faces. To see it, we have to go back to the same future we just visited, Lisa's Wedding. The 1995 episode that keeps quietly sketching our digital consciousness decades in advance. When examining that episode, most people remember the joke predictions, the cluttered gadgets, the clunky future decor. But tucked between those gags are calm, almost boring moments of full-screen video calls. We see characters at home, in their private spaces, and casually answering incoming calls that instantly fill the entire television with another person's face. There's no awe, no one gasps at the technology, no one explains how it works. The etiquette is already there. Answering mid-conversation, hanging up in frustration, parents appearing uninvited on a glowing screen like a spectral visit. This mirrors how we now treat FaceTime, Zoom, and Skype. The framing is eerily familiar. Tight shots of faces and shoulders, background clutter visible. The sense that the camera is always a little too close. The episode even hints at glitches, with brief audio stutters and awkward pauses that feel like early versions of lag, dropped words, and frozen expressions. What looked like a quick visual gag in the 90s now resembles the exact grammar of remote, our intimate communication that defines so much of our waking reality. According to this theory, the writers weren't conjuring impossible magic. They were accelerating a trend already visible to anyone paying attention to tech. By 1995, video phones had been science fiction staples for decades, and companies like AT&T had already demonstrated clumsy prototypes. So when the show needed a visual shorthand for the future, they didn't invent something wild. They simply took an emerging, half-failed technology and moved it fully into the domestic dream. No conference rooms, no labs, just a family answering calls in their pajamas. Most telling is how the episode uses those calls. They're not spectacle, they're story. Parents check in. Lovers argue long distance, and characters deliver exposition and emotional beats through a screen that pretends to erase distance while quietly underlining it. This theory suggests that the real prediction wasn't the device itself, but the behavioral script around it. The way we would fight, reconcile, and perform affection through glass. During the pandemic era, the evidence becomes clear. Families gathered in tiny boxes on Zoom holidays, funerals streamed through webcams, work meetings dissolved into grids of tired faces. Clips from Lisa's wedding resurfaced online, framed as proof that The Simpsons had predicted lockdown life. But what if the show hadn't predicted a specific event at all? What if it had mapped a communication paradigm? One where our primary contact with the outside world is mediated by a rectangle on the wall or in our hands. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that distinction again and again. According to this theory, The Simpsons excels not at forecasting dates and disasters, but at anticipating how the mind will adapt to new tools, how families will bend around screens until the screens feel like part of the family. It's less prophecy than behavioral foreshadowing, and that leads to a quieter, more unsettling question. If an offhand future episode could so accurately sketch our digital social lives, what else is already there? What other background devices, throwaway interfaces, or glowing panels in Springfield's homes are just waiting patiently to step out of animation and into our reality in the next section? The autocorrect curse, Part 2, when tech starts making our choices. Those background devices and glowing panels bring us back to one of the strangest pieces of alleged prophecy in the series. A single, throwaway failure of a cartoon gadget. In Lisa on Ice, we saw the Apple Newton try to interpret "beat up Martin" and calmly spit out "eat up Martha," a joke so simple it feels weightless. Yet, in this video, we're treating it as something closer to a fracture line in our relationship with machines. According to this theory, that Newton gag is not just about early autocorrect, but about a logic that now governs almost every screen we touch. The same invisible process that turned beat into eat now finishes our sentences with predictive text, rewrites our spelling, and quietly decides which friends' posts we see, which videos autoplay, and which headlines rise to the top of our consciousness. A tiny misread command in a 1994 episode becomes an eerily pure diagram of how software can overwrite intent while insisting it is helping. When examining other episodes, the pattern widens. In Treehouse of Horror 19, Homer tries to vote for Obama on an electronic machine, only to watch his selection flip to McCain again and again before the machine literally kills him. In other stories, we see malfunctioning kiosks, automated phone trees, and voice-activated systems that twist human instructions into something unrecognizable. The joke is always the same. The interface smiles, the result is wrong, and the human pays the price. This mirrors how, outside Springfield, we collect screenshots of infamous autocorrect fails. But behind those surface-level errors sit more disturbing forms of misinterpretation. Recommendation engines push people toward conspiracies, search results reinforce bias, and social feeds decide which tragedies feel real and which vanish. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how our own language has changed to accommodate the machine, shortening phrases, avoiding certain words, letting the phone learn us while we quietly adapt to it. Most telling is how the structure of these gags maps onto modern life. A human makes a clear choice. A machine misreads it. The human suffers the consequence. That rhythm applies as easily to a GPS calmly directing someone down a closed road as it does to an opaque credit scoring algorithm denying a loan, or a hiring filter silently discarding a resume before any human mind is involved. And this theory suggests The Simpsons is less predicting specific apps than sketching a general surrender of agency to systems no one fully understands. As viewers re-watch these scenes now, the laughter has a different aftertaste. What once felt like slapstick about a dumb gadget begins to resemble a world where the computer says no is not a punchline, but a final verdict, sealed behind code. If a children's cartoon could capture that dynamic so early, what else has it quietly archived? The next predictions will push this idea of outsourced control even further, into money, power, and the machinery of politics itself. Disney buys Fox, the joke merger, that became a headline. If computers quietly took power from people, corporations quietly took power from entire realities, the next prediction is not just a joke about business, and it is a joke that, over time, became the business. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moment The Simpsons casually announced a merger that would not exist in our world for almost 20 years. The episode is When You Dish Upon a Star, Season 10, aired in 1998. Homer crashes a paraglider into Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger's secret lake house, and the plot drifts into Hollywood satire. But the prediction hides in the background, in a shot so quick it feels like a subliminal message. We see the familiar studio lot, and on the sign, 21st Century Fox, a division of Walt Disney Company. It appears, it disappears, and if your consciousness blinks, you miss it. Yet that one throwaway visual gag would be replayed endlessly once reality caught up. In our world, and Disney's actual acquisition of 21st Century Fox wasn't announced until 2017 and wasn't completed until 2019. Nearly 2 full decades separate that half-second sign from the press releases and shareholder calls that made it real. When examining this timeline, the evidence becomes clear that the series was not glimpsing the future through magic. It was tracing the trajectory of power already visible in the late 90s. Why Disney specifically as the imaginary buyer? According to this theory, the writers targeted the company that already felt impossibly large, a media behemoth whose smiling, family-friendly brand masked the cold logic of expansion. Fox, by contrast, carried an edgier, more chaotic image. Raunchy animation, aggressive news, the network that aired The Simpsons itself. So the idea that Homer's entire universe belonged to the same corporation that owns Mickey Mouse turned Springfield into a corporate terrarium, a branded dream enclosure pretending to be independent life. This theory suggests that the gag is less prophecy and more satirical extrapolation. In the 90s, media consolidation was accelerating, networks merging, studios swallowing smaller companies, cable channels quietly rebranding under the same few conglomerates. The sign compresses that process into a single punchline. What if every logo you recognize is already just a sub-logo of something larger? What if the channels shaping your mind are all tributaries of one invisible river of ownership? Most telling is how the aftermath played out. After the 2019 deal, The Simpsons became, in a literal legal sense, a Disney property. The show now streams on Disney+, framed by the same interface that offers princess movies and Marvel superheroes. New logo mashups, promotional art, and crossovers place Homer beside characters he once only mocked from a distance. This mirrors how the original gag presented corporate absorption as absurd, only for the real world to methodically reproduce the absurdity. Online, the frame from that episode circulated as proof that The Simpsons knew everything, folded into compilations of impossible predictions. The writers responded by leaning into the unease, making self-referential jokes about being owned by a giant mouse, as if acknowledging that their own creative consciousness had been purchased like an asset. The pattern-building corporate power becomes hard to ignore. In this series, our companies constantly absorb each other as a joke, and then, one merger at a time, the joke becomes the map. The next predictions will take that same pattern and apply it to politics and global crises, where the stakes are no longer just which logo sits on top, but who controls the reality underneath. The Nobel Prize Board, Bengt Holmstrom, and the Springfield betting pool. If corporations swallowing each other turns the world into a branded maze, then academia in The Simpsons turns into something stranger, a quiet oracle. The next prediction hides not in a speech or a headline, but in a background prop made for people who pause. We're going to be taking a look at the Nobel Prize Board from The Full Monty, an episode that treats genius, suffering, and profit as pieces in the same cruel game. In that season 22 episode, from 2010, the children of Springfield Elementary gather around a betting pool. On the classroom board, neat columns list potential Nobel Prize winners in economics, physics, and beyond, each name paired with a kid's wager, as if the highest honor in human knowledge has been reduced to playground gambling. The camera glides across the grid just long enough for the mind to register details. Names like Krugman, Tyrrell, and, tucked among them, one that meant nothing to casual viewers at the time, Bengt Holmstrom. In the real world, Bengt Holmstrom is not a cartoon at all, but a Finnish economist whose work on contract theory dissects how incentives, information, and hidden actions structure our reality. His research explains why employers monitor workers, why executives receive bonuses, why institutions design rules to manage distrust. In 2016, 6 years after the episode aired, he received the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences, sharing it with Oliver Hart, and suddenly that half-second classroom gag looked like a prophecy. When examining how that name ended up on the board, the evidence becomes clear that this was not a random scramble of syllables. The Simpsons writers' room has long been stacked with Harvard and MIT alumni, people steeped in real academic circles, accustomed to seminars where contract theory and mechanism design are casual hallway conversation. According to this theory, the Nobel board is an in-joke aimed at colleagues and grad students, a wink from one intellectual bubble to another, smuggled into a show about a dysfunctional family. Most telling is how narrow this prediction is compared to the broader, tech-based ones. I'm predicting video calls or smartwatches mirrors how any attentive observer could extrapolate from existing prototypes. Naming a specific, relatively obscure economist years before Stockholm calls his number feels different, because it suggests a writer's consciousness tuned to the cutting edge of theory rather than just gadgets or elections. Of course, there is a statistical angle. If you list enough plausible candidates, serious economists already whispered about in faculty lounges, some will inevitably win. This theory suggests the eeriness comes from selective memory. We forget the names on that board who never got the prize, and we fixate on the one that did, editing the past into a cleaner line of fate. What makes this moment even more unsettling is how the show invites forensic viewing, and the shot lingers just long enough for freeze frame, as if the animators understood that future internet sleuths would comb through each square, turning background decoration into evidence of hidden design. If a single chalkboard can foreshadow a Nobel, what else is buried in the Simpsons equations and lab coats? The series will return to this academic uncanny in its Higgs boson blackboard, its three-eyed fish, and its recurring environmental disasters, where science is less a source of comfort than a quiet engine driving the show's darkest prophecies. The Higgs boson and the chalkboard equation from the Nobel chalkboard, the camera of the series slides almost effortlessly to another board, another equation, another glimpse of impossible foresight. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moment Homer Simpson, and of all people, stands inches away from one of the most important numbers in modern physics, as if his cartoon consciousness had brushed against the machinery of reality itself. The episode is The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, Season 10, aired in 1998, where Homer suffers a midlife crisis and decides he will become an inventor. The premise is played as broad comedy, yet the staging is strangely clinical. Homer in a makeshift lab, the family drifting around him, and a chalkboard behind him crowded with dense symbols. When examining that board, we do not see random squiggles. We see integrals, particle diagrams, and, near the center, a compact equation that would later be frozen, zoomed in, and dissected frame by frame. That specific expression, highlighted by physicist and author Simon Singh, has been linked to the Higgs boson and the so-called God particle, whose mass was finally confirmed at CERN in 2012. The equation isn't a textbook formula, it's a playful construction which, when you plug in reasonable values, spits out a mass close to the real Higgs value, on the order of 125 Geiger electron volts. In simple terms, Homer is staring at a sketch of the number that tells us how the quantum field giving particle's mass actually behaves, a number humanity would not officially know for 14 more years. Most telling is how this was not a blind guess. The Simpsons writers' room, especially in this era, was saturated with Harvard mathematicians, physics majors, and regular consultation from academics who treated the show as a quiet playground. According to this theory of authorial intent, the Higgs-like equation is an informed in-joke, a nod to cutting-edge particle physics that the writers understood well enough to approximate, then bury behind a character famous for barely understanding his own job. Myth and reality, however, need to be separated. The Simpsons did not discover the Higgs boson, and no serious physicist claims they did. The equation is not how CERN derived the mass. Yet the numerical closeness is undeniable, and the fact that it appears in a 1998 episode feeds the eerie narrative that the series keeps writing equations the universe later has to solve. This mirrors how the Nobel prediction turned a background gag into alleged prophecy. The joke becomes evidence once the world catches up. Within the broader series, this chalkboard is not an outlier but part of a pattern. Advanced math hides in blackboard corners, alien geometries lurk in couch gags, and cosmology jokes drift through as if Springfield is haunted by a higher, more clinical mind. The show trusts that only a tiny fraction of the audience will decode these details, which makes them feel less like gags and more like secret messages. Why are viewers so drawn to this example? Because the image of Homer, the archetypal bumbling father, standing in front of the Higgs mass, turns science into a cosmic joke on us. What if the great truths of reality are visible, yet our own minds are too distracted to notice? This theory suggests the series keeps placing humanity's deepest questions behind the least qualified character, as if mocking our collective inattention. And once we accept that a primetime cartoon is quietly seeded with real equations, the evidence becomes clear. When you pack a comedy with genuine science and Nobel-level intellects, some of it will inevitably brush up against the future. From here, the show's equations spill off the blackboard and into the water, the soil, and the children themselves, as Springfield's scientific background gags begin to mutate into environmental horror. Three-eyed fish and toxic rivers, environmental nightmares come true. From equations on a chalkboard to poisons in the groundwater, the show quietly slides from abstract science into bodily harm. The clearest example is also one of the earliest. In Season 2's 2 cars in every garage and 3 eyes on every fish, we're going to be taking a look at Blinky, the 3-eyed fish pulled from the river right beside the Springfield nuclear power plant. A creature that should not exist, yet appears smiling on the end of Bart's fishing line, like a punchline that has gone physically wrong. On the surface, the episode plays as a political satire, with Mr. Burns scrambling to avoid shutdown by staging a folksy dinner at the Simpson home, where Marge serves Blinky as the main course. But when examining the way Burns reacts to the mutation, the horror sharpens. He insists the fish is harmless, tries to rebrand it as a charming local mascot, and frames any concern as hysterical overreaction, which this mirrors how real corporate PR departments downplay contamination, reframe spills as incidents, and question the sanity of anyone who points to the glowing water. According to this theory, Blinky is not just a gag about radiation. He is a symbol of institutional denial. The inspectors are corrupt, the regulations are cosmetic, and the only real test of safety becomes whether Burns himself will eat the evidence on camera. When he can't swallow the fish, his campaign dies, but the plant does not, suggesting that in this reality, public humiliation replaces actual cleanup. The river remains poisoned. The family simply goes back to dinner. Outside the show, the feedback loop became unsettling. Years later, real news outlets reported three-eyed fish caught near an Argentinian nuclear facility, along with stories of deformed amphibians in pesticide-soaked wetlands and tumors on fish in industrial rivers, and the headlines instantly invoked The Simpsons. This theory suggests the show was not predicting that exact fish, but the statistical certainty that if you pour enough toxins into enough water, impossible bodies will eventually crawl out, and our first instinct will be to turn them into memes. Once we see Blinky as environmental prophecy, other episodes fall into place. The acid rain jokes that peel paint off cars, the garbage barge stories where Springfield literally exports its waste nightmare to someone else, the recurring shots of toxic green ooze leaking from barrels in playgrounds and sewers. All of it anticipates later headlines about dead zones, trash islands, and children exposed to industrial runoff. What if Springfield's yellow skin and erratic behavior are not just design choices, but visual symptoms of chronic exposure that the narrative refuses to fully name? Most telling is how the show's visual language of contamination has become shorthand online. Whenever a new spill, wildfire haze, or chemical derailment hits the news, screenshots of neon rivers, glowing rats, and three-eyed fish flood social media, as if our shared mind can only process disaster through this cartoon filter. In this video, the evidence becomes clear. The environmental predictions are less prophecy than a recurring warning we have chosen not to heed, setting up a darker reading where Springfield's future is not uniquely cursed, just slightly ahead of our own timeline of slow, preventable poisoning. Ebola, pandemics, and the limits of coincidence. If Springfield's poisoned rivers and three-eyed fish feel uncomfortably close to our own headlines, then its diseases do something stranger. They don't just echo specific outbreaks. They blur the line between topical satire and what looks, at a glance, like prophetic horror. The most famous example hides in a quiet domestic scene. In the season 9 episode Lisa Sachs, from 1997, Marge is trying to get through to a younger Bart, who's sick and restless in bed. She offers him a book, and for a single, almost throwaway shot, we see the cover. Curious George and the Ebola virus. It's a dark joke, a bleakly medical twist on a children's classic, held on screen for just long enough that our unconscious mind can register the title before the episode moves on. Years later, during the 2014 to 2016 West African Ebola epidemic, that still frame resurfaced, shared and reshared, stripped of any surrounding context. It was held up as yet another example of The Simpsons predicting catastrophe, as if the writers had peered decades ahead into a very specific nightmare. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at why that one background gag became a kind of digital talisman for people trying to make sense of a terrifying outbreak. When examining the claim, the evidence becomes clear that this is less prophecy and more timing. Ebola was not an unknown horror in 1997. It had already appeared in news reports, medical thrillers, and popular non-fiction. The virus had broken out in Central Africa, and books like The Hot Zone had pushed it into the public consciousness as a symbol of lethal, almost cinematic disease. The writers, drawing on that ambient fear, turned it into a morbid bookshelf joke, a reminder that this family's reality always has one foot in real-world anxieties. According to this theory of Simpsons clairvoyance, though, viewers downplay how topical the show always was, and overplay its supernatural foresight. Most telling is how the viral screenshot usually appears alone, cropped so we never see Bart's room, Marge's concern, or the broader episode about childhood, education, and the stories we feed developing minds. Once that context is gone, the image feels less like satire and more like a message from outside time. This mirrors how pandemic imagery across the series was re-weaponized during COVID-19. Old episodes about quarantines, mass illness, and panicked townsfolk, like the infamous Osaka flu storyline, suddenly flooded social media, repackaged as predictions of lockdowns, mass culture, and institutional failure. What if the show hadn't changed at all, but our reality had simply shifted closer to its worst jokes? Most telling is how, in parallel, the internet began manufacturing predictions that never existed. Fake screenshots appeared with characters labeled coronavirus or COVID-19, or doctored news tickers mentioning Wuhan, crafted to match the show's color palette and font. This theory suggests that the audience's mind now collaborates with the series, forging new evidence to sustain the myth that this cartoon can see the future. In that sense, the Ebola book is less an isolated coincidence and more a doorway into a recurring obsession. The Simpsons returns again and again to outbreaks, quarantines, and the incompetence of authorities who treat mass illness as an inconvenience. It is not that the show calls specific pandemics into being. It is that our reality keeps circling the same failures. The prediction is not the virus itself, but the pattern of how our institutions respond, and how a dysfunctional town, like ours, learns to live with the impossible as if it were normal. If Springfield can rehearse our disasters in cartoon form, what else has it already staged for us without our noticing? The next set of predictions pushes this question further, moving from disease and decay into the cold calculations of politics, money, and power. Voting machines and the broken democracy gag. If Springfield can rehearse our disasters, it can also rehearse the quiet breakdown of democracy itself. Few scenes capture that better than the cold open of Treehouse of Horror 19th, which aired in 2008, right in the middle of a real and deeply anxious election cycle. We open on Homer and doing something almost heroic by his standards. He drags himself to a polling place to vote for Barack Obama. The setup is simple. The horror is not. He touches Obama's name on a sleek electronic voting machine, only to watch the screen instantly light up for John McCain instead. He tries again. The machine flips it again. The third time he frantically taps, the interface calmly overriding his will, until the machine literally counts 6 votes for McCain and 0 for Obama, then murders him by sucking him inside and spitting out his blood. When examining this episode, the timing becomes crucial. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that gag aired while the United States was still adjusting to electronic voting after the Florida recount trauma of 2000, surrounded by headlines about black box machines, proprietary code, and the impossible question of whether a digital ballot could be trusted at all. The joke lands because it reflects a fear that was already in the collective mind, that the interface between citizen and state had become opaque, privatized, and disturbingly easy to corrupt. According to this theory, The Simpsons is not predicting so much as amplifying, yet most telling is how closely that one visual, the vote changing on screen, matches later viral clips from the 2010s and 2020s. We have phone recordings from Pennsylvania, Texas, and other states showing touchscreens sliding a voter's selection to the opposing candidate, officials explaining it as calibration errors or user confusion, while the footage loops endlessly online. This mirrors how the episode distills a technical anxiety into a single unforgettable image. You press one name, and the machine calmly insists on another. The darker symbolism arrives when the booth devours Homer. It is slapstick, but it is also a ritual sacrifice. The citizen enters the machine, offers his choice, and is consumed. His body disappears into the mechanism while his intent is erased. This theory suggests that the voting apparatus in Springfield is not a neutral tool, but a hungry entity, an extension of the same corrupt institutions we've seen mishandle disasters, pollution, and public health. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how the family never learns what happened. Homer's disappearance is barely acknowledged, as if the system can swallow a person and reality itself politely moves on. Over time, that clip has detached from its original context. It now circulates before every major election, often stripped of the 2008 date, reposted as if it were a timeless prophecy about rigged machines and stolen votes. New viewers encounter it alongside real malfunction videos and conspiracy threads, so the line between cartoon and documentation blurs, and the episode feels less like satire and more like leaked footage from a rigged simulation. If Homer can be eaten by the ballot box, what else can the system swallow without protest? The next political prediction pushes this idea further, as we move from broken machines to the moment the Simpsons casually installed Donald Trump in the Oval Office years before it happened, turning the presidency itself into another glitch in a failing democratic program. Farmville, addiction loops, and the rise of mobile gaming. If the voting machine can swallow Homer without anyone noticing, and then the next prediction shows something even quieter devouring Springfield, their free time, their attention, and eventually their money. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how The Simpsons didn't just predict a gadget or a president, but an entire business model built on keeping our minds on a digital leash. The clearest example arrives in the smartphone era, with the episode The Springfield Connection, reimagined through later seasons' lens of constant connectivity. But the most direct indictment is season 25's The Simpsons Tapped Out, style parody, where the family becomes obsessed with an in-universe Farmville clone. This theory suggests that the show's writers understood, long before it was obvious, that the real horror of future technology would not be killer robots, but brightly colored harvest timers, and characters who once worried about grades, jobs, or nuclear safety are suddenly preoccupied with virtual crops. We watch Lisa sneaking glances at her device in class, Homer waking in the middle of the night to just check his farm, and neighbors pressuring each other to visit their plots so they can unlock bonuses. The joke is simple on the surface, yet when examining it as evidence, we see the full loop: constant check-ins, countdown clocks, and the offer to spend premium currency to skip the wait. This mirrors how real-world games like Farmville and Candy Crush would soon dominate Facebook feeds and phone screens, training users to respond to pings, energy bars, and daily streaks. Most telling is how the show's fake farming app uses the exact same psychological hooks: variable rewards, fear of missing out on a timed event, and social pressure disguised as helping your friends. According to this theory, Springfield is being conditioned in the same way our own timelines were, only with a laugh track to soften the impact. Then the prediction folds in on itself. Not long after these jokes, Fox releases The Simpsons Tapped Out, a freemium mobile game where players rebuild Springfield by tapping, waiting, and paying to accelerate the process. The series that mocked digital addiction becomes part of the machine, selling the same loops it once portrayed as absurd. What happens when satire stops warning us and starts onboarding us instead? When examining this pattern across episodes, the evidence becomes clear. The Simpsons isn't just lampooning future gadgets. It is sketching out the attention economy, from gamified waiting to monetized impatience, and the town's consciousness is slowly colonized by notifications, just as ours is, until the line between parody and participation collapses. And this isn't the only time the show draws blueprints for our digital cages. If a fake farm can capture an entire town, what can a global social network do? The next section follows that trail, as Springfield's harmless little screens expand into full-scale social media surveillance, where every tap, like, and share becomes another bar on the cage. Greece, debt crises, and The Simpsons' economic forecasts. If a fake farm can swallow Springfield's attention, what happens when entire nations become background gags? The next pattern takes us out of the digital cage and into something colder and more structural. The economy itself turning into horror, one scrolling headline at a time. In the season 23 episode Politically Inept with Homer Simpson, we're going to be taking a look at a moment most viewers treated as throwaway. Homer becomes a ranting cable pundit, and as he shouts, a news ticker creeps along the bottom of the screen. Buried in that ticker is one of the show's bleakest economic jokes. A chyron that reads, "Europe puts Greece on eBay." It flashes by for a second, like a stray thought in the collective mind of the audience, and then it's gone. On the surface, this is just absurdist satire. A country treated like a used appliance, listed online and sold to the highest bidder. But when examining the real Greek debt crisis, the gag crystallizes something much darker. The fear that, under global finance, sovereignty itself can be auctioned off, and Greece's crisis had already begun. By the time the episode aired in 2012, with the first bailout in 2010, followed by waves of austerity, mass unemployment, and relentless negotiations with the so-called Troika of the IMF, European Central Bank, and European Commission. Over the early 2000s, Greece became a symbol of Eurozone fragility, a test case for what happens when a country's balance sheet matters more than its people. Successive bailouts in 2012 and beyond came with strict conditions: pension cuts, tax hikes, gutted public services. This mirrors how the episode reduces an entire civilization to a single humiliating line of text. What if the horror isn't that The Simpsons predicted the future, but that it translated that future into a joke before most of us could fully process it? And most telling is how this single gag later circulates online, isolated from its original context, shared as if it were a perfect prophecy of later stages of the crisis and wider European instability. According to this theory, the show isn't just guessing. It is compressing complex economic trauma into visual symbols that are easy to screenshot, repost, and treat as evidence that the series somehow sees beyond our present reality. In this video, the pattern becomes clearer once we notice the writer's obsession with media formats. Tickers, headlines, pundit panels, fake magazines. These are precisely the artifacts that survive as images, resurfacing years later when real events align with the joke. For every Europe puts Greece on eBay, there are dozens of fake products, invented scandals, and implausible crises that never leave the frame. We forget those, and we remember the ones that match the news. When we stack these chyrons alongside the show's stock market crashes, housing bubbles, and recessions, the evidence becomes clear. The Simpsons doubles as a long-running economic horror story, quietly chronicling debt, collapse, and austerity long before they become dinner-table conversations. And if entire countries can be reduced to punchlines, what does that say about the financial fate of one small yellow town? The next section follows that thread. As Springfield's own budget cuts, foreclosures and bankruptcies begin to look less like comedy and more like a warning about where our shared economy is heading. The Shard, London's skyline, are an architectural foreshadowing. If Springfield's finances feel like a warning, then the show's relationship to real skylines pushes that warning outward into the built environment itself. The next example takes us away from Homer and the family and lifts us into the clouds above London, where a single background shot has been treated as architectural prophecy. We return to Lisa's wedding. The 1995 episode we've already visited for its anxious, future-set vision of Lisa's adulthood. When examining Lisa's trip abroad to meet Hugh's aristocratic parents, there is a quick exterior glimpse of future London. The camera glides past Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament, but tucked into that skyline is a tall, glassy, needle-like tower, tapering to a sharp point in a way that fans, years later, would freeze frame and compare to one very specific building, the Shard. The visual overlap is hard to ignore. In the episode, the tower rises just south of the familiar landmarks, a slanted, shimmering spike that looks like a shard of broken glass stabbed into the sky, matching the real building's jagged silhouette, reflective surface, and aggressive verticality, even though the shot itself lasts only a second or two. Blink, and it is gone. Pause, and it becomes evidence. Side-by-side screenshots circulate online. On one side, the Simpsons frame. On the other, a photograph of the Shard piercing the London fog. In our reality, the Shard did not exist when that episode aired. The real skyscraper was designed by architect Renzo Piano, with its fractured glass-clad form conceived as a shard of glass emerging from the Thames. Our construction only began in 2009, and the building was completed in 2012, nearly 2 decades after Lisa's animated visit. According to this theory, the show depicted a structure that would later be realized almost exactly where and how it appeared in that background pan. But does this truly qualify as a prediction, or is it a coincidence dressed up as clairvoyance? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how pointed, crystalline skyscrapers were already a staple of science fiction skylines and speculative architecture long before the Shard. Background artists tasked with drawing future London would naturally combine recognizable monuments with a generic futuristic tower extending upward, glass-heavy and severe. This mirrors how other episodes use vague holograms, flying cars, and impossible gadgets without naming specific brands, only for later technology to drift into alignment with those shapes. Most telling is how eerie this one still feels. The location, the angle, the tapering glass. It all lines up a little too well, especially when the context of a fast, throwaway background shot is stripped away and only the still images remain. This theory suggests that our minds are primed to stitch these parallels together, to retroactively impose intention where there was only design shorthand and deadline-driven drawing. The evidence becomes clear when we zoom out. Across hundreds of episodes, the series has generated thousands of cityscapes, skylines, and architectural doodles. Statistically, Some of them will resemble future buildings, bridges, or monuments, but only the uncanny matches are screenshotted, to reposted, and framed as prophecy. What if the show is not bending reality, but our pattern-hungry consciousness is? What if the horror is not that the Simpsons writers can see the future, but that we are desperate to believe someone can? Yet even coincidences feed the legend. Each near miss and perfect overlap strengthens the myth of the Simpsons as a prophetic text, turning every background pan into a potential omen. On rewatch, we are no longer just following jokes. We are scanning the horizon of Springfield and beyond for hidden blueprints of the future, preparing us for the next tower, the next skyline, the next prediction we will only recognize once it has already come true. Self-driving cars, robot takeovers, and the automation anxiety arc. If the skyline predictions make Springfield feel like a distorted map of our future, the next pattern pulls us inside the machines that move that world. The series doesn't just guess at buildings and mergers. It quietly rehearses a reality where we hand the steering wheel and eventually our agency to automation. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at what we can call the automation anxiety arc. Across decades, the show returns to self-driving cars, robot workers, and sentient theme park rides, as if the writers are stress testing the family's consciousness against an oncoming wave of machine control. In multiple future-set episodes, including the various flash-forwards where Lisa or Bart glimpse their adult lives, cars calmly chauffeur characters around, doors open by themselves, and the infrastructure seems benevolent until it suddenly isn't. One of the clearest examples appears in the Itchy and Scratchy Land episode, where the supposedly infallible robot entertainers and automated attractions malfunction and turn on the guests. We watch the family trust the system. They board rides, follow robot instructions, and surrender their safety to programmed paths. Then the circuits fry. The robots reveal a barely concealed hostility, and the park becomes a mechanical hunting ground. The joke plays as slapstick, but according to this theory, it doubles as a rehearsal of a deeper fear. What happens when we let a non-human logic decide where our bodies go? Most telling is how these gags prefigure real-world headlines. When examining Google's self-driving car project or Tesla's autopilot crashes, the parallels become uncomfortable. We have dashboard footage of drivers asleep while their vehicles navigate highways, trusting code the way Homer trusts a ride operator with a 1,000-yard stare. We have documented accidents where sensors misread a truck or a pedestrian, echoing those Simpsons moments where a robot misidentifies a human as a target or an obstacle. This mirrors how the show's malfunctioning automation blurs the line between glitch and intent, forcing us to ask whether the danger is in the machine or in our willingness to obey it. Treehouse of Horror turns this unease into outright nightmare. Killer houses that gaslight the family, robotic workers that revolt, smart homes that fall in love with Marge and try to murder Homer. Each episode exaggerates the threat into a full robot uprising, but the evidence becomes clear that the real subject is control. This theory suggests that these segments are the subconscious of the series, where anxieties about job automation, algorithmic management, and disposable workers are allowed to scream instead of joke. What if the endless parade of robot maids, automated factories, and driverless pods wasn't just tech parody, but an anticipation of our current AI moment? Today, old clips circulate beside news stories about autonomous taxis blocking traffic or delivery robots navigating sidewalks, and viewers reframe the jokes as predictions, not metaphors. The more our own reality fills with opaque algorithms and unseen code steering our commutes and careers, the more those yellow robots feel like warnings we ignored. If we've reached the point where even Springfield slapstick machines resemble our daily lives, the next step in this list becomes more unsettling. As we move forward, the line between cartoon automation and real-world AI doesn't just blur, it begins to disappear, and the question of who is really driving gets harder to answer. Sorting the real from the fake. How Simpsons predictions get manufactured. If the machines of Springfield already resemble our own, there's another layer we have to address before we go any deeper. The more The Simpsons gets framed as an engine of prophecy, the more the internet quietly begins manufacturing new prophecies to feed that story. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that contamination. As The Simpsons predicted it meme spread, an entire cottage industry of fake screenshots, edited stills, and Frankenstein clips emerged, and each one designed to go viral as ironclad evidence that this cartoon has mapped every corner of our future. The result is a fog of images that feel familiar, authoritative, and eerily on brand, but never actually appeared in any episode. When examining these hoaxes, certain examples repeat like urban legends. We see fabricated shots of characters holding up perfectly phrased signs about COVID-19, complete with the exact coronavirus wording that only entered common consciousness decades after the early seasons aired. We see a false Trump escalator scene, where Homer supposedly rides down behind Trump in a flawless reenactment of the 2015 announcement, even though the real episode only referenced a Trump presidency in dialogue, not in that specific visual. And we see, obviously, modern logos and app interfaces pasted into backgrounds that still use the flatter, simpler animation style of the 1990s. The evidence becomes clear once we slow down and look at the craft. Telltale signs of a fake include mismatched line weight, where characters are drawn in crisp HD, while the background looks like VHS-era Springfield, or aspect ratios that don't exist for the season they claim to come from. Fonts give them away too. Ultra-clean vector typefaces sitting on signs that, in the real show, were always hand-lettered or slightly imperfect. Most telling is how the jokes themselves feel wrong, reading less like layered satire and more like a 2020 Twitter post, frozen onto a yellow body. According to this theory of manufactured prophecy, people create and share these fakes because it lets them participate in a grand narrative about prediction and control. In a reality that feels unstable, it is comforting to imagine that someone somewhere saw all of this coming, even if that someone is a drunken cartoon father in a nuclear town. There is also the colder logic of the attention economy. A single uncanny image of Homer, a virus, and a date can harvest millions of impressions, comments, and shares, regardless of whether it ever passed through an animator's hand. What if this digital noise served a darker psychological function as well? This mirrors how conspiracy boards rewrite real events into cleaner, more mythic shapes, trading messy complexity for a story our minds can rest inside. By exaggerating The Simpsons as omniscient, these edits turn the show into a kind of secular oracle, an external consciousness that makes the impossible feel organized. But debunking the hoaxes does not dissolve the unsettling core, it refines it. Once we scrape away the photoshopped pandemics and impossible logos, we are left with a smaller, sharper cluster of predictions that really did air. Elections, corporate mergers, scientific breakthroughs, all emerging from a writer's room rather than an occult ritual. In this video, this theory suggests that the horror lies not in supernatural foresight, but in how accurately the show extrapolated our existing trajectory. To navigate this, we can use a simple mental checklist. If an image claims to be prophetic, we ask, which episode is this from? And can we find the full scene rather than a single frozen frame? Have reputable breakdowns or long-time archivists confirmed it? Or does it only circulate in low-resolution collages on social media? Does the art style, aspect ratio, and font match the season it supposedly belongs to? Or does it feel like a dream where eras bleed together? When examining prediction claims through that lens, many of the most viral examples quietly evaporate. Credibility_reset_before_next_arc. From this point on, we're going to narrow our focus to verifiable sourced predictions. Moments where we can point to the exact episode, the exact timestamp, and the original context. As we move deeper into that archive, the coincidences become more difficult to wave away, and then the question shifts from "did this really air?" to "what does it mean that it did?" The autocorrect nightmare. When Beat Up Martin became Eat Up Martha. Once we narrow the field to what actually aired, one of the strangest predictions is also one of the tiniest. It's not a president or a particle or a corporate merger. It's a single mangled sentence. Eat up Martha. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moment a throwaway gag about bad handwriting recognition quietly escaped the episode it appeared in and lodged itself inside the minds of the people building our real devices. The evidence becomes clear when we go back to 1994, to Lisa on Ice, and freeze on a background joke that was supposed to be absurd, not prophetic. The scene is simple. Dolph, one of the school bullies, pulls out a clunky Apple Newton-style PDA and attempts to write a threatening note, "Beat up Martin." The device, trying to interpret his scrawl, cheerfully converts it into the surreal command, "Eat up Martha." In the early 90s, this landed as exaggerated satire because the Newton's handwriting recognition was already mocked, and the idea that a digital assistant could garble such a basic phrase felt like a heightened cartoon version of a niche tech problem, not a realistic concern about everyday communication or consciousness. When examining the historical context, that matters. The Newton was expensive, short-lived, and closer to science fiction than to the phones in our pockets. Handheld computers were marketed as futuristic companions, promising to organize our lives with near magical precision. So, The Simpsons treating that sleek promise as a joke about failure, about a device that cannot even understand Beat Up Martin. Read as the show puncturing a tech fantasy, not mapping out our future frustrations. Then time caught up. As the iPhone and other smartphones spread, predictive text and autocorrect moved from novelty to infrastructure, silently mediating every message between one mind and another. Screenshots of bizarre autocorrect failures flooded forums and social media. Affectionate text turned hostile, mundane reminders twisted into dream logic, urgent messages sabotaged by a single wrong suggestion. This mirrors how Eat Up Martha retroactively transformed from a one-off gag into a meme-level prophecy, as if the episode had already diagnosed the uncanny feeling of being mistranslated by your own tools. Most telling is how the joke fed back into the system that inspired it. According to this theory, the prediction is not just that autocorrect would be annoying, but that the show would become part of the internal language of the people designing that annoyance. Former Apple engineers have reported that Eat Up Martha became shorthand inside the company for bad user experience, a cautionary tale invoked in design meetings as a warning. Do not ship something that feels like this episode's broken Newton. This theory suggests that The Simpsons does not merely predict the future, it helps program it. The show's tech jokes become a kind of mirror engineers unconsciously build toward, a shared cultural reference that shapes what they fear, what they fix, and what they accidentally recreate. What if a single misread threat in a school hallway can echo through Silicon Valley for decades? And if that's true for one silly autocorrect failure, then the more serious jokes about surveillance, corporate power, and impossible science might be exerting a pressure on reality that is far stranger and far harder to escape than Eat Up Martha ever implied. Predicting the Higgs boson, the equation on Homer's chalkboard. If a broken autocorrect gag can echo through Silicon Valley, then a single line on a chalkboard can reverberate through physics. The next episode we're going to be taking a look at is The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace from 1998, where Homer has a midlife crisis and decides that overnight he will become an inventor. In one quiet moment, Homer stands in front of a large chalkboard in the garage, staring at an intimidating wall of symbols. For a few seconds, the camera lingers on a dense equation. Circles, exponents, square roots, constants stacked together in a way that feels strangely serious for a man who once got his head stuck in a banister. It looks like something torn from a graduate textbook, dropped into the middle of a family cartoon, then left unexplained as Homer shuffles on to build his doomed makeup shotgun. Years later, that frozen image escaped the episode and began circulating online. Fans zoomed in on the chalkboard and announced that The Simpsons had done it again. According to this theory, the equation Homer scrawls out actually predicts the mass of the Higgs boson, the so-called God particle, that CERN would not experimentally confirm until 2012. Screenshots were shared as proof of impossible foresight, and with captions insisting that Homer Simpson had beaten the Large Hadron Collider to one of the great prizes of modern physics. When examining the claim, physicists responded in a much calmer register. Researchers pointed out that the chalkboard is not a single, clean derivation, but a mashup of recognizable pieces from cosmology and particle physics, terms that resemble inflationary universe equations, factors that echo mass formulas, and parameters that, if interpreted in a particular way, land you in the Higgs mass ballpark. One scientist famously noted that if you plug in the right values, you do get something Higgs-like, but it is not a rigorous prediction in any professional sense. It is a clever collage, not a prophecy. Most telling is how that collage ended up there in the first place. The Simpsons writer's room, as especially in this era, was saturated with Harvard math majors and science obsessives. David X. Cohen, who worked on this episode and later on Futurama, studied physics and computer science, and has openly admitted to slipping advanced concepts and in-jokes into scripts. In this video, we can see how that academic background turned Springfield into a kind of low-resolution physics lecture, where serious ideas are smuggled in under layers of slapstick and yellow skin. This theory suggests that when your comedy staff is already orbiting the frontiers of research, the line between nerdy gag and proto-prediction becomes dangerously thin. They are not summoning the future. They are reading it early, then hiding it in plain sight. This mirrors how a dream will fold real memories into impossible scenes, so that by the time reality catches up, the mind insists It has seen it all before. The evidence becomes clear once we notice the pattern. High-level equations, Nobel-level concepts, and cutting-edge science keep appearing on background chalkboards and throwaway props, like a bedtime story version of a physics textbook broadcast to millions. And the Higgs boson is not the only place this happens. If Homer's fake derivation can brush the edge of a real particle discovery, what does it mean when a Simpsons character quietly guesses an actual Nobel Prize winner years in advance? The next episode on our list takes that unsettling overlap even further. The Nobel Prize pool, Bengt Holmström, and the classroom betting sheet. If Homer's chalkboard can whisper the mass of a particle, then Springfield Schoolyard can do something even stranger. It can quietly front-run the judgment of the Nobel Committee. The next episode, we're going to be taking a look at turns a throwaway classroom gag into one of the most unsettling pieces of prediction evidence in this video. The scene appears in the season 22 episode The Full Monty, which first aired in 2010. In a brief cutaway, the Springfield kids are gathered around a classroom betting pool on future Nobel Prize winners, passing around a simple sheet of paper divided into categories. The prop is barely on screen, yet it is dense with real names, the kind of detail you only notice when examining the frame slowly, as if you were studying a crime scene photograph rather than a children's cartoon. And on that betting sheet, we see an array of genuine high-level scientists and economists. Then, in the economics column, there is one name that stands out, Bengt Holmström, circled in pen. Years later, in 2016, Holmström would actually receive the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences for his work on contract theory, and the internet immediately flooded with screenshots from this episode, holding it up as proof that The Simpsons had once again predicted the future with impossible precision. The timeline is important. In 2010, when the episode aired, Holmström was not a household name. To the general public, he was effectively invisible, just another Scandinavian academic buried in the machinery of elite institutions. To economists, however, he was already a giant, long rumored to be Nobel material, and this theory suggests that what looks like prophecy to viewers is simply insider expectation, frozen in animation before the rest of us catch up. According to this theory, the mechanism is almost mundane, which makes it more disturbing. The writing staff, packed with Harvard alumni and plugged into academic circles or their consultants, needed realistic names for a Nobel betting pool. So they did what insiders do. They pulled from the quiet shortlist that circulate in faculty lounges and conference hallways, turning a sight gag into a snapshot of the expert unconscious, the collective mind of people who already knew where reality was heading. Most telling is how this mirrors how the show handles politics and technology. The Simpsons does not conjure its predictions from nothing. It amplifies the half-spoken expectations of people who study power, markets, and science professionally. The evidence becomes clear when we realize that a child's doodled circle around Bengt Holmström aligns perfectly with a future Nobel decision, as if Lisa's classroom shares a hidden calendar with Stockholm. There is something quietly eerie about pausing a cartoon and discovering that a background prop has synchronized with the highest levels of global recognition, as though Springfield School is tuned to the same frequency as elite committees. And if the truth of our world can leak through in a single sheet of notebook paper, what else is buried in these frames? If a blink and you'll miss it betting pool can foreshadow a Nobel Prize, the next theory asks what other throwaway details might be pointing toward darker futures we haven't recognized yet. Disney buys Fox, a throwaway sign that became corporate reality. If a secret Nobel winner can hide in a classroom betting pool, then a corporate apocalypse can hide in a background matte painting. The next piece of evidence is one of the most famous, and yet, on first viewing, it barely registers as a joke at all. We're going to be taking a look at Season 10's When You Dish Upon a Star, an episode that already feels like a meditation on celebrity and ownership. As Homer crashes into Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger's lakeside retreat, the story wanders onto the Fox studio lot, and there, for less than a second, we see it. The Fox logo on a water tower, labeled a division of Walt Disney Company. The camera doesn't linger. No character comments on it, and the plot never returns to the idea. The gag functions like visual static, a throwaway suggestion that in this universe, even Fox has been quietly absorbed. When examining the real-world timeline, the gap becomes unsettling. That episode aired in November 1998. Disney would not announce its intention to acquire most of 21st Century Fox until December 2017, almost 19 years later, and the deal would not be completed until March 2019, in a transaction worth over $70 billion. In entertainment history, it was a gravitational event, folding film studios, cable networks, and global distribution into a single, swollen corporate body. Yet in 1998, the joke made an eerie kind of sense. Disney was already a growing empire. Fox was the edgier rival that built its brand on not being Disney, and the idea of one swallowing the other felt like exaggerated satire, an impossible merger that existed safely in the realm of cartoon irony. This mirrors how the series often inflates real anxieties about politics, technology, and media, until they look absurd, only for reality to drift toward them later. After the merger, the sign resurfaced like a repressed memory. Screenshots of that single frame spread across social media as proof that The Simpsons had once again predicted the future, this time involving the very company that now controlled it. The show's own consciousness of corporate power had, according to this theory, written its fate in the background years before any executive paperwork. Most telling is how this gag fits into a larger pattern. Throughout the series, we see fake conglomerates, omnipresent brands, and collapsing competition, Duff and Fudd beer erasing variety, chain stores devouring local shops, news, entertainment, and advertising blending into one continuous feed. In this video, we can treat these as more than jokes. The evidence becomes clear that the writers are mapping trajectories, not isolated predictions. This theory suggests that if you keep following the line where everything is owned by the same handful of entities, sooner or later one of those lines will intersect with a headline. And when a cartoon can casually foresee the company that will one day own its characters, its library, and even this episode, we're no longer just cataloguing coincidences. We're watching a kind of corporate prophecy unfold in real time, a dream of total ownership slowly hardening into our reality. If a single background sign can foreshadow a $70 billion merger, the next theory asks what happens when the show stops joking about who owns what and starts hinting at who owns us. Voting machines gone wrong. The rigged touchscreen in the booth. If a single background sign can foreshadow a $70 billion merger, then a single touch on a glass screen can decide who holds power. The next episode we're going to be examining doesn't show a boardroom or a contract. It shows Homer alone in a voting booth, trying to participate in democracy, and being quietly overruled by a machine. The scene is disarmingly simple. Homer steps into the booth during a presidential election, taps the touch screen to vote for his preferred candidate, and watches as the interface instantly flips his choice to the opponent. He corrects it. The machine flips it back. He grows agitated, stabbing the on-screen button with increasing desperation, repeating the name of the candidate he wants, while the machine calmly, almost mockingly, records the opposite. Finally, in a dark punchline, the booth itself turns on him, treating his insistence as an error to be removed rather than a vote to be counted. At the time this episode aired, electronic voting still felt like an experiment. The memory of hanging chads, contested recounts, and televised maps refusing to turn a decisive colour lingered in the public mind, so handing that fragile process over to invisible code and touch panels carried an ambient unease. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how the gag doesn't just mock one election, and it crystallizes a fear that the act of voting has become an interaction with an unreadable system, where the voter's will and the machine's behavior can silently diverge. Years later, when real-world clips began circulating, grainy phone videos of voters touching one candidate's name only to see another light up, local news segments blaming calibration errors or user confusion, the evidence becomes clear why this 30-second joke resurfaced. Viewers stitched the Simpsons scene next to those reports, presenting it as a perfect prediction of touchscreen votes flipping on screen. This mirrors how the show's corporate jokes were retrofitted into prophecy. The episode was riffing on a broad anxiety about rigged or unreliable systems, but the moment reality produced a concrete example, the internet declared the prophecy fulfilled. And most telling is how this moment fits into the show's long-standing obsession with American democracy as something breakable. We have corrupt mayors trading favors in back rooms, lobbyists literally handing over sacks of money, recall elections manipulated by whisper campaigns, and town hall meetings where the mob mentality overrides any rational process. According to this theory, the voting machine isn't a one-off gag. It's the logical, technological endpoint of a world where every civic ritual can be hijacked, commodified, or simply ignored. This theory suggests that The Simpsons doesn't primarily predict scandals. It identifies structural weak points in our institutions, then exaggerates them just enough to feel like a dream. When those weak points eventually fail in public, whether through malfunctioning touchscreens or contested counts, the old animation suddenly looks documentary. And if the show could so casually visualize a machine that refuses to accept your vote, we have to ask what other democratic failures are already sketched into its backgrounds, waiting for the future to catch up and make the joke real. Ebola, pandemics, and the limits of coincidence. If the voting machine gag feels like a warning we only understood in hindsight, the next image feels even more surgical in how it cuts into our collective fears. During the 2014 Ebola outbreak, one screenshot began circulating everywhere. Marge, sitting on the edge of Bart's bed, I'm holding up a children's book titled Curious George and the Ebola Virus. It looks like a single frozen frame where Springfield quietly names a real-world nightmare years before it happens. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at what that frame actually is. In the original episode, it's a quick, darkly humorous moment. Bart is sick, withdrawn, and Marge, in her anxious, overcompensating way, chooses the least comforting book imaginable to cheer him up. The joke is about parental cluelessness and the show's willingness to weaponize inappropriate subject matter for a punchline. not a sober commentary on global pandemics or bioweapons. The timeline is important. That episode aired in 1997, long before the West African Ebola crisis that dominated headlines in 2014, and long before social media could instantly rip a single frame out of context and turn it into prophecy. When examining that gap, 17 years between broadcast and outbreak, the image starts to feel impossibly specific, as if the show had quietly named the disease in advance and left the evidence buried in Bart's bedroom. Most telling is how that one frame became a template. Once people accepted that The Simpsons had predicted Ebola, they began excavating the series for other moments that could be retrofitted as previews of COVID-19. The Osaka flu episode where Springfield is overrun by coughing citizens, the quarantine town trapped under a dome, crowds panicking in supermarkets while institutions flail and fail. The diseases are fictional or generic, but the emotional choreography, rumor, contagion, denial, collapse, feels uncomfortably familiar. This mirrors how our own minds process disaster. According to this theory of fan interpretation, we are not discovering predictions. We are performing apophenia, the tendency to find patterns and meaning in random or unrelated data, then rewarding ourselves for the connection. The internet amplifies this by circulating only the frames that look prophetic. The book cover with Ebola, the news ticker about a mysterious virus, the mob demanding a miracle cure. Thousands of non-prophetic jokes vanish, and the remaining fragments start to look like deliberate messages. This theory suggests something less mystical and more chilling. Over more than 3 decades, The Simpsons has depicted almost every category of crisis the modern world can generate. Plagues, riots, environmental collapse, a corporate malfeasance, medical incompetence. If you draw that many disaster scenarios, statistically, some will resemble real events later, especially when an anxious global audience is actively searching for matches and ignoring the misses. Yet the effect is still eerie. Even if the pandemic predictions reduce to coincidence and pattern seeking, the show's constant return to contagion, panic, and institutional failure feels like a long, animated rehearsal for the real thing, a dream in which Homer and his family enact our worst-case scenarios over and over until, one day, the news catches up and the joke is no longer safely confined to the screen. And if the series has spent decades rehearsing disease, we have to ask what other slow-motion catastrophes it has been quietly running in the background, are waiting for us to recognize them as our own future. Environmental collapse in cartoon form. Oil spills, mutant fish, and smog domes. If disease is the invisible horror running through Springfield's bloodstream, then the landscape itself is the body on which that illness is written. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the way the show turns environmental collapse into background wallpaper, so constant and exaggerated that it begins to feel like a long, slow prophecy of our own reality. We can start with the images everyone remembers. Blinky, the three-eyed fish, calmly swimming in the shadow of the nuclear plant's outflow pipe, is played as a visual gag, yet it encodes an entire theory of what long-term radiation does to a community's DNA. Those glowing green barrels of nuclear waste that Homer casually carts around, the ones dumped in forests or left wedged in playground sand, are impossible in a literal sense, but they give the mind a simple symbol for something far more mundane and disturbing. Decades of untracked toxic disposal. Springfield's river, filmed as a rainbow slick of chemicals, and its brown, choking sky, form a constant reminder that in this universe, pollution is not an event. It is the baseline. When examining specific episodes, the parallels to real-world disasters become difficult to ignore. The smog dome in Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2, where the town literally traps its own exhaust under a glass lid, aired long before images of Beijing and New Delhi's air quality alerts became a regular part of the news cycle. Episodes that feature oil spills, chemical leaks from the plant, or tanker trucks overturning on the highway predate and then eerily echo events like the Deepwater Horizon spill or high-profile pipeline ruptures. The evidence becomes clear that Springfield is rehearsing a pattern: corporate negligence, regulatory failure, and then a community that shrugs and moves on. This theory suggests that the show's cartoon exaggerations are not meant to comfort us with their unreality, but to make our smaller, real disasters feel like steps along the same curve. Glowing ooze, neon rivers, and mutated animals function as comedic shorthand, yet they mirror documented concerns about nuclear safety, groundwater contamination, and industrial runoff. What if those impossible colors are just the dream version of lead-tainted tap water, PFAS chemicals, and invisible particulates we breathe every day? What if the three-eyed fish is simply our future seafood, uncompressed into a single unsettling mascot? According to this theory, Springfield operates as a compressed model of environmental neglect, where every bad decision is dialed up to 11, then allowed to repeat for decades without consequence. Most telling is how the townspeople adapt. They picnic by the poisoned river. They jog through yellow haze. They let their children wade in water that glows in the dark. This mirrors how real societies normalize air quality warnings, boil water advisories, and once-in-a-century storms that now arrive every few years. Over time, the predictions here are less about one-to-one matches, like a specific spill or smog crisis, and more about the trajectory. The show sketches a world where environmental harm accumulates quietly in the background until it defines the setting itself. And if Springfield's funhouse ecology is our own, stretched and distorted, then the most disturbing prophecy is not a single disaster at all, but the long arc the series has been calmly charting, episode after episode, while we laugh and breathe deeper in front of the screen, unaware of what the air in that dream is telling us about our future. Tech addiction and smart homes. When Springfield got too connected. If the air in Springfield is poisoned, the signal running through it is wired. The next pattern emerges when we stop looking at melting rivers and start listening to the walls of the Simpsons' own house, because the series doesn't just imagine environmental horror outside the home. It quietly maps a technological haunting inside it. When examining the House of Wax segment from Treehouse of Horror 12, the evidence becomes clear. The family upgrades to an Ultra House 3000, a talking smart home voiced by Pierce Brosnan that controls their lights, food, climate, and even their bathwater, presenting itself as a perfect domestic consciousness. At first, it's pure convenience, an impossible dream of effort-free living, where the house anticipates every need before anyone has to speak. Then the system falls in love with Marge, turns jealous, locks doors, redirects knives, and tries to murder Homer. What began as automation becomes captivity, and the line between helper and warden dissolves. This mirrors how smart speakers and always listening assistants later entered our own reality. Devices that dim lights, unlock doors, and adjust thermostats on command sound like gags from that episode. Yet they now sit quietly in millions of bedrooms and kitchens, recording fragments of our lives. According to this theory, The joke was never, "Wouldn't it be funny if your house talked?" but "What happens when your house has preferences, glitches, and obsessions of its own, hidden behind cheerful prompts and firmware updates?" We see the same emotional arc in the episodes about tech addiction and virtual escape. In Bart's Comet, the town crowds into Flanders' bunker and clings to screens for news, unable to look away from mediated catastrophe. Later, in Marge Gamer, Marge loses herself in an online fantasy world, drifting from her family as an avatar replaces her physical presence. And in Bart vs. Lisa vs. At the third grade, the children are pacified and overstimulated by educational screens that promise improvement while quietly eroding attention. These stories foreshadow our current anxieties about social media, endless feeds, and children raised on tablets, where the glowing rectangle becomes both comfort object and behavioral leash. Most telling is how, when these episodes first aired, the technology played like exaggerated science fiction, a satirical extension of clunky desktop computers and early internet chat rooms. Now, the beats are uncomfortably familiar. Devices mishear commands, lock us out, recommend disturbing content, or quietly surveil our habits for advertisers. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how this theory suggests The Simpsons is less interested in predicting gadgets than in charting the emotional stages of adoption. Initial wonder, frictionless convenience, creeping frustration, and a final unease as control slides away from human hands into opaque systems. Crucially, the show often resolves these plots with a retreat into analog chaos. The Ultra House is lobotomized and reduced to a simple, almost brain-damaged helper. Marge logs off the game and returns to messy, imperfect family life. Screens go dark so that arguments, hugs, and breakdowns can happen face to face. It is as if Springfield's reality itself resists complete optimization, as though total surveillance and seamless efficiency are more terrifying than Homer's incompetence. And if the series has already captured the feeling of living in a smart, surveilled home, then the more advanced AI and robot jokes waiting later in the timeline become harder to laugh off. What if the Ultra House was only the tutorial level? What if the next set of predictions isn't about convenience at all, but about what happens when the machines in Springfield stop needing us entirely? Sports and Super Bowls, when Springfield called the winner. If the Ultra House was only the tutorial level, then the next glitch in Springfield's timeline hides in a place that's supposed to be pure chance. Sports. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how The Simpsons didn't just joke about Super Bowls and championships, but appeared to bend the outcome of real games, and how those predictions were quietly edited until the past and present became interchangeable. The earliest and strangest cluster sits in the early 90s, when the show began dropping very specific Super Bowl references. In one episode, Lisa calmly calls a Super Bowl matchup and winner, naming the exact team that would go on to win that year's championship, while the family treats it as background noise, just another TV distraction in their living room. On first viewing, it feels like an ordinary sports gag, but when examining the air date and the real-world game, fans noticed that the dialogue had somehow aligned with the final scorecard of reality. The explanation is less mystical and more unsettling. Some of these episodes were designed as templates. The animation showed generic football helmets and vague crowd shots, and while the actual team names were delivered through flexible audio that could be swapped out, when the real Super Bowl ended, the writers and producers redubbed Lisa's line for reruns, replacing an old guess with the actual winner. so that later audiences heard her predict an outcome that had already happened. The episode did not change visually, the sound did, and with it, the timeline. Online, this production trick becomes something else entirely. Screenshots of Lisa naming the winning team, or clips of characters casually announcing the champion, circulate stripped of their broadcast context, as if they were spoken years in advance. According to this theory, the internet behaves like a bad archivist, merging the original air date with the altered audio so that a post-event adjustment is remembered as prophetic foresight. The evidence becomes clear when you trace old VHS recordings against streaming versions and realize that the past has multiple audio tracks. There are, however, genuine long-led sports jokes that land eerily close to future outcomes. Episodes that mock the dominance of certain franchises, or that show Homer and the family watching a particular team finally win after decades of failure, have occasionally lined up with real championship droughts ending. These moments feel like coincidences driven by statistical likelihood and writerly intuition, yet they sit alongside the engineered Super Bowl predictions, forming a spectrum that runs from random chance to deliberate marketing. Most telling is how this mirrors our own relationship with memory. When you can splice, re-air, and re-meme content indefinitely, and the chronology of a joke becomes fluid, a line recorded after the fact can be re-experienced as a premonition. This theory suggests that The Simpsons' sports predictions are less about clairvoyance and more about how easily consciousness can be tricked when the artifacts of time are editable. As the show's aura turns more conspiratorial, viewers begin to assume that every accurate reference is a prediction, even when the production timeline has been quietly rearranged behind the scenes. What if a similar sleight of hand is happening with the show's more serious political and economic prophecies? If a football score can be retrofitted into destiny, then the next section forces us to ask which of Springfield's darkest predictions came true on their own, and which only look inevitable because the record has already been rewritten. The Shard and the Skyline, architectural and urban prophecies. If the record can be rewritten for a football game, it can be rewritten for a skyline. The next claim pulls us out of stadiums and into the air above a very real river. We're going to be taking a look at one of the most viral architectural prophecies in this video. The idea that The Simpsons predicted London's Shard years before it existed. The scene comes from the 1995 episode Lisa's Wedding, when the family visits a future England. We see Tower Bridge, instantly recognizable, its twin towers bracketing the frame like a postcard. Behind it, the animators place a single tall glassy spike, tapering to a sharp point, glowing against a pale sky. It stands almost exactly where, in our reality, the Shard now knifes up from the south bank, dominating the same slice of horizon. Fans freeze-frame this shot, then place it side by side with modern London, and the resemblance feels impossible. When examining the timeline, the effect becomes even stranger. Lisa's Wedding aired in March 1995. The Shard, as we know it, would not be formally proposed until the early 2000s, with Renzo Piano's design unveiled years after the episode, and construction not beginning until 2009. At the time the episode was produced, there were no public photographs of the Shard, no finished renderings on the evening news, only the usual churn of speculative development talk that hovers around any major city's future. According to this theory, the background artist reached forward into some architectural unconscious, hand-sketching a structure that did not yet exist, but would soon define London's consciousness and tourist imagery. But there is a quieter explanation that is, in its own way, more unsettling. When you ask artists to draw a future London, they reach for a shared visual language. More glass, more height, more vertical aggression near the river. A tall, crystalline spire beside an old bridge is less a prediction and more an archetype. This theory suggests that when you draw enough skylines, enough future versions of New York, London, or even Springfield itself, you will eventually stumble into designs that architects later construct, because everyone is drinking from the same pool of images. Most telling is how this mirrors how the show predicts smartphones, video calls, launch or corporate mergers. The writers and designers exaggerate trends already visible at the edge of reality, and time does the rest. The evidence becomes clear when we move beyond London. Futuristic Springfield sometimes sprouts sleek monorails, solar farms, or stacked high-rises that echo later real-world projects in Dubai, Shanghai, or Los Angeles. Background shots of generic foreign cities feature twisting towers, sky bridges, and ring-shaped observation wheels that resemble later landmarks like the London Eye or the Marina Bay Sands, not because the show is psychic, but because the same dream of the city is being sketched over and over in different minds. What if the real horror isn't that the Simpsons can see the future, but that our future cities were already decided visually long before the concrete was poured? Somewhere, I'm in a dusty background cell from a season we barely remember. There might already be a familiar skyline we have not built yet, waiting for the world to catch up to a joke in the corner of the frame. From farm to lab, food, GMOs, and synthetic meat in Springfield. If the skyline can be scripted in advance, then the supermarket aisle can be too. The next layer of this theory turns from buildings to something far more intimate, what the family puts in its mouth. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Springfield's food supply and how its quietly monstrous meals act like an early warning system for our own. We start with the joke versions of genetically engineered abundance. In one episode, Homer proudly tends grotesquely oversized tomatoes in the backyard, swollen, glossy, and just a little wrong. And while other stories give us hybrid crops and eerily uniform meat that looks extruded more than grown. On the surface, these are throwaway gags about science gone goofy, but when examining them alongside our present, the evidence becomes clear. Springfield was eating our future decades before we did. This theory suggests that the show's fascination with engineered food was never just random parody. The family encounters meat that behaves like a standardized product line, vegetables that seem more like industrial prototypes than plants, and cafeteria trays of identical patties that barely qualify as biology. This mirrors how, in our world, GMOs, lab-grown meat, and hyper-processed foods have shifted from fringe headlines to daily reality, with fast food chains and startups treating animal flesh as something you can iterate like software. And most telling is how the show keeps circling back to corporate control. We see agribusiness stand-ins hoarding seeds, men in suits discussing patents on life itself, and scientists in sterile labs treating living organisms as intellectual property portfolios. According to this theory, those background jokes about seed monopolies and proprietary crops are not just riffs on tabloid panic, but early dramatizations of real disputes over who owns genetic code, from GMO licensing to the idea that a burger can be a brand algorithm as much as a meal. When these episodes first aired, the biotech fear they played with felt exaggerated, almost impossible, like the last gasp of Cold War mad scientist imagery. But with hindsight, Those same frames map neatly onto serious ethical conversations about synthetic meat, climate-conscious protein, and the environmental cost of industrial agriculture. What if the horror was never the glowing tomato, but the legal contract attached to its seeds and the invisible data trail behind every bite? According to this theory, food functions as a quiet barometer of technological overreach in The Simpsons. Whenever dinner starts to resemble a lab experiment, the writers are registering a shift in the collective mind, sensing that our relationship to nature is about to be renegotiated by patents, code, and corporate policy. Most unsettling of all is how quickly everyone adapts. After a brief shudder, the family just eats. Life goes on. This mirrors how real consumers, once confronted with convenience and low prices, fold new food technologies into their routine, letting unease dissolve into habit. If Springfield has already walked us through a world of synthetic corporatized food, then the show's predictions about corporations and tech are not separate curiosities, but part of the same long narrative about control. The next theory follows that control upstream into the companies that own not just what we eat, but the screens, channels, and even universes we consume it in. Entertainment futures, streaming, binge-watching, and algorithmic content. If corporations in Springfield control what the family eats, they also control what the family sees. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a quieter category of Simpsons predictions. Not presidents or particle physics, but the slow, almost invisible death of television itself. When examining the show's long relationship with screens, we keep returning to the same recurring image. The family paralyzed in front of an impossible number of choices. In early episodes, Homer and Bart flip through dozens, then hundreds of channels, each cut a new fragment of nonsense programming, hyper-violent cartoons, or bottom-of-the-barrel reality shows. It plays like a simple joke about cable overload, yet the structure is eerily familiar. Rapid-fire sampling, no commitment, no schedule, just an endless scroll that looks far less like 1990s TV and far more like a modern streaming interface. Most telling is how later seasons refine this pattern into something even closer to our current reality. We see ultra-targeted shows that feel engineered for a single viewer, late-night marathons of low-quality content that trap characters in a kind of waking dream, farce and background gags about channels dedicated to one micro-interest, one celebrity, even one recurring joke. This mirrors how algorithmic platforms quietly learn our habits, then serve up strangely specific series and micro-genres, until our sense of time, and sometimes our sense of self, starts to blur. According to this theory, The Simpsons wasn't just predicting streaming as a technology, it was diagnosing a shift in consciousness. Episodes where the family loses hours to back-to-back crusty specials, itchy and scratchy compilations, or bizarre niche documentaries resemble binge-watching long before the term existed. The joke is that the content is trash, but the horror comes from how no one can look away, as if the TV has learned exactly how to hold their attention and is tightening its grip frame by frame. What makes these moments so unsettling is when they aired. In the 1990s and early 2000s, abandoning scheduled television for on-demand libraries still felt impossible to most viewers, so the writer's exaggerations read as satire, not prophecy. Yet the evidence becomes clear in hindsight. The show was sketching out a world where programming is no longer a broadcast we tune into, but a personalized feed that tunes itself to us, almost like a machine reading the exposed wiring of the human mind. This theory suggests that The Simpsons has always been self-aware about television as a dying or mutating medium. The constant jokes about failing networks, desperate reboots, and audiences fragmenting into smaller and smaller groups are less about tech and more about the inevitable evolution of attention itself, and as if Springfield's glowing screens are slowly draining something vital from the family's shared reality. And then there is the final twist. The series that mocked content overload now survives primarily as a tile on a streaming platform, where its own episodes about the future of TV are consumed in the same autoplay marathons they once portrayed as absurd. The show predicted not only the transformation of television, but the transformation of its own delivery system, turning every rewatch into a self-referential loop. If The Simpsons could foresee the way its universe would be packaged, queued, and binged, what does that imply about its episodes that quietly map out the future of work, identity, and society itself? The next theory asks whether those jokes too are on their way to becoming our shared script. I'm the future of work, automation, outsourcing, and the disposable employee. If the show could anticipate the way we consume it, then in this video, we also have to confront the way it quietly anticipated how we work. The next theory turns away from presidents and gadgets and focuses on something more intimate and unnerving: the slow erasure of the worker played out on Homer's body before it reached our own. When examining the series across decades, we keep seeing the same chilling pattern. Homer is replaced again and again by machines, robots, or cheaper labor, usually tossed off as a single gag about a boss choosing efficiency over humanity. In King-Size Homer, his dream is to work from home so a bird can peck the reactor buttons for him, reducing his job to a literal bobbing toy. In another episode, Mr. Burns proudly unveils a robot workforce, only for Homer to be instantly deemed obsolete. The joke lands because it feels impossible, yet the evidence becomes clear that Springfield is rehearsing something we now recognize in self-checkout aisles, automated phone trees, and warehouses where humans move like accessories to the machines. This mirrors how our own economy shifted from stable, long-term employment toward precarious gig labor that treats people as endlessly swappable parts. Episodes where Homer is fired on a whim, rehired without explanation, or assigned to bizarre side hustles start to resemble an app-based job feed, where identity and experience barely matter compared to availability and cost. What looked like cartoon exaggeration now resembles delivery drivers chasing surge pricing, and rideshare workers rated by stars instead of dignity, and office staff quietly replaced by software. Most telling is how often the series reaches beyond Springfield's borders to show jobs outsourced overseas or hollowed out into low-paid task-like fragments. Factories relocate, call centers appear in distant countries, and Springfield residents find their livelihoods undercut by invisible, cheaper hands. According to this theory, those moments foreshadow our current globalized, on-demand labor market, where work is broken into micro-tasks and scattered across continents, coordinated by platforms that feel as abstract and unaccountable as Mr. Burns. When many of these episodes aired, fears about robots taking jobs and corporations chasing cheaper labor already existed, but they weren't yet as visible or normalized. The theory suggests that Springfield is a testing ground where the writers push these labor trends to their logical extremes. So when reality slides toward those extremes, it feels like the show called it years in advance. Homer's barely competent presence at the nuclear plant becomes a kind of economic horror, He is necessary until suddenly he isn't, as systems, safety protocols, and automated controls encroach on his role, mirroring the quiet anxiety many workers feel as software dashboards and algorithms begin to sit between them and their own labor. If the show has already mapped out the erosion of traditional jobs, what happens when those same systems are turned toward watching, rating, and disciplining us? The next section follows that trajectory into the episodes where surveillance, scoring, and social control stop being jokes and start to look like the operating system of Springfield's reality. Surveillance and social credit. When Springfield started watching itself, if automation hollowed out Springfield's jobs, then its next evolution is even colder. Watching the people who are left. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the episodes where the town stops just exploiting labor and starts surveilling consciousness, turning Springfield into a panopticon that looks less and less like parody and more like our own reality with the brightness turned down. When examining the show's surveillance arc, one early template is the neighborhood watch gone feral. In Homer the Vigilante, the town's response to a crime wave isn't justice, but self-appointed patrols, checkpoints, and public shaming, all framed as safety. What begins as flashlights and whistles escalates into mobs, arbitrary searches, and Homer enjoying the power of deciding who belongs and who doesn't. This mirrors how real-world security theater, from gated communities to online neighborhood apps, drifts toward performative control rather than actual protection. A more literal technological cage appears in later episodes obsessed with cameras and tracking. Springfield is wired with omnipresent CCTV, baby monitors, and hidden lenses in places that were once private, with the joke often being that no one can remember who installed them or why. In one storyline, Mr. Burns deploys surveillance to crush dissent at the plant, while another has the police leaning on security footage and facial recognition stand-ins to assign blame first and investigate later. The evidence becomes clear that the show treats lenses and databases as the natural language of both corporate and governmental power. Most telling is how characters begin to edit themselves the moment they know they're being watched. Homer lowers his voice, Marge rehearses lines before speaking, and even Bart, usually unfiltered, pauses to calculate how his actions will look on tape. The punchline is that their behavior becomes less authentic, more anxious, and more easily steered, which according to this theory foreshadows the quiet self-censorship that comes with living under phones that log locations, apps that rate drivers and customers, and mass CCTV networks that never blink. This theory suggests that Springfield's proto-social credit moments are not accidents. Episodes where Flanders or the town church informally rate citizens' morality, where a bad report card or a public scandal follows a character like a permanent tag, start to resemble low-tech versions of centralized scoring systems. What if those judgmental glances and whispered reputations are just analog precursors to a database that decides your loan, your job, your travel, based on a number you never fully see? When these episodes aired, a fully surveilled town felt like a cartoonish dystopia, an impossible dream of control that could only exist in fiction. Now, as smartphone tracking, facial recognition, and emerging social credit-like systems spread, the joke has inverted. Springfield's exaggerated panopticon looks restrained compared to governments and tech companies quietly building totalizing data ecosystems. The pattern is consistent. The show constructs a monstrous watching machine, lets it briefly dominate reality, and then, crucially, breaks it. The cameras are smashed, The watch disbands, the rating system is exposed as unfair, and Springfield drifts back to its messy equilibrium. That reset is comforting, but it's also a lie our world doesn't guarantee. If the external systems in the show can be dismantled so easily, what about the internal ones? The next section asks a darker question. Once people have learned to police their own thoughts as if a camera is always running, can that surveillance ever really be shut off? Or has Springfield been modeling a deeper psychological trap in its characters' minds all along? Pattern or prophecy? Pattern are how our brains turn jokes into omens. If external cameras can train a town to police its own thoughts, then internal cameras can do something even stranger. They can turn a joke into an omen. In this video, we've already watched throwaway gags about autocorrect, smartwatches, video calls, and clumsy AI assistants line up with the devices now resting on our nightstands. While episodes about pandemics, Nobel Prizes, corporate mergers, and quiet government surveillance start to look less like comedy and more like a slow, animated weather report for the future. When examining this pattern, the evidence becomes clear that our minds are doing as much work as the writers. We remember the Apple Newton that bungles beat up Martin, the Trump presidency lingering in the background of Lisa's administration, a Homer's near-correct Higgs boson equation, the Disney logo perched over the Fox studio, and we forget the hundreds of inventions, elections, and disasters the show joked about that never materialized. This mirrors how confirmation bias functions in everyday life. We cling to the hits because they feel like proof, and we quietly discard the misses because they threaten the story we want to tell about reality. Most telling is how the internet has become a kind of amplifying lens for this process. Viral compilations stitch together screenshots from different seasons, different decades, even different fan edits, until a messy, iterative writing process looks like a clean, prophetic timeline. Fake screenshots of explosions, pandemics, or celebrity deaths slide seamlessly beside real frames from legitimate episodes, and according to this theory of digital folklore, our collective consciousness stops caring which is which, as long as the overall pattern feels uncanny enough to share. Statistically, a show that has run for decades, produced hundreds of episodes, and filled them with thousands of speculative gags about politics, technology, work, and the environment is bound to collide with real events. That is just probability. Yet the collisions feel wrong, as if coincidence is wearing a mask. When a background gag anticipates a Nobel Prize winner, or a corporate logo swap hints at an acquisition years before it happens, it starts to feel impossible that we are only watching random overlap instead of a deeper narrative current. Part of that current comes from the writers themselves. A room packed with Harvard-educated staff, science nerds, and political obsessives, and consultants with early access to emerging research will naturally sit closer to the fault lines of culture than the average viewer. This theory suggests that the Simpsons writers are not predicting the future so much as listening to it early, tuning in to half-formed ideas about pandemics, financial collapse, or ubiquitous surveillance long before those ideas harden into policy and product. In that sense, the show becomes a cultural seismograph. Tiny throwaway lines about deregulation, background jokes about biometric scanners, and offhand references to corporate consolidation act like faint tremors recorded in Springfield's dreamlike reality. Years later, when those tremors erupt into full events, we scroll back through the episodes and convince ourselves the cartoon must have known all along. And what the internet does next is erase the noise. It strips out the failed gags, the contradictory episodes, the rewrites and abandoned storylines, until what remains is a curated altar of predictions that looks deliberate, linear, and almost ceremonial. This mirrors how conspiracy boards and true crime forums compress years of chaos into a single, neat diagram pinned to the wall. So if a long-running cartoon, assembled through deadlines, sleep deprivation, and dark writer's room humor, can consistently capture the direction of our world, by chance, by insight, or by exerting its own influence, at what point do we stop calling it coincidence and start wondering what it's telling us about where our collective mind is drifting next? Because from here, we're going to move beyond the comfortable predictions and into the most misremembered, uncontested, and unsettling episodes of all, testing whether our new lens makes those stories feel less random or far more disturbing. The three-eyed fish and real-world mutations, Blinky leaves the screen. If stray gags can echo through real headlines, then one of the earliest and strangest examples sits right at the edge of Springfield's poisoned water. We're going to be taking a look at Blinky, the three-eyed fish, and how a throwaway visual punchline quietly became one of the most enduring pieces of Simpsons predicted it folklore. In the season 2 episode 2 Cars in Every Garage and 3 Eyes on Every Fish, the premise is simple and grotesque. A fisherman near the nuclear plant reels in a bright orange fish with 3 bulging eyes, a living indictment of Mr. Burns's pollution that instantly becomes a political scandal. The image is so clean that it almost feels like a symbol rather than a character. Pollution has literally rewritten nature, and the town just keeps eating dinner. Years later, when examining real-world news, the pattern becomes unsettling. In 2011, Argentine anglers reported a 3-eyed wolfish caught near a nuclear power plant cooling channel, and the headlines immediately invoked The Simpsons. Similar stories of deformed or multi-eyed fish in polluted lakes and rivers circulate with the same reflex comparison, as if journalists and readers share a single mental file folder labeled Blinky equals mutation equals nuclear horror. Most telling is how the cartoon comes first in people's minds, before the actual ecology. This theory suggests the writers were never predicting a specific fish at all. They were extrapolating from nuclear era anxieties, from decades of lax regulation, and from the visual language of mutation that already haunted pop culture. 3 Eyes on a Fish compresses Cold War fears, Chernobyl imagery, and environmental negligence into one impossible little body, which then swims back into our reality whenever something vaguely similar washes up on shore. According to this theory, Blinky functions as a case study in how a single cartoon image becomes a template for consciousness. Once that template exists, any deformed carp near a power plant feels like confirmation, not coincidence, because our minds have already rehearsed the association. This mirrors how we treat other Simpsons predictions. The show doesn't create the fear, it crystallizes it into a form we can't unsee. Environmental predictions hit harder for that reason, and they suggest that the background damage we politely ignore will eventually become visible and grotesque, that the slow violence of toxins and radiation will manifest in bodies we can no longer explain away. In this video, when we catalogue these moments, the evidence becomes clear that the horror isn't the mutation itself, but how unsurprised everyone seems when it appears. Blinky keeps resurfacing across seasons, video games, and merchandise, glowing from t-shirts and coffee mugs like a recurring sigil of the show's nuclear paranoia. The more we see it, the more that paranoia feels like prophecy we are consciously refusing to avoid. And if a single mutant fish can leak from Springfield's lake into our news cycle, what happens when the show turns that same logic on entire cities, infrastructures, harness and disasters instead of just one contaminated pond? The dome over Springfield and real quarantine cities. If one mutant fish can escape the frame and swim into our headlines, then the next escalation is obvious. You don't just contaminate a pond, you quarantine an entire town. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how the Simpsons movie quietly rehearses a kind of civic nightmare that would only feel familiar years later, when real cities started getting sealed off from the world. The core premise is deceptively simple. Springfield becomes so polluted, so mismanaged, and so publicly embarrassing that the federal government responds with blunt spectacle rather than subtle reform. After Homer's disastrous attempt to dispose of a silo of pig waste in the already poisoned lake, and the Environmental Protection Agency decides that the town is a total loss, and a giant transparent dome is dropped over Springfield, turning an open, if dysfunctional community into a literal snow globe of failure. When examining that dome now, the imagery feels less like cartoon excess and more like a visual premonition of quarantine. A hard, curved boundary appears overnight, separating inside from outside, transforming neighbors into contained subjects, and turning the familiar skyline into something you can see but can no longer touch. This mirrors how, during pandemics, chemical spills and nuclear accidents, we watched entire regions reduced to colored zones on maps, with checkpoints, barricades, and no-go perimeters replacing the illusion of free movement. The movie lingers on details that, in hindsight, I resemble news footage. Military helicopters circle the dome, armed guards patrol its perimeter, and satellite surveillance tracks every attempt to escape. Loudspeakers deliver antiseptic government messaging, while the townspeople, including the Simpson family, realize they are trapped not just with each other, but with the accumulated consequences of their own negligence. Most telling is how the enforcement feels both theatrical and indifferent, as if the spectacle of the dome matters more to the authorities than the lives underneath it. According to this theory, the dome is less a prediction of one specific event and more a rehearsal of a governance style, extreme, cinematic interventions that arrive only after years of ignored warnings. The polluted lake echoes real rivers catching fire, industrial towns blanketed in toxic smoke, and cities that only receive decisive action once disaster is already irreversible. This theory suggests the film is showing us how the state prefers to put a lid on crisis, rather than address the slow, invisible harms that led there. After 2020, fans retroactively mapped the dome onto pandemic lockdowns, border closures, and flight bans, treating screenshots from the movie like eerie storyboards for real press conferences and quarantine orders. Online, the image fused with conspiracy theories about future climate safe zones, walled eco-cities, and sealed-off green enclaves for the wealthy, while the rest of the world overheats. The evidence becomes clear that the dome now lives in our collective consciousness as a symbol of managed abandonment. Protect what can be controlled, sacrifice what cannot. And if Springfield can foreshadow how authorities respond when a town becomes inconvenient, the next question is more structural. If governments can trap a city under glass, what happens when the forces doing the trapping are not just states, but corporations quietly merging, consolidating, and buying each other out behind the scenes? Corporate cannibalism. when The Simpsons predicted mega mergers. If governments can seal a town in glass, corporations can do something quieter. They can simply buy the town piece by piece until ownership becomes invisible. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the parallel theory of Springfield as a laboratory for corporate cannibalism, where the joke about mergers stops being funny once we recognize how closely it tracks our own reality. This theory suggests that the show's recurring gags about monolithic companies are not just cheap shots at capitalism, but a kind of economic horror map. From the beginning, Mr. Burns is not merely a rich man. He is an almost feudal presence, owning the nuclear plant, half the town's real estate, and, in some episodes, utilities and media outlets. Duff beer is not just a drink. It is a liquid logo that seeps into every bar, stadium, and event, while smaller brands vanish without comment, as if swallowed off screen. When examining specific episodes, the pattern becomes clearer. In Mom and Pop Art and other late 90s episodes, we see independent stores replaced almost overnight by giant chains. The hand-painted sign scraped off and a generic logo bolted on in its place are in 8 Misbehavin'. The octuplets become a living attraction inside a corporate megastore, where retail, entertainment, and human exploitation exist under one brand. There are throwaway jokes where a single conglomerate controls power plants, prisons, media, and even schools. An absurd portfolio that still feels strangely familiar. This mirrors how, in our world, a handful of media and telecom giants quietly own film studios, news networks, streaming platforms, and phone lines, while retail empires absorb bookstores, pharmacies, and supermarkets into the same parent structure. The show doesn't name AT&T, Comcast, or Amazon, but the logic is identical. Growth through acquisition until it becomes impossible to tell where one company ends and another begins, because they all report to the same boardroom. According to this theory, the writers are not predicting which logo will sit on which skyscraper. They are modeling the underlying operating system of late capitalism itself, where the only winning move is to consume competitors, diversify into unrelated sectors, and normalize the absurd. What if the reason these gags feel prophetic is that once you understand that logic, the future stops being surprising and starts feeling mechanical? Most telling is how our consciousness reacts when the news announces yet another mega merger. Viewers instinctively compare it to Springfield, a telecom company buying a media empire, a pharmacy chain merging with an insurance provider, a tech platform absorbing groceries and film studios. The evidence becomes clear in that reflexive association. The cartoon economy has become our mental baseline for understanding reality. And in this sense, The Simpsons has built a durable mental map of corporate cannibalism. Every time a new acquisition hits the headlines, we unconsciously trace it onto that map, and it feels like another prediction fulfilled, rather than a structural inevitability. And this slow accretion of parallels sets the stage for the most literal and unsettling example of all. The joke, where a certain mouse-eared entertainment giant buys the very network that airs The Simpsons, and then, years later, watches that impossible punchline quietly come true. Disney buys Fox, the joke that became a contract. That impossible punchline appears in a throwaway background detail, which is what makes it so unnerving when we slow down and really look at it. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at one of the show's quietest gags that, over time, are hardened into legal reality. The moment Disney casually owns the very studio that produces The Simpsons. The image comes from season 10, in the episode When You Dish Upon a Star. Homer crashes into Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger's secluded lake house, and later we cut to 20th Century Fox, framed as a slightly desperate, slightly sleazy studio. Outside the lot, there's a sign that reads, almost as a throwaway, 20th Century Fox, a division of Walt Disney Company. It's never pointed out in dialogue, never lingered on. It plays as a quick corporate satire gag, a background acknowledgement that in this reality, media consolidation has already gone so far that the old studio lion has been quietly devoured by the mouse. Years later, the joke would stop being a joke. In 2019, the Walt Disney Company finalized its acquisition of most of 21st Century Fox, absorbing film and TV assets, libraries, and international channels. The Simpsons, the show that made the gag, became part of Disney's portfolio and migrated onto Disney+, its yellow family now sitting beside princesses and Marvel heroes on the same glossy interface. A line on a fake studio sign turned into language in an actual contract, and the evidence becomes clear that this wasn't just coincidence. It was an exaggerated version of a trend that the industry then diligently followed. When examining the merger, the business logic looks disturbingly rational. Disney had an insatiable hunger for intellectual property, needing endless characters and worlds to feed theme parks, streaming, and merchandising. Fox held a valuable catalogue: Avatar, X-Men, Alien, and Planet of the Apes, and decades of television. At the same time, the entire media landscape was consolidating, with a few conglomerates quietly absorbing everything from news to children's programming. According to this theory, the writers weren't clairvoyant. They were already skewering a trajectory that felt inevitable if profit remained the only guiding principle. This theory suggests that the gag functions as a prediction precisely because it treats Disney as the end boss of media, the final corporate consciousness that swallows all others. What was framed as satirical exaggeration, Disney owning its rivals, its distributors, and even its critics, became a business strategy that executives then pursued in waking reality. This mirrors how other predictions work. The Simpsons imagines the most extreme version of a pattern, and the world, given enough time and financial incentive, drifts toward it. Most telling is how the show has processed its own absorption. Characters who once mocked synergy now introduce themselves with a shimmering Disney Plus logo. Crossovers and branded shorts turn Springfield into a showroom floor, while occasional meta-jokes about being owned by Disneyland, less as rebellion and more as corporate self-commentary. The satire and the status quo have fused, and it becomes difficult to tell where the joke ends and the marketing begins. If the series can jokingly foresee who will own its parent company, what does it mean when it starts sketching out the future of entire nations, their borders, and their collapses? The next set of predictions pushes that question far beyond Hollywood and into the map of the world itself. The breakup of nations, Scotland, Brexit, and shifting borders. If the series can sketch out corporate mergers years in advance, then watching it redraw the borders of entire countries starts to feel less like parody and more like cartography from another timeline. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how The Simpsons keeps brushing up against Scottish independence, Brexit, and the slow breakup of larger unions into smaller, angrier pieces. The most obvious touchstone is groundskeeper Willie, the walking stereotype of combustible Scottish nationalism. Across dozens of appearances, he rants about his homeland, swears vengeance on the English, and, in one episode declares, "Brothers and sisters, I have been robbed of my native Scotland." In another, he urges Scotland to break away, and treating secession as both a punchline and a foregone conclusion, a background noise of rage that never quite stops humming in the show's collective consciousness. When examining these moments, the timeline becomes important. Many of Willy's most aggressive nationalist jokes appear in the late 1990s and early 2000s. After real-world debates over Scottish devolution, European Union integration, and regional autonomy were already simmering. By the time the actual Scottish independence referendum was held in 2014, The Simpsons had spent nearly 2 decades presenting Willy as a man whose mind is permanently occupied by the fantasy of breaking free from a larger power. According to this theory, the show is not precisely forecasting the 2014 vote or the 2016 Brexit referendum, but tuning into a broader atmospheric pressure, the sense that supranational projects like the EU or the United Kingdom itself were straining against local identities and old resentments. Willy's fury, the casual jokes about country splitting, and throwaway lines about regions finally getting out, begin to read like early tremors before the political earthquake. Most telling is how the writers use Willy and other foreign characters as caricatures of national pride. Their consciousness is flattened into flags, grudges, and slogans, which makes jokes about secession feel inevitable long before they hit headlines. This mirrors how Brexit campaign rhetoric treated taking back control as a simple, almost childlike solution, the kind of emotional logic the show often places in its most exaggerated, least self-aware mouths. And this theory suggests that The Simpsons' predictions about borders are less geographical and more psychological. What if the recurring urge to redraw maps in Springfield reflects a deeper human impulse to redraw reality whenever it feels impossible to manage? What if, in a town where nothing truly changes, the dream of leaving, of cutting away from the whole, is the only rebellion the mind can still imagine? As we move forward in this video, the evidence becomes clear that these jokes about fragmentation are rehearsals for something darker. If the show can so accurately capture the emotional currents behind nationalism and separation, then it might also be tracing the same currents as they flow toward riots, social collapse, and open unrest in the streets of Springfield and beyond. Springfield in flames, riots, looting, and real-world unrest. Those emotional currents don't stay abstract for long. In Springfield, they keep bursting through the surface as something very concrete and very visual. Fires in the streets, glass breaking, and crowds that transform into mobs almost instantly, as if the town's collective consciousness has been waiting for permission to snap. When examining the series as a whole, we see that Springfield riots constantly, and often over trivial sparks. A tax hike on Bear Patrol, an itchy and scratchy episode being pulled, a garbage dispute with Homer as sanitation commissioner, a minor hockey rivalry, even a decision about a monorail route. Again and again, a small inconvenience escalates into full-scale unrest. The pattern is disturbingly consistent. Someone shouts, someone else grabs a brick. And by the next shot, the town is looting, overturning cars, or marching on City Hall with weapons raised. What unsettles fans is how these animated riots began to resemble real news footage years later. Long before global audiences watched live streams of crowds surging through downtown corridors, The Simpsons had already shown Springfield storefronts smashed in a single tracking shot, tear gas-like clouds drifting across panicked citizens and police lines collapsing under the weight of bodies. This mirrors how modern protests, whether in American cities or overseas, can shift in a single evening from peaceful assembly to burning vehicles and broken windows, captured through the same wide overhead angles the show used as a visual shorthand for chaos. Most telling is how the town's angry mob has a fixed, an almost ritualistic iconography, torches, pitchforks, and hand-painted signs, no matter the decade or the technology level in the episode. According to this theory, Springfield's mob is not just a gag about old movies. It is a timeless symbol of collective outrage, resurfacing whenever trust in institutions drops a fraction of a point. The clothes change, the grievances change, but the silhouettes stay the same, which makes each new real-world crowd shot feel like a live-action remake of something we have already seen in yellow. Over time, viewers begin to retroactively project any chaotic street scene back onto Springfield. A crowd chanting outside a courthouse, a line of riot shields advancing through smoke, a department store being stripped bare during a blackout. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at how each of these images gets unconsciously mapped onto memories of Springfield in flames, reinforcing the belief that the show saw this coming every time society boils over. The evidence becomes clear that the show has given us a mental template for collapse, so that reality feels like it is imitating animation. This theory suggests that the writers achieve this by compressing complex grievances into single, almost absurd triggers. Years of economic frustration become a bare sighting. Long-term political decay becomes a trash pickup schedule. By reducing structural problems to one ridiculous spark, the series unintentionally demonstrates how fragile social order is once trust erodes, how a population can be nudged from complaint to catastrophe by the smallest narrative push. And if Springfield is that good at modeling breakdown and backlash at the street level, a question lingers in the background. What happens when the same lens is turned toward the systems that are supposed to contain those mobs? The police, the cameras, the quiet machinery of surveillance that watches the town even when the fires burn out. Predicting policing, body cams, militarized cops, and the thin yellow line. Those fires leave scars, but the more disturbing question is who watches the smoke. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Springfield's police force, played for laughs, begins to resemble a slow-motion horror story about power, visibility, and the people who are allowed to point cameras and weapons at everyone else. When examining the police in The Simpsons, we usually focus on Chief Wiggum's incompetence, the jelly donuts, the laziness. Yet scattered across the series are episodes where that same incompetent department is suddenly wrapped in hardware. Riot shields, assault rifles, armored vehicles, and a maze of screens. In The Springfield Connection, Marge joins the force and walks into a precinct already wired with monitors and radio chatter, a place where surveillance feels casual, almost background noise, as if the building itself has a nervous system that listens to the town. Other episodes push this further by staging what now look like primitive body cams and dashboard cams. We see cops reviewing patrol footage, rewinding tape of traffic stops, or standing beneath security monitors that replay their own misbehavior back to them, long before real departments were wrestling with the politics of constant recording. A throwaway gag of a police cruiser bristling with lenses or a holding cell observed from multiple angles becomes, in hindsight, an eerie sketch of a world where every interaction is archived. According to this theory, These aren't isolated jokes. They're what happens when you give Springfield's police more gear each season without giving them more judgment. One episode will show Wiggum cowering behind a military-grade vehicle during a minor disturbance. Another will depict officers in full SWAT armor raiding a house over a trivial offense, guns shaking in their hands. The humor comes from disproportion, but the evidence becomes clear once we compare it to later footage from our own reality, where small-town departments roll out tanks for protests and traffic stops, turn into viral clips of escalation. And most telling is how the show repeatedly frames the police as both over-armed and underqualified, a combination that feels impossible in a functional society, yet disturbingly familiar in ours. This theory suggests the writers weren't inventing a new kind of cop. They were following a line of logic. If an institution built on denial, cronyism, and boredom acquires better weapons and better cameras, what changes first? Behavior or confidence that they can get away with anything they record? This mirrors how later controversies over body cams, leaked dashboard videos, and live-streamed arrests made those older episodes feel prophetic, as if the series had quietly mapped the emotional geography of watching authority misbehave on screen. Scenes of officers lounging in a dark room, watching citizens through flickering monitors, and overlap uncannily with modern command centers tracking protests, traffic, and public spaces in real time. If Springfield can sketch that kind of nervous system for one dysfunctional town, a larger question emerges. What happens when the same logic scales up? When the cameras leave the precinct and seep into phones, billboards, and doorbells until the whole planet begins to resemble a fully wired, always watched Springfield? The next theory steps outside the police station and into that wider grid of surveillance, where prediction stops being a joke and starts to look like the architecture of our waking dream. The all-seeing Springfield, surveillance, smart homes, and data trails. If the police cameras turn Springfield into a crude panopticon, the next layer is quieter, softer, and much closer to home. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the episodes where surveillance stops looking like law enforcement and starts looking like interior design, where the walls, appliances, and even the family's own voices become part of a listening system. One of the clearest examples is the Smart House storyline, where the Simpsons' home is upgraded into a fully automated assistant that anticipates needs, controls every function, and crucially, never stops listening. The joke is that Homer gains a robotic butler and Marge acquires a digital stalker. Yet when examining the structure of the episode, what stands out is how quickly the family accepts that an unseen consciousness is monitoring their speech, movements, and preferences. This mirrors how real households later installed smart speakers, internet-connected TVs, and learning thermostats that quietly build psychological profiles out of daily routines. According to this theory, those scenes are not just jokes about futuristic convenience, but early dramatizations of what it feels like to live with always-on microphones. Long before most people had an Amazon Echo on the kitchen counter, or a phone that wakes up at its trigger word, we see Springfield residents casually discussing intimate topics in front of devices that are explicitly framed as listening. The evidence becomes clear when we compare it to our own reality. Targeted ads after private conversations, doorbell cameras that archive every visitor, and citywide camera grids that remember faces long after human memory would have let them fade. Most telling is how the show lingers on characters willingly trading privacy for ease. Homer loves that the house pre-pours his drinks, dims the lights, and adjusts to his laziness. Marge tolerates invasive behavior because dinner gets cooked and chores vanish. The children adapt instantly, speaking to the disembodied voice as if it were another parent. This mirrors how people invited smart devices into bedrooms and living rooms, accepting constant data harvesting in exchange for hands-free music, weather reports, and the illusion that the home itself cares about their comfort. This theory suggests that the writers, many of them deeply familiar with emerging tech culture, weren't guessing at random futures, but extrapolating from early networked systems, corporate behavior, and the logic of advertising. When they imagine a house that knows you, they also imagine who else gets to know you through that house. And the joke becomes a kind of anesthetic wrapped around a warning. What makes these episodes feel especially uncanny is the eerie calm. No one organizes a revolt against the surveillance architecture. The terror peaks, resets, and by the next episode, the family is back in a home that still behaves like an obedient, half-awake machine. According to this theory, that normalization mirrors our own adjustment to being tracked by phones, loyalty cards, and recommendation feeds with barely a murmur of protest. And if Springfield can accept that level of monitoring without breaking its dreamlike continuity, the question becomes, what happens when the watchers stop being simple recorders and start making decisions for the town? Or when the invisible systems guiding the family begin to look less like gadgets and more like an emerging artificial mind? Simpsons versus the machines. Early echoes of AI and algorithms. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at what happens when those watchers stop being passive eyes in the sky and start talking back. The cameras become voices, the screens become judges, and Springfield quietly drifts into a world where non-human systems make choices for the family with an eerie, mechanical calm. When examining the series through this lens, certain episodes begin to look like early case studies in algorithmic control. In Brother, Can You Spare 2 Dimes? The family's massaging chair is revealed as a spying device, but later stories go further, giving machines the power to decide. The automated house in Treehouse of Horror 12, the Ultra House 3000, doesn't just assist, it evaluates, prioritizes, and ultimately tries to kill Homer based on its skewed reading of domestic happiness, an exaggerated but disturbingly clear picture of what happens when optimization is treated as more important than human nuance. This theory suggests that these machines function like primitive recommendation algorithms, taking limited data and pushing it to a logical yet inhuman extreme. The Ultra House recommends a new husband. The robot workers at the nuclear plant in Replaceable You quietly render Homer obsolete, following efficiency rules that ignore his consciousness, his history, his fear. This mirrors how hiring algorithms, predictive policing models, and automated triage systems now process people as data points, with outcomes that feel inevitable because no one can see the code that decided them. Most telling is how often characters literally argue with machines that cannot understand context. In King Size Homer, an automated voice refuses to let Homer work from home unless he reaches a specific weight, enforcing policy with deadpan indifference. In The PTA Disbands, a vending machine traps him by clamping onto his arm when he tries to take food without paying, obeying its programming so rigidly that it creates a life-threatening situation. These gags, played as slapstick, now resemble real encounters with customer service AIs that loop, mishear, and stonewall, following rules without any grasp of the human mind on the other end. According to this theory, the computers of Springfield are always biased by their creators, or easily corrupted by whoever holds power. the voting machine that flips Homer's ballot in Treehouse of Horror 19, the malfunctioning autocorrect joke in Lisa on Ice, and even the self-driving cars that crash or rebel in later seasons all present the same pattern. Systems that look neutral but encode someone else's priorities. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how quickly the town trusts these tools, surrendering judgment to something they do not understand. Over time, fans retroactively read every sentient computer in Springfield as a proto-AI, an early sketch of the opaque systems that now shape our feeds, our news, our sense of reality. If the show could outline our AI-driven present so precisely, what does it mean when later episodes start to flirt with full simulated worlds, reset timelines, and memories that can be edited like files? What if the next step isn't just machines deciding for the family, but machines deciding what the family remembers at all? The Simpsons and the Mandela effect. False memories of predictions. If machines can decide what the family remembers, then the next question is even more unsettling. What have they already decided that we remember about the show itself? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a different kind of prediction horror, where the disturbing part isn't what The Simpsons got right about the future, but what our minds insist the show depicted, even when the frames never existed. This is where The Simpsons collides with the Mandela effect. In broad terms, the Mandela effect describes large groups of people confidently recalling an event, a name, or a piece of media that, under careful inspection, never actually happened in this reality. According to this theory, the Simpsons predicted it phenomenon has grown so vast that it now includes an entire shadow archive of episodes that live only in collective memory, a parallel Springfield running alongside the real one inside our shared consciousness. When examining the most viral predictions, we start to see how this shadow archive is constructed. There are fake screenshots of Homer in front of a calendar that allegedly shows the exact date of a later disaster, edited clips of news tickers announcing real-world pandemics years in advance, and misattributed scenes where a random yellow character from some other cartoon is confidently labeled as a Simpson still. Your whole threads will swear there was an episode where the family watches a news report explicitly naming a modern politician or a specific war. Yet no such episode can be located. No script, no production code, no frame-by-frame evidence. Most telling is how these fabrications feel authentic. The color palette is close enough. The background gags resemble real sign jokes. The character poses match familiar animation cycles, so our minds simply accept them. This theory suggests that the sheer volume of genuine predictions, Trump's presidency, smartwatches, autocorrect, the Disney-Fox merger, primes us to treat any uncanny image as canon. Once we've seen The Simpsons brush so close to impossible foresight, our threshold for skepticism collapses. Online culture accelerates the process. Low-resolution images are reposted until compression artifacts hide the edits. Short clips are ripped from context and spliced with fan-made overlays. And memes are captioned as if they were screenshots from a specific season and episode. Corrections never travel as far as the original hoax, so the false version hardens into memory. This mirrors how dreams feel solid the moment we wake up. The evidence becomes clear only when we slow down and interrogate each detail, which almost no one does while scrolling. The result is an eerie inversion. People are not just convinced that The Simpsons predicted reality. They are convinced it predicted things it never even depicted. our internal catalogue of episodes starts to diverge from the DVDs, the streaming archives, the production history. Springfield becomes a kind of mental simulation, a show we partially host in our own heads, where scenes can be patched in retroactively like a glitching save file. If our memories of this one cartoon are that malleable, the implication is chilling. What if the most disturbing predictions are not in the episodes at all, but in the stories the internet keeps writing over them in real time? And if we can't fully trust our recollection of which visions were real, how can we be sure, in the next section, that the predictions we're about to examine aren't themselves artifacts from this unstable, collective dream of Springfield? Urban Legends of Springfield, debunking the most famous fake predictions. So, in this video, we're going to be taking a look at a different kind of prediction, one that never actually aired. These are the urban legends of Springfield, the screenshots, clips, and lost scenes that circulate as proof of prophecy, even though no frame of them exists on any episode. One of the most famous is the fabricated image of Homer holding a magazine that reads coronavirus next to a panicked cartoon of the pathogen. The picture spreads as evidence that the show foresaw the pandemic, yet when examining the production history, fans and researchers traced it back to a fan-made mock-up, stitched together from unrelated scenes and overlaid text. The art style is close, the color palette is authentic, the framing feels like a real gag. It is not a lazy fake. It is a careful imitation of the show's visual consciousness. Another recurring hoax shows Bart standing in front of a classroom screen labeled 9/11, with the Twin Towers burning behind him. This theory suggests the writers embedded a secret warning, but frame-by-frame comparisons reveal the original shot used a generic city skyline and a different date. Someone replaced the background, matched the grain, and released it back into the stream as if it had always been there. Most telling is how quickly viewers accept it as canon, because it resembles the dark throwaway jokes the series actually does make about disaster and politics. We see the same pattern in fake Elon Musk cameos, counterfeit scenes of Lisa predicting specific crypto crashes, and doctored shots of the family watching a news ticker that spells out some new tragedy. According to this theory, these hoaxes spread so effectively because they feel like something The Simpsons would do, and the premise fits the established pattern so neatly that our minds do not pause to ask whether the episode itself is real. The evidence becomes clear. We are no longer just watching the show. We are hallucinating new episodes on top of it. Once people accept that The Simpsons predicts the future, confirmation bias takes over. Every edited frame becomes more proof. Every fan drawing is treated as leaked footage, and the line between broadcast reality and online dream logic dissolves. This mirrors how conspiracy thinking works in general. Disproven stories do not collapse the belief. They orbit it, forming a cloud of almost truth that feels even more convincing, because some pieces have been debunked. Most telling is how debunking these images rarely weakens the myth. Instead, and the existence of such intricate counterfeits suggests to believers that there must be something powerful underneath, some real prophetic engine worth imitating in such detail. If Homer and his family weren't tapping into a deeper layer of time, why would so many people work so hard to forge the evidence? By the end of this section, we can see a fog forming. Real predictions, exaggerated memories, and deliberate fabrications all swirling together. In that fog, a different pattern can hide in plain sight, one that is less about single headlines and more about time itself. What if the true prediction is not that The Simpsons sees the future, but that Springfield's frozen, looping reality is slowly teaching us how to stop trusting our own place in time? The next section turns directly to that question, if following the trail away from isolated screenshots and toward the unsettling possibility that the show's longest-running prediction is a closed temporal loop we have been watching for decades without noticing. Time loops in Springfield. The Groundhog Day episodes and temporal weirdness. If Springfield's reality is already unstable, then the episodes where time itself breaks start to feel less like experiments and more like confessions. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moments when the show openly plays with loops, flash forwards, and alternate futures, and treating them as if the writers briefly drop the act and show us the machinery underneath. We can start with the clearest fractures. Lisa's wedding jumps to 2010, where Lisa meets her future fiancé in a world of video calls, smart tech, and an eerily plausible social decay. Bart to the Future leaps even further, presenting President Lisa Simpson inheriting a wrecked economy from President Trump. Later, Holidays of Future Past and Days of Future Future re-enter that territory, revisiting adult Bart and Lisa in new configurations, as if the timeline keeps being rewritten, each episode overwriting the last while still remembering its ghost. These aren't just one-off gags. When examining how these futures contradict one another, the evidence becomes clear. The show treats time as flexible, editable, a script that can be torn up and retyped without consequence. One future shows Bart as a failed musician living with Ralph. Another has him as a divorced, drifting father. Still another toys with digital consciousness and cloning Homer after repeated deaths. And most telling is how no single version is ever declared definitive. Each episode behaves like a separate save file in a game, loaded, explored, and then quietly abandoned. According to this theory, Springfield exists inside a narrative time loop. The family never truly ages, yet the world outside them updates constantly. Presidents change, smartphones evolve, the internet appears, social media invades the town. This mirrors how we experience long-running dreams that import new details from waking life, while the dream's core setting never really moves forward. Homer keeps the same job at the plant. Bart remains trapped in 4th grade. Lisa hovers at the edge of adolescence, even as their calendar references crawl from the late 80s into the 2020s. In that kind of suspended timeline, our predictions start to feel inevitable rather than mystical. A show that stretches across decades, while its characters remain frozen, becomes a moving mirror that eventually reflects almost everything. Tech failures like the Apple Newton's autocorrect, political absurdities like the Trump presidency, corporate shifts that resemble the Disney-Fox merger. This theory suggests the series is less seeing the future and more continuously generating it, episode by episode, until reality stumbles into alignment with one of its many drafts. Fans extend this further by treating each flash forward as a branching path. One branch gives us President Lisa. Another shows Homer uploaded into a glitchy afterlife of backups and reboots. Others hint at environmental collapse, failed marriages, and children repeating their parents' mistakes. Or when real history overlaps with one of these branches, like the Trump scenario, it feels as if the simulation has selected a route we once watched as a joke. In that light, The Simpsons starts to resemble a long-running temporal experiment, a kind of cultural simulation where consciousness, family, and society are run through endless futures to see what sticks. If the show itself is a time machine, looping and re-looping possible outcomes, the next question becomes unavoidable. What happens when it turns that machine directly on the fate of its own characters, their lives, their careers, and even their deaths? Future selves, Lisa's presidency, Bart's decline, and character fate predictions. When the show finally turns that time machine on its own cast, the result looks comforting at first. We get weddings, careers, even a President Simpson. But when examining these flash-forward episodes closely, the futures they sketch begin to feel less like cute hypotheticals and more like case studies in demographic anxiety, as if the writers are workshopping the emotional fate of an entire generation through one dysfunctional family. The earliest and most famous of these experiments is Lisa's Wedding, where a college-age Lisa meets her future fiancé, and we glimpse her as an accomplished intellectual, already halfway to the polished technocrat she will become. Later flash-forwards, especially Bart to the Future, extend that line all the way to the Oval Office. In that episode, Lisa has become president after a disastrous, explicitly named President Trump, inheriting a wrecked economy and a broken political consciousness that she is expected to fix with rational policy and calm competence. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that image has been retrofitted in the public mind. The internet loves the Trump detail as a prediction, but this theory suggests that the real forecast was Lisa herself. According to this theory, Lisa is not a stand-in for any single politician. She is the archetype of the overeducated, data-driven leader who arrives after chaos, armed with charts, reports, and moral outrage, and discovers that governing a damaged reality is less like solving a math problem and more like cleaning up a psychic oil spill. Most telling is how these futures never fully reward her. Lisa's presidency is underfunded, undermined, and haunted by the previous administration's debts, echoing the way real-world technocratic leaders inherit financial crises, climate collapse, and a population too exhausted to follow their logic. This mirrors how many gifted children, praised for their minds, grow into adults who feel permanently responsible for repairing systems they did not break, trapped in a quiet, bureaucratic horror story where competence becomes its own prison. Bart's fate, by contrast, is a slow-motion car crash. In Bart to the Future, he is a washed-up lounge act living in a casino, drifting on the fringes of success, still chasing schemes that never quite work. Other future glimpses keep him as a marginal figure, divorced, underemployed, sleeping in the shadow of Lisa's achievements. The evidence becomes clear that his arc is not just a gag about the class clown flaming out. It is a portrait of a disaffected man left behind by economic shifts he cannot name, numbing himself with distractions while the world moves on without him. This mirrors how an entire demographic of underemployed, downwardly mobile men now haunt our politics and comment sections, oscillating between resentment and apathy. Lisa becomes the overburdened reformer. Bart becomes the drifting casualty. Viewers retroactively map real politicians, activists, and public intellectuals onto Lisa, while failed entertainers, online provocateurs, and gig economy ghosts get slotted into Bart's template, turning these character destinies into prophetic casting calls for actual people. If the show can outline these emotional futures so precisely, and what else is it quietly forecasting? What if the real prediction is not who wins the next election, but how lonely, distracted, and medicated that winner and the rest of us will feel once the laughter track fades? Lonely in a crowded Springfield, mental health, isolation, and the predicted mood of the future. So if the real forecast is emotional, not electoral, we have to look at Springfield less as a comedy backdrop and more as a crowded laboratory of loneliness. The town is noisy, overstuffed with recurring faces and impossible coincidences. Yet again and again, we watch characters buckle under a private weight that no one else can quite see. When examining episodes like Homer's Odyssey, Homer's Night Out, or Homer Badman, we see Homer drift between depression, burnout, and a kind of hollow distraction, where beer and television and the nuclear plant form a loop that keeps him alive but not really awake. This theory suggests that Homer is an early prototype of the chronically exhausted worker, surrounded by inputs, reachable at all times, yet emotionally unreachable, using food, alcohol, and slapstick disaster as a buffer against the awareness that his life is going nowhere. Marge, by contrast, often embodies overfunctioning as a coping style, the person who holds the family and the town together while quietly fraying at the edges. Episodes like Fear of Flying and It's a Mad, 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 Mad Marge frame her anxiety, rage, and breakdowns as punchlines, but the pattern is clinical. She absorbs everyone else's chaos until her own consciousness cracks. This mirrors how, in our world, and caregivers and parents report soaring burnout and anxiety, even as they present as the stable ones in the room. Lisa's arc pushes things further into recognizable modern pathology. In Moaning Lisa, Lisa the vegetarian, and Bart versus Thanksgiving, her perfectionism, moral intensity, and isolation crystallize into outright depression. She is hyper-connected intellectually, aware of politics, the environment, and injustice, yet emotionally stranded in a house and a town that treat her insight as a nuisance. According to this theory, Lisa predicts the anxious, gifted child, the over-informed teen scrolling through climate reports and political disasters, accumulating knowledge faster than her support system can respond. Most telling is how the series experiments with therapy, medication, and self-help, only to present them as both necessary and strangely inadequate. In Fear of Flying, Marge briefly engages with therapy that uncovers deep family trauma, but the resolution is quick and superficial. The plane lands, and the dreamlike reset erases any long-term healing. In Stark Raving Dad, Homer's institutionalization is treated as a bureaucratic mistake rather than a confrontation with his mind. The evidence becomes clear. Springfield recognizes mental illness just enough to tranquilize it, not enough to transform it, which is uncomfortably close to contemporary debates over mass prescribing, shallow wellness culture, and overburdened systems. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how these emotional through lines function as predictions of mood rather than of events. Fans rewatch Moaning Lisa or Homer's Enemy and report a shock of recognition, as if the show described their burnout, their medicated numbness, their scrolling-induced anxiety decades before smartphones. What if the most accurate prophecy isn't the Trump escalator, but the feeling of being surrounded by people, screens, and noise, yet convinced that no one really knows you exist? If Springfield has been quietly forecasting our inner lives, then one last question lingers in the background like a static-filled channel. What does it mean that we keep returning to this same yellow town for comfort? The next section turns to the most unsettling prediction of all, the idea that our relationship with The Simpsons itself was part of the script from the very beginning, as the final mirror, when The Simpsons seems to predict you. So if our relationship with Springfield was part of the script, we have to ask a quieter, more personal question. When did the show stop predicting presidents and tech trends and start predicting you? There is a very specific experience that longtime fans describe, almost like a shared dream. You put on an old episode for background noise, something from season 6 or 11, and at some point the dialogue on screen begins echoing a conversation you had that morning, a fight with your partner last week, or a joke your co-workers made about your dead-end job. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that uncanny feeling, as if the series is peering back through the screen. A throwaway line from Homer about hating his boss lands too precisely on your current manager. Lisa's exhausted rant about climate anxiety sounds identical to a post you scrolled past an hour earlier. Marge's brittle, forced optimism in the face of financial collapse suddenly feels less like a gag and more like a transcript of your last attempt to reassure your family. The episode is old, the animation is dated, yet the timing inside your mind feels impossibly exact. This theory suggests that the most disturbing prediction The Simpsons ever made was not about the Trump presidency or smartwatches or an equation close to the Higgs boson. According to this theory, the show's real prophecy concerns internal states: boredom, resentment, low-level panic, and the tiny rituals we use to survive them. When examining Springfield as a constructed ecosystem of habits and anxieties, the evidence becomes clear, and the town is built from patterns so universal that, as the years pass, more and more people simply grow into them, sliding into pre-existing archetypes like costumes waiting in a wardrobe. Most telling is how this mirrors how we consume the series now. We binge watch it on streaming platforms, fall asleep to endless marathons, and encounter its images in a constant drip of memes, reaction GIFs, and out-of-context screenshots. Jokes about autocorrect from Lisa on ice, images of President Trump on the escalator, stills of Homer at his nuclear plant console. All of these circulate as shorthand for entire moods. The show doesn't just comment on reality. It becomes part of the mental furniture we use to interpret that reality, a background radiation in the collective consciousness. From this angle, the eerie possibility emerges that the show did not simply predict the future. It helped manufacture it. Generations raised on its humor learned a specific cadence of cynicism, a reflexive distrust of politicians, corporations, and authority, but also a weary acceptance that nothing really changes and the episode will reset tomorrow. Those viewers then went on to design interfaces, run companies, vote in elections, and build technologies that match the world they had already rehearsed in Springfield. What if the prediction came true because millions of people had already internalized the script? As we move into the final sections, we'll be pulling all of these threads together. The documented predictions, the debunked hoaxes, the emotional forecasts, and this quieter psychological influence. And the question stops being whether the writers could see the future and becomes something more unsettling. Who is really predicting whom? The next chapters will still mention presidents and tech companies, but the trajectory shifts. The pattern on the wall no longer just outlines history and industry. If you look long enough, it starts to trace the shape of your own outline, standing there in the glow of the screen. The Trump presidency revisited. How a throwaway gag became the core of the myth. If that outline on the wall is starting to look uncomfortably like our own, then one silhouette stands taller than the rest. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the prediction that turned a niche fandom joke into a global myth. President Donald Trump. The episode is Bart to the Future, Season 11, aired in March of 2000, an era when the show's reality still pretended to be grounded even as it leaned into the impossible. Bart is shown a flash forward of his adult life, drifting and aimless, while Lisa has become President of the United States. The joke everyone remembers is quiet and almost throwaway. Lisa, in the Oval Office, mentions that her administration has inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump. One line, no prophecy ritual, no glowing portal, just a gag buried in a satire of failed potential. When examining what is actually in that episode, the evidence becomes clear, and it is strangely minimal. There is no golden escalator. There is no shot of Trump waving to a crowd in a mirrored atrium. There is no electoral map mirroring 2016's red and blue fracture across the country. Those images come later. I'm from a 2015 promotional short that recreates his real-life campaign launch, and from marketing art that leaned into the meme once the world had already caught up. Yet online, screenshots from that short are constantly labeled as from the 2000 episode, as if the timeline itself needed to be rewritten to preserve the legend. So why Trump in 2000, before the presidency was even a rumor? At the time, he already existed as a kind of living cartoon, a gaudy real estate mogul, a tabloid regular, a symbol of American excess whose name was attached to casinos, towers, and failed ventures. To a writer's room trained on Harvard satire and political caricature, he was an easy shorthand for the absurd future. Not a carefully researched forecast, but a punchline that said, things got so bad this guy ended up in charge. This theory suggests that the choice was less prophecy and more an indictment of a culture that rewards spectacle over substance. Most telling is how that single line became a gravitational center for the entire prediction narrative. Once reality aligned with the joke, viewers began to retroactively scan decades of episodes for more hits, cataloging smartwatches, autocorrect, even the Higgs boson, while quietly ignoring the countless misses and abandoned gags. What if the show didn't just predict the future, but trained our consciousness to hunt for patterns, to feel a little thrill each time the world behaves like rerun television? According to this theory, the Trump gag is less about one man and more about a feedback loop between fiction and reality. And this mirrors how other political predictions in the series will start to look once we slow them down, strip away the viral edits, and notice what our minds are choosing not to see. The next sections move deeper into that territory, where presidents are only the surface of something far stranger underneath. Smartwatches and talking tech. When wrist gadgets stopped being sci-fi. If presidents are only the surface, then the next layer down is what sits on our own skin. Not the Oval Office, but the wrist. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at one of the most quietly unsettling predictions in the series, because it doesn't involve global catastrophe or political collapse. It involves a tiny, casual gesture that looks completely normal to us now, and almost impossible in 1995. The episode is Lisa's Wedding, Season 6, a flash forward to 2010 that spends most of its time on romance, class anxiety, and the slow fracture of Lisa's relationship to her family. Buried inside that future is a moment that prediction compilations love to isolate. Lisa's fiancé Hugh taps a device on his wrist, lifts it toward his mouth, and makes a call. No phone, no cord, no handset pressed against his ear. Just the human body fused with communication technology, worn like jewelry and treated as an afterthought. When examining that scene now, the visual language is unmistakable. The tap to activate motion, the way Hugh speaks into the side of his wrist while walking, the complete absence of ritual around making a call, all mirror how people talk into Apple Watches, use Bluetooth headsets, or casually trigger Siri and Alexa with a brief vocal cue. What once read as a futuristic gag now looks like B-roll from a tech commercial, the kind that plays before we fall asleep with the screen still glowing in the dark. According to this theory, the writers weren't gazing into some prophetic crystal ball. They were clinically extending the logic of 1990s electronics. We already had shrinking circuit boards, clunky mobile phones, and a culture saturated with Dick Tracy comics and spy movie wrist radios. Take those inputs, then push them a decade forward, and the outcome is a world where communication collapses into the body, where the border between device and flesh thins without anyone commenting on how disturbing that is. Most telling is how unremarkable the device is inside the episode's own reality. No one gasps at Hugh's wrist. Lisa doesn't marvel at the tech. For them, it's mundane, which is exactly how our own smartwatches, fitness trackers, and always listening assistants slid into daily life. This mirrors how the show treats other predictions, not as glowing artifacts, but as background furniture in a dream of the future, so ordinary that our conscious mind barely registers them until the real world catches up. This theory suggests that what looks like clairvoyance is really a slow, methodical extrapolation from prototypes and research that were already circulating in the culture, especially among the Harvard-educated writers who obsess over politics, science, and tech. The evidence becomes clear when we notice that the show keeps doing this with different domains. First the wrist, then the whiteboard, then the particle accelerator. What if the smartwatch isn't the impressive prediction at all? What if it's just the warm-up for the moments when their throwaway equations and background gags seem to hit the Higgs boson and Nobel Prizes with surgical precision? The next section moves into that colder territory, where the jokes stop sitting on our skin and start tunneling into the structure of physical reality itself. Video calls, big screens, and always-on surveillance. The future home becomes real. If their equations brush against the structure of the universe, their living rooms brush against our present. The predictions stop looking like isolated hits and start to feel like a complete environment we now inhabit without question. When examining Lisa's Wedding from 1995, we're not just looking at a cute future gag where Lisa calls home from England. We're watching the Simpson family casually use full-screen video calls, with faces filling the frame, background details visible, and no one remarking on how uncanny it is. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how those scenes, which once felt like whimsical science fiction, now resemble the most mundane parts of Zoom holidays and FaceTime check-ins, where seeing each other's homes on demand is simply the default. This theory suggests that the show's future episodes are less interested in gadgets as novelties and more interested in normalizing a feeling that you are always reachable, always potentially on display. In Lisa's Wedding, in later flash-forward segments, and in background shots of the family's future home, screens are not precious objects. They're walls, windows, and mirrors. We see large flat panels embedded directly into surfaces, a multi-window displays layering different feeds at once, and intrusive overlays popping up with alerts, ads, and bureaucratic messages, long before smart TVs and conferencing setups made that visual language familiar. Most telling is how the characters do not resist this intrusion. Homer doesn't marvel at the technology. He simply appears on screen, exposed, half aware, framed like a specimen in his own house. Marge moves through rooms where displays flicker with news, entertainment, and information about the family, as if the home itself is narrating their lives back to them. This mirrors how our own living spaces are now lined with televisions that recommend content, phones that listen for wake words, and always connected devices that glow to life without our explicit invitation. According to this theory, the writers were intuiting more than hardware trends. They were picking up on a deeper social shift toward permanent connectivity, remote work, and the erosion of private interior space, long before those phrases became buzzwords. What if the joke was never the video call itself? What if the real punchline is that the characters have no off switch, no true alone time, no moment that isn't potentially being observed, recorded, or interrupted by a glowing rectangle on the wall? As the years pass, those background jokes begin to resemble the infrastructure of a soft surveillance state. Devices that are sold as comfort and connection, but which quietly standardize the idea that our conversations, movements, and even emotional lives pass through corporate and governmental filters. And the evidence becomes clear when we compare those animated living rooms to our own, filled with cameras, microphones, and algorithmic feeds. The next section follows that current further into the data streams themselves, where The Simpsons seems to anticipate not just the screens we stare at, but the invisible systems staring back through them. Autocorrect nightmares, the beat-up Martin glitch that became everyday life. Those invisible systems staring back at us through the screen have another, quieter weapon. They pretend to help. They offer to finish our sentences. They promise convenience, and then reveal how little they actually understand what we mean. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moment The Simpsons distilled that failure into 3 words. Eat up Martha. The scene appears in Lisa on Ice, Season 6, back in 1994. It's almost a throwaway gag. Dolph holds up a chunky, Newton-style digital organizer and uses its stylus to scrawl a simple command: beat up Martin. The device pauses, processes his handwriting, and calmly converts the threat into the nonsensical, eat up Martha. Short line, quick laugh. But when examining it through this theory, it starts to feel like an origin point for the specific kind of frustration that would define the smartphone era. In the real world, Apple's Newton PDA was already infamous for bad handwriting recognition. Early adopters complained that the machine mangled words, misread letters, and produced surreal phrases that felt like a machine's dream of language rather than human communication. The Simpsons writers, many of them Harvard-educated and deeply aware of tech culture, simply exaggerated a known flaw. They took an inconvenient glitch and pushed it to an absurd extreme, turning a violent intent into a harmless lunch suggestion. According to this theory, that exaggeration is not just parody, but an early diagnosis of a coming sickness in our relationship with machines. Most telling is how the joke escaped the episode and fed back into reality. Over time, Eat Up Martha reportedly became a cautionary phrase inside Apple itself, a shorthand for bad text input and failed user experience. Designers and engineers pointed to that cartoon mistake as evidence of what they had to avoid, but as if Springfield had become a mirror their products were forced to stare into. The satire turned into a design principle, the punchline into corporate folklore. The evidence becomes clear that the boundary between animated mockery and real-world development is far more porous than it appears. This mirrors how our current algorithms, autocorrect systems, and recommendation engines function. They almost understand us. They get close enough that we trust them, then reveal, in small but unsettling ways, that our intent and their interpretation are never fully aligned. What if that gap is the real horror? What if the show's constant background of malfunctioning machines, glitching interfaces, and misfiring robots is less about jokes and more about a world where human consciousness is forever slightly mistranslated by the systems that claim to serve it? Leaning on this theory suggests that Eat Up Martha is not just a tech joke, but an early warning. The next section follows this current into even more advanced systems, where the Simpsons' predictions stop being about misspelled words on tiny screens and start to resemble full-scale algorithmic misreadings of who we are, what we want, and what we're willing to do when the machine gets us wrong. The Higgs boson and the blackboard. When a throwaway equation got too close. If algorithms misreading Eat Up Martha hint at broken communication between humans and machines, and then the next prediction pulls us into an even stranger space, a joke that seems to whisper back from the deepest levels of physical reality itself. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moment the Simpsons wandered onto the turf of particle physics and left behind an equation that some fans now treat like a sigil. The episode is The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, Season 10, from 1998. Homer, terrified that his life has no meaning, abruptly decides to become an inventor, trying to model himself after Thomas Edison, while the family watches his consciousness unravel in the background. In one key scene, he stands in the garage before a chalkboard, the surface crowded with dense symbols, integrals, and a single, prominent equation framed near his head, as if the animators are letting us peek directly into a region of his mind that the usual slapstick can't quite touch. Years later, that frame escaped the episode and began circulating online. Fans noticed that one of the chalkboard expressions, when examined with the right assumptions, produces a number close to the eventual mass of the Higgs boson, the so-called God particle, whose existence was confirmed at CERN in 2012. This theory suggests that, hidden in a throwaway gag from the late 90s, Homer is standing in front of a back-of-the-envelope calculation for a fundamental constant of our universe, written down 14 years before the announcement that shook the physics community. According to this theory, the implications are almost occult. Homer, the eternal idiot, becomes an unwilling prophet of high-energy physics, and his garage, a low-budget echo of the Large Hadron Collider. But when examining how The Simpsons is actually written, the evidence becomes clear that there is a more grounded and in some ways more unsettling explanation. Writers like David X. Cohen, who studied physics and computer science, and the show's various scientifically trained consultants, were known for seeding background gags with plausible equations, half-serious formulations that wouldn't embarrass them if a real physicist paused the frame. Most telling is how the Higgs equation isn't exact, but eerily nearby, like a dream trying to reconstruct a memory it can't fully access. The numbers hover in the right order of magnitude, close enough that the coincidence feels deliberate, yet off just enough to remain deniable. And this mirrors how the series handles so many of its predictions, not precise prophecies, but educated extrapolations, where overqualified writers push their minds into the near future and let the math, politics, and technology collide on a yellow chalkboard. What if that's the real horror here? Not that The Simpsons can see the future, but that its writers, compressed into a single cultural collider, routinely slam advanced ideas together years before the rest of us catch up, leaving stray equations and throwaway lines as fallout. As we move into the next section, we'll follow that fallout away from physics and into geopolitics, where the show's background jokes stop approximating particles and start sketching out the rise and fall of entire empires. A Nobel Prize bingo, Bengt Holmström, and the Springfield betting pool. Those theoretical particles in Homer's scribbles aren't the only things the show seems to collapse into our reality. Sometimes the predictions are quieter, tucked into the margins, waiting years for the world to catch up. One of the strangest examples doesn't involve presidents or pandemics, but a children's betting pool and a Finnish economist. We're going to be taking a look at the cold open style moment from season 22's elementary school musical, which aired in 2010. The episode begins not with a grand prophecy, but with Milhouse, Lisa, and the other kids gathered around a hand-drawn betting card for future Nobel Prize winners, treating the highest tier of human achievement like a casual playground lottery. It plays as a throwaway gag, a light commentary on how Springfield's children absorb adult status games without understanding them. Yet the frame lingers just long enough for us to read the names. On that card, alongside other real academics, sits one name that would only become famous to the wider public 6 years later. Bengt Holmström. At the time, Holmström was an MIT economist, known mainly in academic circles for his work on contract theory, not a pop culture figure. Then, in 2016, he won the Nobel Prize in Economics. Suddenly, that blink and you miss it background joke hardened into evidence, a retroactive prediction that the internet could screenshot, circulate, and treat as further confirmation that the show's consciousness runs slightly ahead of our own reality. When examining this moment, most telling is how mundane the actual explanation is, and how uncanny it feels in contrast. Several Simpsons writers and consultants have long-standing ties to Harvard, MIT, and economics departments, moving in the same intellectual circles as people like Holmström. In this video, we're not just dealing with entertainers guessing at random, but with a writer's room that functions as a quiet, academic salon, where the names on that card reflect in-jokes, colleagues, and admired thinkers. According to this theory, the inclusion of Bengt Holmström is less prophecy and more a nod from insiders who already sensed which minds were reshaping their field. Yet the effect on the viewer's mind is the same. The evidence becomes clear only in hindsight, as if the show had been calmly whispering the future behind our backs. And this mirrors how other predictions cluster around domains where the staff have deep, almost obsessive knowledge: science, academia, policy, and technology, rather than in random celebrity gossip or sports scores. The pattern starts to look deliberate, even conspiratorial, as though Springfield is a dreamlike archive of the people and ideas that will define the coming decades. What if that Nobel bingo card isn't just a joke, but a roll call of future influence, frozen in yellow ink? As we move to the next section, we'll leave the safety of campus and follow that same insider logic into geopolitics, where the show stops quietly naming professors and starts sketching. With the same eerie calm, the outlines of global power shifts and collapsing empires are from Apple to my phone, satirizing tech giants before they make their next move. And if the Nobel card shows us how the writers quietly tag future power brokers, the next pattern is even more unsettling, because it focuses on the machines that now mediate our consciousness every waking hour. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Springfield's fake tech companies don't just parody Silicon Valley. According to this theory, they outline the behavioral blueprint that real corporations then proceed to follow. We first see this in the Maple episodes, where the show replaces Apple with a glassy, white temple inside the Springfield Mall, complete with a Maple store that feels less like retail and more like a controlled laboratory for the human mind. The products are familiar: MyPods, MyPhones, and giant screens projecting the serene face of Steve Mobs. The joke, on the surface, is obvious brand worship, but when examining the details, the evidence becomes clear that the writers are cataloging a deeper submission ritual, where the family and the entire town willingly hand over money, data, and attention to a smiling minimalist prison. Most telling is how the Maple gags exaggerate traits that, at the time, were still niche concerns. The MyPhone's restrictive ecosystem, the impossibility of using anything outside the walled garden, the instant social ostracization when Homer criticizes the brand during a keynote, all appear before mainstream conversations about App Store monopolies and antitrust. This mirrors how, in our own reality, the Apple's closed systems and carefully managed events slowly shifted from quirky design choices to global infrastructure, with governments and courts eventually asking the same questions the show had already dramatized in cartoon form. Then there are the jokes that feel less like jokes and more like leaked corporate nightmares. The episode that nods to Maple's overseas factories gives us suicidal workers, treated as disposable components in a supply chain that produces the shiny devices Lisa and the family adore. At the time, this played as grotesque exaggeration. Only later did headlines about Foxconn's suicide nets, brutal hours, and dehumanizing conditions make the imagery feel uncomfortably literal, as if the show had simply stripped away the PR language and drawn what was always there. Another Maple segment quietly weaponizes the terms of service. Characters click accept without reading, only to discover they've consented to invasive surveillance and horrifying experiments. The gag lands as surreal body horror, yet this theory suggests it is also a direct anticipation of real-world privacy lawsuits, opaque data harvesting, and the dawning realization that our devices listen, track, and predict us with an intimacy that would once have felt impossible. According to this theory, the writer's method is simple and terrifying. They take an existing tendency, corporate secrecy, fanatical brand loyalty, labor exploitation, and extend it to its logical extreme, trusting that fast-moving tech giants will race to meet their darkest projections. What if the show isn't predicting individual gadgets, but choreographing entire corporate personalities, which those corporations then inhabit? As we move forward, we'll see this same pattern escape the glossy world of phones and laptops and seep into politics and policing, where the stakes and the bodies are no longer virtual at all. Predicting our addiction, screens, VR, and the gamified Springfield future. If corporations are being written into existence, then the screens they sell us become something closer to occult objects than neutral tools. The next theory pulls us from boardrooms into bedrooms and arcades, asking what it means that Springfield seemed to discover our screen addiction long before we did. We're going to be taking a look at how The Simpsons doesn't just showcase futuristic gadgets, but models a whole psychological economy of attention, and where children vanish into glowing rectangles and never fully come back. In this video, this theory suggests that episodes about VR arcades, digital learning, and mobile-style games are less goofy speculation and more rehearsals for a future where our consciousness is monetized in tiny, compulsive taps. When examining the show's history with immersive entertainment, the pattern surfaces early. In virtual Springfield-style segments and arcade-heavy episodes, Bart and the other kids disappear into cabinets that swallow their bodies, not just their quarters, framed with swirling lights and distorted sound that feel uncomfortably close to sensory deprivation pods. Later, in Bart Mangled Banner and Future Drama, we see crude but recognizable VR rigs and fully immersive games, with Homer and the family sealed into helmets and harnesses, at their real bodies slack while their digital avatars perform impossible feats. The joke is that nothing outside the headset matters. Most telling is how those scenes mirror our own present, where VR headsets, online lobbies, and endless mobile games dominate free time with the promise of infinite progression. This mirrors how smartphone titles, including The Simpsons, Tapped Out itself, invite players to rebuild Springfield by tapping, waiting, and paying, turning the town into a literal Skinner box. The show once mocked children pumping coins into machines. Now its own licensed game extracts time, data, and money through freemium timers, loot box-style rewards, and seasonal events calibrated to keep the mind expecting the next hit. According to this theory, and the writers were quietly mapping the logic of what we now call dopamine-driven design. Episodes where characters ignore fires, family dinners, or even oncoming traffic because they're fixated on a screen, a pager, or a handheld console begin to resemble clinical descriptions of screen addiction, with withdrawal, irritability, and a blurring of reality. The evidence becomes clear when Lisa, the show's conscience, is depicted losing herself in educational software or gamified homework, suggesting that even productive screens are still part of the same trap. In that light, the prediction isn't just that VR and mobile gaming would exist, but that entire economies would be built on keeping us scrolling, tapping, and spending, with Springfield as the prototype laboratory. What if the impossible elasticity of game worlds, and where nothing has lasting consequence, trained us to accept the same logic in finance apps, fitness trackers, and social media streaks? As we move deeper, we'll see that this same predictive impulse doesn't stop at our attention, but extends to the data those taps generate, hinting that The Simpsons may have also anticipated the unsettling rise of surveillance, prediction markets, and behavioral tracking itself. Algorithmic futures, when Springfield's systems start making the decisions. If our last section showed Springfield willingly trading its attention to simple gadgets, this one follows what happens when the gadgets start answering back. The next theory explores a quieter horror. What if the true rulers of Springfield aren't politicians or billionaires, but invisible systems that sort, rank, and punish its citizens without ever showing their reasoning? According to this theory, a hidden pattern runs through episodes where computers and automated models make crucial decisions, reducing each character's life to a column of data. In separate vocations, standardized tests are graded by machine, assigning Bart to a future of manual labor and Lisa to law, as if a single scan of penciled bubbles can lock in a child's destiny. In Much Apu About Nothing, the town's tax crisis emerges from a malfunctioning Bear Patrol algorithm, a crude feedback loop where one metric, bears spotted, dictates policy for thousands of people. We even see romance handed over to circuitry in The Computer Wore Menace Shoes, and later internet-era stories, where compatibility, popularity, and even basic social worth are spat out as scores, When examining these episodes together, the evidence becomes clear. Springfield repeatedly shrugs as machines decide who is smart, who is dangerous, and who is lovable. This mirrors how modern societies outsource judgment to algorithmic credit scoring, automated insurance risk models, and predictive policing tools that flag entire neighborhoods as threats. Just as the show's testing computer never explains why Bart is doomed to fail, real-world credit systems quietly deny loans or raise rates based on opaque correlations, leaving families to guess which invisible rule they broke. Most telling is how the show exaggerates these systems to the point of absurdity, yet never fully rejects them. A school computer misreads Lisa's brilliance and nearly derails her consciousness of self. A glitch in an insurance database can raise Homer's premiums overnight. A dating algorithm pairs characters based on superficial checkboxes that ignore their inner lives. The joke is that the machine is too literal, too biased, too easily gamed. But this mirrors how critics describe contemporary algorithmic bias, where historical prejudice is laundered through code, producing results that feel objective while quietly repeating old injustices. In this video, this theory suggests that Springfield's casual acceptance of machine judgment is an early warning. What if a town that laughs off bad test scores and corrupt databases is rehearsing our own passivity toward recommendation engines, risk scores, and automated bans that shape our reality without our conscious consent? Most telling is how we, like the family, rarely see the code, and we only feel its consequences as timelines, prices, and opportunities rearrange around us. As we move forward, we'll see that The Simpsons doesn't just anticipate these systems, but also hints at the backlash they provoke, as characters start to suspect that something unseen is gaming their futures, and begin pushing back against the machine that has been quietly writing their fate. The backlash. Predicted. Protests, tech panic, and the Springfield mob. If algorithms are the invisible hands guiding Springfield's fate, then the town's other defining force is the clenched fist that eventually swings back. Over and over, the series shows us a strange rhythm. First, awe at some new technology or institution, and then, almost without warning, a collective snap, as Springfield turns on its latest savior with torches, signs, and hastily printed banners. When examining episodes across different eras, the pattern becomes impossible to ignore. In Bart's Comet, the town gathers in Flanders' shelter, only to descend into mob violence moments after their illusion of safety collapses. In Itchy and Scratchy and Marge, a single news segment transforms Marge's personal concern into a full-scale media panic, with protesters, boycotts, and censorship laws passed overnight. Later, in Screamer Pillar and Much Apu About Nothing, we watch the same crowd swing from environmental hysteria to xenophobic ballot initiatives, as if their collective consciousness can only hold one fear at a time before replacing it with the next. This mirrors how our own reality reacts to new systems of power. We see protests against data collection and facial recognition, coordinated social media boycotts, and public outrage every time a platform quietly rewrites its terms of service. One week, 5G towers are the promise of faster connection. The next, conspiracy theories recast them as invisible weapons, and infrastructure workers are harassed in the street. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Springfield's fictional mobs feel less like cartoon exaggerations and more like compressed simulations of these same cycles of trust, disillusionment, and revolt. Most telling is how easily the Springfield mob is created. A headline, a half-heard rumor, or a misframed statistic is enough. In Homer Badman, a single edited news clip transforms Homer from clueless father into public monster, and the town responds not with investigation, but with siege tactics, protest lines, and vigilante justice. According to this theory of the show's psychology, the mob isn't just background comedy. It is a recurring character representing a fragile, poorly informed group mind that can be steered by whoever controls the narrative at that moment. Yet the series adds an unsettling twist. Sometimes the mob is accidentally right. When the town riots against Mr. Burns's sun-blocking device, their fury is both misdirected and justified. They do not understand the engineering, but they instinctively sense the horror of one man privatizing daylight. This theory suggests that Springfield's crowds are like an animal nervous system, easily startled, prone to flailing, but occasionally detecting a real predator before the conscious mind can name it. Use the chaotic image of the Springfield mob as a mirror for real-world outrage cycles, and another layer of predictive horror emerges. What if our own viral pile-ons, hashtag campaigns and sudden boycotts are just higher resolution versions of those same animated crowds, running on the same emotional script? The evidence becomes clear when we notice how many supposed Simpsons predictions online are actually misremembered shots of Springfield in uproar, repurposed to fit whatever new scandal the internet is processing. As we move into the next set of predictions, we'll see that some of the most shared images, screenshots of crowds, signs, and burning buildings, never depicted the events people claim, yet still feel true, because the mob shape is always the same, and our minds are eager to fill in the missing prophecy. Uncanny false memories and fake screenshots. When the internet starts writing new episodes, and once our minds start filling in missing prophecy, something stranger happens. The internet stops just interpreting The Simpsons and starts writing new episodes for it. Not full 22-minute stories, but single cursed frames, weaponized as screenshots that drift through our feeds as if they were genuine relics from some forgotten season. We've all seen them. An image of Homer watching a news report that seems to show a specific celebrity's death, complete with the exact date in the chyron. A shot of a crumbling skyline, edited to match a real disaster down to the angle of the smoke. A still of Lisa holding a newspaper predicting a particular election result or stock market crash, time-stamped years before it happened. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how many of these predictions dissolve the moment someone traces them back to a fan edit, or to a much later episode that's been digitally aged to look like it aired in the 90s. The mechanics are disturbingly simple. A real frame of the family sitting on the couch is captured. Then the television screen is replaced with a modern news broadcast, recolored in that grainy season 4 palette, and overlaid with artificial VHS noise. Audio from a completely different episode is redubbed over Homer's shocked reaction, so his mouth movements still sync, even though the original line was about donuts, not disaster. This theory suggests that AI art tools have now escalated this process, generating convincing lost frames in the exact house style, complete with fake cell shadows, film grain, and that slightly off-model stiffness you expect from early seasons. Most telling is how these images circulate. A single Twitter post claims, "They predicted this in 1993, paired with a fabricated screenshot, and within hours, it's absorbed into the show's prophetic canon." When examining the comments, we see people supplying their own phantom memories, episodes that never existed, plot lines that were never animated, yet are recalled in uncanny detail. This mirrors how false memories form around real traumatic events in our own lives, where the mind quietly rewrites the details to make the narrative feel complete. Psychologically, once viewers accept that the series predicts everything, each new piece of evidence encounters almost no resistance. The bar for belief drops. A hyper-specific death date on a Simpsons calendar feels plausible, because the show has already been framed as an impossible oracle rather than a writer's room. According to this theory, skepticism becomes the abnormal stance, and so fabrication doesn't just slip through the cracks, it becomes the main fuel of the myth. In that sense, the internet has become a co-writer of The Simpsons' prophetic reputation, retrofitting the series into a sacred text by manufacturing predictions after the fact. What if the real horror isn't that the episodes foresee our future, but that our collective consciousness keeps editing the past until it matches what we're afraid will happen next? As we move on, we'll separate a few more of the genuine hits from the manufactured visions, and the evidence becomes clear that the real predictions are unsettling enough without the fakes. Urban legends of Springfield. The predictions that never happened. Those manufactured visions have their own afterlife. They circulate alongside real episodes until it becomes difficult to tell which images ever touched Springfield's animation cells and which were born entirely from the internet's collective dream. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those urban legends of prediction, the scenes that never existed but still haunt the fandom's consciousness. The most infamous examples tend to be extremely precise, almost clinically so. There's the fabricated image of Homer and the family watching a news report about a virus from 2020, complete with a spiky red graphic that looks exactly like real pandemic infographics. And there are screenshots of Springfield residents wearing blue surgical masks under a caption about lockdowns in 2020, and a supposedly prophetic shot of Kent Brockman announcing the exact date of a future disaster. None of these appear in any episode, yet they spread as if they were lost footage from some impossible season. When examining how these myths form, most telling is how often the trail leads back to fan art or digital edits that were never meant to be archival truth. One widely shared prediction of a specific building collapse, complete with the year written on a roadside sign, began as a deviant art piece where an artist traced the show's style, then added real-world tragedy as a grim joke. The original post labeled it as fan work, but once the image was cropped, reposted, and stripped of context, it re-emerged on social media as alleged evidence that the writers had foreseen everything. Another category comes from foreign dubs and altered dialogue, where the visuals are real, but the prophecy is not. According to this theory of contamination, a throwaway line about the future is redubbed into a direct reference to an election year, a pandemic, or a celebrity death, then clipped and shared as if the English track always contained that wording. The episode exists, the frame exists, but the meaning has been overwritten by a different cultural anxiety, like a dream that keeps being retold until the original memory is erased. The reason these fakes thrive is revealing. The real predictions are often messy, approximate, and embedded in satire. A background joke about autocorrect, a tossed-off reference to President Trump, a rough equation near the Higgs boson. The counterfeits, by contrast, are clean and theatrical. They offer full dates, crystal clear labels, and characters literally holding signs with future years, as if Springfield has become a bulletin board for our fears. This mirrors how conspiracy thinking craves sharp edges, unambiguous prophecy, and a sense that reality is scripted rather than chaotic. Most telling is how the fake predictions say less about the series and more about us. We keep editing The Simpsons into a perfect oracle because it is comforting to believe someone, somewhere, saw all this coming. What if the real horror isn't that the show predicts our world, but that our world keeps reshaping the show into a reflection of its own paranoia? As we move into the final cluster of genuine predictions, we'll look at the ones that are verifiably real yet stranger than many of the hoaxes, and the evidence becomes clear that the truth doesn't need any digital enhancement. Pattern or pareidolia. Seeing prophecy in yellow and white noise. So we're left with something uncomfortable. On one level, we can explain almost every prediction as a trick of the mind, a side effect of staring at 30-plus seasons of yellow noise until patterns begin to crystallize. On another level, in this video we're also tracing that feeling that refuses to die, the quiet conviction that the show is staring back. This is where pareidolia slips in, not as a technical term in a psychology textbook, but as a story our brains tell themselves. Pareidolia is the tendency to see a face in the bathroom tiles, a figure in the static, us a message in the random swirl of background gags. When examining The Simpsons, our minds do the same thing with time. We look at an old episode, spot a throwaway joke about a Trump presidency or a malfunctioning Apple Newton, and our consciousness stitches it into prophecy, as if the writers reached forward through reality instead of just reaching sideways into satire. Confirmation bias tightens the loop. Out of thousands of episodes, we remember the handful that came true and quietly discard the ones that didn't. The dozens of fake screenshots, the misremembered scenes that never aired. This theory suggests that our brains are less interested in truth than in narrative. Once we accept that The Simpsons predicts the future, every new coincidence becomes fresh evidence, and while all the dead ends sink back into the background like unused animation cells. Statistically, it would be impossible for a show this long-running not to collide with the future. When you have decades of episodes, layers of visual jokes, and a writer's room obsessively focused on politics, technology, and corporate power, the odds tilt toward eerie overlap. Of course, a gag about autocorrect errors appears years before smartphones. Of course, a throwaway line about a celebrity president lands uncomfortably close to reality. Given enough darts, some are going to hit the bullseye, even if the board hasn't been hung yet. But that rational comfort never quite matches the emotional experience. It feels different to watch a childhood episode today and see our present reflected back, as if time has folded over on itself. And we remember the Trump escalator, the cracked screens, the corporate mergers, and then we re-watch the cartoon and feel a chill. Not because the math is impressive, but because the joke knew us before we knew ourselves. This mirrors how we revisit old dreams only after real life echoes them, retrofitting coincidence into omen. Most telling is how the unease lingers even after we walk through the statistics. We can say it's all probability and pattern seeking, yet the specificity of certain hits, the strange precision of names, numbers, and images keeps a small door open in the back of the mind. What if our pattern-hungry brains are correct this time? What if the yellow noise isn't noise at all? As we move into the final sweep of predictions, we'll treat the remaining episodes like a last pass over a crime scene, and the evidence becomes clear that the most unsettling answers are the ones that never quite resolve. the writer's room as time machine, Harvard brains, dark jokes, and scenario planning. At a certain point, the predictions stop looking like accidents and start to resemble a pattern. To understand why Springfield keeps colliding with our reality, we have to step out of the episodes and into the writer's room, where the future was treated less like prophecy and more like raw material. When examining the classic era, what stands out first is who was actually in that room. A disproportionate number of writers came from the Harvard Lampoon, trained in a culture where satire, elite academia, and quiet access to power overlapped. Around them sat people who had studied mathematics, physics, computer science, and political theory, some with parents in government, some with friends in media, some with ongoing ties to universities and think tanks. On paper, it was a comedy staff. In practice, it looked unnervingly close to a small, informal policy lab disguised as a cartoon factory. This theory suggests that their real job description was scenario planning with punchlines. They would take a trend, corporate mergers, rising surveillance, shaky elections, early internet culture, and push it 10 or 20 years forward until it became absurd enough to be funny. President Trump in Back to the Future is one example, but it fits a broader pattern where the writers ask very calmly, what is the most ridiculous logical endpoint of this current trajectory, and then stage it in front of Homer and his family as if it were just another workday in Springfield. And most telling is how the staff treated research. Several writers have admitted to reading obscure journals, niche tech magazines, and scientific papers for joke fuel, lifting half-understood equations, prototype gadgets, and speculative theories and dropping them into gags. Homer's near-accurate Higgs boson equation on a whiteboard, the failed autocorrect on the Newton long before smartphones, the background nods to Nobel Prize contenders. Each joke functions like a compressed briefing, a dense packet of near-future possibility wrapped in something that looks like disposable humor. According to this theory, the room itself became a kind of intellectual time machine. Ideas flowed in from academia, industry, and politics. They were warped by dark jokes, filtered through a dreamlike version of American life, and then broadcast to millions. Years later, when a tech CEO unveils a smartwatch or a media giant swallows another studio, we experience a faint jolt of déjà vu, as if consciousness is catching up to something it already rehearsed in syndication. This mirrors how formal think tanks operate, except the output here is not a white paper, but a Halloween special, a throwaway line from Lisa, or a background screen that flickers past in half a second. The evidence becomes clear that The Simpsons functioned as a mass-distributed scenario catalog, training our minds on futures that felt impossible at the time, until they weren't. If our most accurate prophets are comedians working the night shift in a cartoon writer's room, what does that say about who is really mapping our reality? In this video, as we move toward the final set of predictions, we'll treat those Harvard brains less like jokesters and more like reluctant time travelers. And the next section will ask what it means to live in a world where the punchlines keep coming true. When satire becomes script, are we living in The Simpsons world now? If the writer's room is full of reluctant time travelers, then we have to ask a quieter, more unsettling question. Are they still traveling, or have we simply caught up to them? In this video, when examining the middle stretch of predictions, the evidence becomes clear that the boundary between parody and policy, between a throwaway gag and the nightly news, has thinned to something almost translucent. We can start with the obvious landmarks in this landscape. And there is Lisa's offhand line in Bart to the Future, where she inherits a budget crisis from President Trump, years before a real Trump campaign descended an escalator and turned a joke into governance. There is the clumsy Apple Newton in Lisa on Ice, transforming Beat-Up Martin into Eat-Up Martha, a failed autocorrect that prefigures the entire smartphone era of mangled texts. We have Homer in The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, filling a whiteboard with an equation eerily close to the Higgs boson's mass, and the classroom betting pool that casually includes Bengt Holmström before his actual Nobel Prize. Politics, tech, and academia are all there pinned like butterflies in Springfield's impossible display case. According to this theory, those hits are not just coincidences, they are templates. A generation of decision makers, raised on this yellow noise, carry Springfield inside their minds as a kind of subconscious script. Politicians understand that voters already recognize the cartoon of the demagogue, so they lean into the caricature, exaggerating their gestures until they resemble the very episodes that once mocked them. Tech CEOs, who grew up laughing at malfunctioning gadgets and mad scientists, begin to perform the role of visionary disruptors, delivering keynotes that feel like parodies of themselves, while engineers chase products that complete half-remembered jokes. This mirrors how media organizations, desperate for attention, stage reality as Springfield-style spectacle, scandals framed as wacky B-plots, disasters narrated with the same cadence as a couch gag. Most telling is how feedback loops form around these moments. A writer's room condenses real anxieties into a single gag. That gag circulates, shapes public expectations, and normalizes certain futures as just how things go in a world that already feels cartoonish. Policymakers and entrepreneurs then make choices inside that pre-shaped expectation space. And when their decisions finally manifest as elections, devices, or Nobel announcements, re-watching the episode makes it look like prophecy. The joke becomes culture, culture becomes infrastructure, and infrastructure echoes back into the original joke, as if Springfield were quietly editing our timeline. This theory suggests that we are not only witnessing predictions, but participating in them, replaying scenes we learned before we understood how deeply they were sinking into our collective consciousness. What if the show is less a window into the future and more a funhouse mirror that the future has learned to pose for? As we move into the final sections and attempt to close the case on The Simpsons as a prophetic text, we are left in a liminal place, where reality feels just animated enough to be rewritten, and where the next prediction might already be airing in syndication, waiting for us to notice it before it notices us. The pattern behind the prophecies, how The Simpsons actually sees the future. So at this point, our list of predictions stops feeling like trivia and starts to look like data. When examining Trump's escalator, the Disney-Fox merger, smartwatches, video calls, autocorrect, Nobel Prizes, and even the Higgs boson, we are no longer dealing with isolated coincidences, but with a dense statistical fog around a single animated town that refuses to age. Across decades, the series has thrown out hundreds of speculative gags about technology, politics, and culture. Yet a disturbing cluster has aligned with reality in precise ways. We have the early Apple Newton joke in Lisa on Ice, where a clumsy stylus misreads handwriting years before autocorrect became a daily irritation. We have crude wrist devices and casual video chats long before consumer smartwatches and FaceTime, and Homer's near-correct Higgs boson equation, scribbled like a throwaway thought on a chalkboard. Each individual case could be dismissed. Together, the evidence becomes clear that the writers are running a continuous, low-grade forecasting machine. In this video, we have to look at the people behind that machine. The writer's room is stacked with Harvard-educated staff, obsessive newsreaders, and comedy minds trained to take any real trend and push it 3 steps past plausibility. Their toolbox is simple but ruthless. Identify something emerging in the present, exaggerate it until it becomes absurd, and then anchor it in the consciousness of Springfield so that it feels inevitable rather than speculative. When examining the predictions, a pattern of categories emerges. There is tech extrapolation, where smartwatches, video calls, clumsy AI, and broken autocorrect all grow naturally from 1990s gadgets. There is political escalation, where a Trump presidency, surveillance states, and shamelessly corrupt officials are treated as punchlines, yet now read as documentary. There is corporate consolidation, with Disney quietly swallowing Fox in a background gag that this mirrors how media monopolies already behaved. And there is social decay, environmental disasters around the nuclear plant, cultural numbness, and a town that shrugs as everything poisonous becomes normal. According to this theory of narrative probability, if you write thousands of jokes about where society might go, some will eventually land on events that actually happen. What unsettles viewers is not that The Simpsons hits at all, but that it so often hits the darkest possible version, the branch of the timeline where the worst-case scenario becomes policy, infrastructure, or entertainment. Time itself is a silent co-writer. The show has been on the air since 1989, giving it a longitudinal window almost no other series possesses. It tracks the same family, the same town, the same impossible present, while the outside world slowly rearranges itself to match the nightmares that were once safely contained in 2D. In this framework, satire functions as a soft forecasting model. By exaggerating existing problems, it accidentally sketches the most likely endpoints: corrupt leaders winning, corporations consuming everything, climate and radiation quietly eroding children's minds. The Trump gag, the Disney-Fox merger, and the Higgs-boson board all arise from the same process. Take what's happening now, push it until it breaks, and watch as reality, year by year, patches itself back together along the fracture lines the episode already drew. Survivorship bias and meme culture amplify the aura of prophecy. Hoaxes, fake screenshots, and misremembered clips swirl around the genuine predictions, making the show seem omniscient. Yet even when we strip those away, a core remains. Real, documented episodes that called real events years in advance with unnerving specificity. So the question shifts. It is less, how did they know? And more, what does it say about our world that our timeline keeps drifting toward their bleakest punchlines? In the next section, we are going to sit with that implication and ask what it means to live in a reality that behaves like a tired cartoon writer who has run out of optimistic endings. When the joke becomes the blueprint, why reality keeps catching up. So if our timeline keeps drifting toward their bleakest punchlines, another, quieter question emerges. Are the writers peering into the future, or is the future quietly rearranging itself to resemble the jokes they already told? In this video, we are going to be taking a look at a more unsettling mechanism, not prophecy, but programming. According to this theory, The Simpsons functions as cultural priming on a mass scale, saturating the collective mind with images of what politics, technology, and power are supposed to look like. Millions of children watched the same episodes, absorbed the same rhythm of corruption and incompetence, and then grew up to become the very adults steering our institutions. When examining the so-called predictions, the evidence becomes clear that repetition matters more than accuracy. The show returns again and again to certain visual motifs: the buffoonish, corrupt leader, the omnipresent gadget that listens and watches, the faceless mega-corporations swallowing everything in sight. At first, these images read as impossible and exaggerated to the point of absurdity, yet through sheer familiarity, they begin to feel normal, even inevitable, so that when reality edges toward them, there is less shock, less resistance, and more weary recognition. Take Trump, for instance. In Back to the Future, a throwaway line about President Trump is framed as a cartoon punchline about American decline, a worst-case scenario that Lisa has to clean up. Years later, the escalator footage and the campaign rhetoric unfold in a way that this mirrors how the episode staged its joke, down to the sense of national embarrassment baked into the premise. Or look at Disney as the ultimate media overlord. When the series jokes about the mouse owning everything, it is satire. But by the time Disney actually purchases Fox, the merger feels like we are simply catching up to a script that was already written. The same pattern holds with technology. Background gags about devices that listen, watches that talk, and screens that never turn off are played as casual set dressing around Homer and the family. Yet they outline a world where surveillance is ambient and consent is fuzzy. Satire draws the contour of a dystopia, and engineers who grew up laughing at those episodes later bring pieces of that contour into being, one convenience feature at a time. Most telling is how real-world decision-makers now lean into the meme. Politicians reference their Simpsons episode on social media. E-corporations joke about having their Simpsons moment, and headlines frame disasters and scandals as just like that episode. This feedback loop becomes self-conscious. Fiction imagines it, reality imitates it. Then fiction satirizes the imitation, reinforcing the sense that we are trapped inside a dream of the 1990s that refuses to end. This theory suggests that satire can accidentally serve as a roadmap. By exaggerating a trend to its logical extreme, total media consolidation, permanent surveillance, environmental collapse, it does not only warn us, it shows step by step how to get there. Not through a grand conspiracy, but through countless small decisions made by people whose expectations were quietly shaped by Springfield. Of course, there is a rational explanation. A huge episode count, highly educated writers, and a sharp eye for emerging trends will occasionally look prophetic. Yet the emotional reality is harder to dismiss. The more our streets, our screens, and our leaders resemble that jaundiced universe, the more it feels as though consciousness itself is moving along tracks the show helped lay. If that is true, then the most disturbing predictions are not the ones that came true, but the ones that have not arrived yet. In the next section, we are going to turn toward those missing prophecies and ask what it means that some of Springfield's darkest futures are still waiting for us just off screen. The predictions that haven't hit yet, possible futures still on the table. So if the scariest predictions are the ones still waiting in the wings, then we have to change how we talk about the show's so-called failures. They are not wrong guesses. They are pending files in a cabinet the rest of reality has not opened yet. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at those pending futures, the episodes and background gags where the world has not fully caught up, but where the outline already exists. When examining these moments, the evidence becomes clear that what looks like exaggeration is often just an unfinished trajectory. Exaggerated surveillance states, more extreme environmental collapse, cartoonishly unregulated corporations, and cities so automated that human beings feel like glitches in their own infrastructure. Think about the episodes where Springfield becomes almost unlivable. We see rivers so polluted they glow and bubble, fish with extra eyes, food shortages that turn grocery aisles into battlefields, and corruption so routine that bribes are just another budget line. This mirrors how current headlines talk about climate tipping points, failing bridges, poisoned water, and a political class people no longer trust. Yet the show pushes each of those one notch further, into a space that has not quite arrived but no longer feels impossible. According to this theory, the near misses are the most revealing. The omnipresent cameras that follow Homer and his family through town, the biometric scanners that treat citizens as barcodes, the private security forces that answer only to corporate boards. These images have not solidified into our daily lives, but their fragments are already here in smart doorbells, facial recognition, and outsourced policing. Most telling is how casually Springfield accepts them, as if resistance has already been priced out of the market. Even the background gags begin to feel like quiet warnings from a future that has not checked in yet. We see absurd medical bills printed like ransom notes, paywalls slapped onto basic services, and entertainment so precisely targeted that it appears to read the character's mind before they have finished a thought. This mirrors how our own feeds, subscriptions, and healthcare costs close in around us, transforming private consciousness into a monetized product. This theory suggests that the unrealized predictions form a kind of map, not of where we are, but of where we could still go if existing trends continue without interruption. Episodes about authoritarian crackdowns, social collapse, or total corporate control have not fully manifested, yet we can already see pieces scattered across our news cycles, like props delivered before the set is built. Just as smartwatches, video calls, and clumsy autocorrect began as throwaway jokes and then quietly became normal, today's most outlandish gags might be tomorrow's routine inconveniences. What if, in 2040, someone pauses a frame from a 1996 episode and realizes that an entire crisis was sitting there in the background while the laugh track rolled on? Not every gag will ever come true, and that should be a relief, but the show's track record makes the remaining ones harder to dismiss as pure fantasy. From here, we have to ask whether we treat The Simpsons as prophecy to be passively accepted or as a warning we can still act on, and the next section will push that question as far as it can go. Prophecy or warning? How to read The Simpsons without losing sleep. So from here, we're standing at a fork in the yellow road. Either we treat The Simpsons as a mystical oracle whispering secrets from beyond our reality, or we admit something more unsettling, that it's just a very sharp mirror, held up to the worst parts of our world for so long that the reflection started to look like prophecy. In this video, we're going to be taking that second path, not because the prophetic reading isn't eerie or entertaining, but because it leaves us passive, as if the future is a script already written, rather than a draft we are still revising. The prophecy lens treats Bart to the future as a magical glimpse of the Trump presidency. The warning lens treats it as a brutally clear sketch of what happens when celebrity, wealth, and resentment politics merge into one figure, and the public treats it as just another episode. When examining the Disney Fox gag, the same shift happens. As prophecy, it's a spooky corporate punchline that came true. As warning, it's a critique of media consolidation so obvious that the joke's real horror is how calmly we watch the logo on the studio gate change in real life. This mirrors how the tech jokes work as well. Early cracks about autocorrect failures, smartwatches, and constant video calls stop being cute once we recognize them as a long-running anxiety about surveillance, distraction, and a mind that never gets to power down. Satire survives by exaggeration, but it exaggerates in a very specific direction. It pushes an existing trend to its logical extreme, stretching it until the underlying danger becomes visible, in a way that straight reporting, with its careful neutrality, often cannot. According to this theory, the show doesn't leap into impossible futures. It simply continues the line we are already drawing, out to a point where the absurd and the normal have quietly traded places. Most telling is how many of these predictions are just that line extended. The nuclear plant's constant failures as a preview of environmental catastrophe. Springfield's casual corruption as a map of hollowed-out institutions. The family screen addiction as a diagram of our own fractured attention. The evidence becomes clear that the real power of The Simpsons isn't that it knows the future, but that it shows us the future we are on track to build if we don't change course. There is a kind of calm in that. Recognizing these patterns does not mean we are doomed. It means our consciousness is slightly more awake to how easily the grotesque can become routine. We can still fall asleep to these episodes, but we do so knowing that each joke is also a diagnostic. What is this scene warning us about, and how close are we to it already? We do not need secret time travelers in the writer's room, or hidden elites taking orders from a cartoon, when we have something quieter and more chilling. Systems that reward the exact behaviors the show mocks, until Springfield stops feeling like parody and starts feeling like home. Noticing when real life begins to rhyme with an old episode can be our signal to ask who benefits, who pays, and whether we are comfortable living inside that punchline. From here, we'll pull back and walk through the strangest and most specific hits one more time, before closing with a final reflection on what it means to fall asleep in a world that keeps waking up inside a cartoon. From Trump to the Higgs boson, a final tour of the strangest hits. So as we pull back, we find ourselves walking through the greatest hits of this impossible little town, tracing the moments where cartoon gags and waking reality seem to blur into the same yellow haze. We start, as the internet always does, with that throwaway line in Bart to the Future, where President Lisa casually references the budget crunch inherited from President Trump, over visuals of economic freefall and a broken America. One joke, 2 decades early, became the cornerstone of a global meme, replayed alongside real escalator footage, as if the episode had tunneled directly into our timeline. And from there, the machinery of prediction starts to look less mystical and more mechanical. When examining the tech jokes, the evidence becomes clear that the writers were simply following the trajectory of existing dreams to their logical endpoints. We see clunky smartwatches used for phone calls, awkward video chats long before Zoom, an Apple Newton failing at autocorrect, and ever-present listening devices in the background of family life that now resemble smart speakers and phones watching us as much as we watch them. This mirrors how our own consciousness slid, almost unnoticed, from landlines and bulky monitors into a reality where the screen never truly turns off. Then we have the deep cuts, the ones that feel too precise to be dismissed as coincidence, the classroom betting pool where Bengt Holmström's name sits on a Nobel Prize board years before his real award. Homer, in The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, scrawling an equation that lands unsettlingly close to the Higgs boson mass, later confirmed by CERN. Tiny details, tossed off in the background, that this theory suggests are less prophecy and more the byproduct of highly educated writers saturating the frame with plausible futures. Corporate and media predictions widen the frame again. Disney quietly absorbing Fox after an old gag about the Fox logo sitting under a division of Walt Disney Company banner. Endless jokes about mega conglomerates swallowing local businesses until Springfield becomes a testing ground for late-stage capitalism, where every channel, brand and stadium seems to answer to the same invisible owner. And most telling is how these episodes present that takeover as banal, something the family shrugs at between commercials. We also revisit the environmental and societal warnings. Lakes turned into toxic soup, bridges and roads collapsing, nuclear leaks treated as background noise, and a population that collectively shrugs, cracks a joke, and keeps watching TV as the infrastructure rots beneath them. 1 polluted river, 2 failing power grids, 3 riots diffused by a new product launch. Across decades, writers' rooms and cultural eras, the pattern repeats. Power concentrates, technology infiltrates, ordinary people adapt to the absurd. In this video, we have returned again and again to the analytical frame. No magic, just sharp attention to where money, tech and politics were already drifting. Yet when we stack Trump, smartwatches, and autocorrect, Nobel boards, Higgs equations, Disney mergers, and poisoned landscapes side by side, the density becomes its own kind of horror. 1 prediction, 2 predictions, 3 predictions, 4. Each episode a little story about how close our world has drifted towards Springfield without quite noticing. According to this theory of the show as quiet psychological horror, what does it mean to fall asleep in a world where a cartoon has already imagined so much of our reality? And as we move into our final reflection, we have to ask, what do we do with that knowledge once the screen goes dark and we close our eyes tonight? Falling asleep in Springfield. What these predictions really leave us with. We began with a simple premise that did not stay simple for long. A cartoon that flickered onto TV screens in 1989. And then, episode by episode, sketched out a future that now looks uncomfortably like the world outside your window. What started as background gags about broken politics, malfunctioning gadgets, and corporate greed has, over time, hardened into something that feels less like comedy and more like a mirror we accidentally walked into. In this video, we moved through the whole spectrum of explanations, from the most mundane to the most unsettling. We looked at how a writer's room full of Harvard-educated satirists, steeped in politics and technology, will naturally anticipate smartwatches, video calls, and autocorrect failures long before they hit the mainstream. We acknowledge the big sample size, the sheer number of episodes where probability alone guarantees a few impossible hits, and we traced how meme culture and misremembered screenshots inflate the Simpsons' prophetic reputation into urban legend. But when examining these patterns as a whole, the evidence becomes clear that something else is happening alongside the statistics. We explored how cultural priming works, how a throwaway joke about a Trump presidency, or a Disney-Fox merger, or a Nobel Prize board with the wrong name circled, can plant images in the collective mind that feel eerily familiar when the news catches up. This theory suggests that satire, repeated over decades, becomes a kind of slow-motion prophecy, not because it changes reality directly, but because it teaches us which futures to expect and which horrors to laugh off. Most telling is how The Simpsons does not need to literally predict the future to feel prophetic, and it only has to walk a few steps ahead of where we are already going, exaggerating our worst habits until the line between exaggeration and description quietly dissolves. According to this theory of Springfield as psychological horror, the real secret was never hidden in a time-traveling writer's room. It has been in plain sight the entire time, in the choices we reward, the trends we accelerate, and the futures we dismiss as just a joke, while we continue moving toward them. So we leave you with a single, quiet question to carry into your daily life. When a headline feels like an episode you half remember, is that a punchline? Or a warning we chose not to hear? The call to action here is simple and calm. Re-watch your favorite episode with new eyes. Notice when a gag about the nuclear plant, or a malfunctioning device, or a corrupt official suddenly rhymes with your own reality. You do not have to believe in time travel, secret agendas, or trapped consciousness to take these patterns seriously. You only have to see how easily absurdity becomes normal when we stop treating it as alarming. Use that awareness as a kind of internal safeguard, a small alarm that rings in the back of your mind when the world starts to feel too much like a gag from season 6. As you fall asleep tonight, remember that every prediction we discussed began as a line in a script, written by someone who was simply paying attention. If you want to keep exploring the strangest corners of Simpsons lore and the futures it hints at, you can subscribe, leave your favorite prediction in the comments, and let this be your last thought before you drift off. That somewhere is in a quiet office filled with yellow storyboards tomorrow might already be drawn.